What's up, people? What's happening? How y'all doing? You know what I need to do? Every time I activate the Rumble chat, I think of this. I need to find like a Rumble conservative, which actually 90% of people who stream on Rumble are conservative or whatever. And I just need to like set up I just need to like set up a debate with them, and then like oh my god, I click on the Rumble homepage and the first thing I see is the fucking Anthony Pomp dude. Oh my god, kill me, actually kill me. And then like, I don't know, just agree like, hey, we'll debate, and then afterwards you raid me, and that way like I get like at least 1 to 2 Rumble viewers consistently, semi-consistently. But oh my god, fuck this dude. Gooner man is gonna goon. Very true.
These are going to remove a bunch of the rules that they feel are onerous, so that now not only do you have time, capital, and people coming, but now you've got looser rules, which means then you can run even faster, right? And so if you think about this, if you want an economy to grow, it cannot sustainably grow forever using the public sector. It has to use the private sector. That's what America was built on. Risk-taking, innovation,
I'm
right?
assuming it's running through old stuff.
GDP growth, industrialization, all this stuff. That's where we're headed. And so when he's talking about this, they use big words. Scott Bessent is the man to talk to the market.
Oh, true. Is he now?
That guy gets on.
Well, I guess in the sense that, you know, he's the most sane one, right? So like he's the man to talk to the market, because his ideas are the most least insane. It's not a, you know, it's not because he's good. It's just because, you know, in comparison, Navarro and Lutnick are
on, and the market goes up. You know why? Because Scott Bessent just sits there.
Because he's not Peter Navarro, and he's not saying that we're going to have 1,000,000% universal tariffs. We want political compass. Isaac, I've taken the first of all, the political compass test is dumb. Second of all, I've taken it before. I'm sure if I scroll through like my old messages with you or a bunch of other people, honestly, I could probably find my old results, but
and he says, "Woosai, everyone, calm down." I don't know what
that means. Yes,
but you've changed, have I? First of all, again, this won't even show it. Stupid test. Okay, make people think they're more libertarian than they are. 12,000 people watching. Jesus fucking Christ! Fuck this dude. I hate this dude. I hate this dude. I miss old non-fun. Have I changed on? I'm probably. I'm trying to think of what I've changed on since I started streaming. I want to say I'm slightly, or like I'm less pro-Israel, but I don't know. I feel like Israel has started doing more unhinged shit. It's like, I saw like Israel plan to occupy Gaza. I think their going plan right now is to indefinitely occupy Gaza. It's like I would not have supported that when I started streaming either, but and the blockade on aid for 3 months now, although there is like some. I never finished reading the IHL stuff. I don't know. There's some things people make shit up about how illegal it is to blockade going to Gaza or whatever. You do like there is like IHL siege warfare. There are restrictions to what you can do, but belligerents, I believe, are able to carry out, you know, siege warfare, and they're able to restrict some shit. I don't know. I would need to do more reading, but oh yes, the entirety of Gaza. I think they're Current plan with blockade or occupy. Well, so both. Occupations can also be legal under international law. You can have an occupation lawfully created in self-defense. But it is also, I mean, obviously, as with literally anything in war, like you can be allowed to do X thing, but there were restrictions on, X. Like you're allowed to kill civilians, but there were restrictions on how many you can kill in relation to the direct and concrete military gain from any particular strike, as proportionality, whatever. Like, I believe you are allowed to do. I looked at. I don't know. I don't know what the restrictions are, but you would have to limiting siege warfare. Is it lawful to besiege a city? The adjective most commonly used to describe sieges is medieval. However, today's sieges are most often laid using jet aircraft and modern communications, enable daily contact with civilians living under siege. Both besieged and besieging forces appear motivated by perverse incentives to prevent civilians from leaving besieged area, potentially prolonging their suffering for years. Legal positions transformed, blah, 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 blah. Provide for local agreements for the evacuation of vulnerable civilians from besieged areas, which I don't know if Israel is on this, to be fair. Prohibit the starvation of civilians as a means of warfare and the destruction of indispensable to the survival of civilian population. People will argue, I think maybe the full 3-month blockade would break this one, and also the my understanding is the starvation as a method of warfare doesn't require intent. It just requires that within the reasonable course of events, starvation would follow from your actions, and you could probably make that argument. What's your view if they do capture Gaza? What do you mean, what's my view? I think it'd probably be, first of all, I don't even know where strategically it would be good. Although I don't know, it's hard to say, because obviously the West Bank is less of a security threat than Gaza, but also I don't know, depending on what they fucking do with Gaza, it would just make it impossible, the conflict impossible to solve forever if they start building settlements in Gaza as well, and they don't. It's like it'd be fucked. But I was gonna look. There's a paper, Avi Bitterman, Gaza aid paper. Nutritional assessment of food delivered to Gaza. I think this found... Is this even what I'm looking for? I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Is it this? Maybe he was an author on it, but it was just like his work was using it or whatever. I don't know. People lie about how much food's getting. They say 500 truck meme. It's not really true. I think, God, I would have to find it, but I know Avi Bitterman worked on a paper or whatever to found there was like an average of 3,000 calories per person getting in per day, but then there's distributional issues on top of that. So just because it gets in doesn't mean it's necessarily getting to people who need it. Provide for relief actions of humanitarian nature to relieve civilian hardship. I think you can have reasonable disagreements about that. Provide general protection of civilian objects from attack. Prohibition of indiscriminate attack. You can definitely have reasonable disagreements about that. But yeah. But it seems like their current plan is to basically build more corridors and kind of section off. I wish there was a map. Section off Gaza into 4 or 5 different sections. Like this, that's the Ram corridor or whatever. They have another one going diagonally through Rafah, and they'll probably have another one I think there's another one like here or whatever. That they're trying to build. People suspect. Like here's one. Although that's not the diagonal one, but Israel, Gaza, post-war plan. Map. Okay, well, fuck you. Do I really need to... If economic globalization is inevitable, should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational... Like, what the fuck? This is a meaningless thing to me, Isaac. What does it mean? What does this mean? Globalization is good. Why can I... If it's just what it asks, is globalization good? Is it better? I don't know. See, the questions are stupid. Fuck this. I don't know what to... like... I agree. I don't want to support our country. No. No one chooses their country birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. I don't know. Fool is just a harsh word. Obviously not race realist. Anyway, my enemies are like it's stupid. Fuck this shit. What's the accent that fights international laws? I'm trying like this is like the like it's like technically like I have to give it to you. Like sure, but there is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. I'll agree with that. What's up?
What's up? Every
Not
time
much.
you start your stream, do you like do you sometimes forget to join the Discord? Like,
What do you mean join the Discord?
well, you have a room in your Discord for when you
Yeah,
stream.
I've been. What do you
Do
mean?
you
I've been in it
join?
this entire stream.
No, I know, I know. I'm just saying it's like something you have to do manually. I'd
Yeah.
forget sometimes. Okay,
I might have forgot once or twice, but I don't know. Usually pretty good about it.
maybe. Okay. Look. Don't show it on stream, but check out Twitter DMs. I have like a banger joke.
Okay. Damn, the kick stream is stable. I'm watching on Twitch and Kick got like 3 kick notifications. Oh wait, fuck. Dude, why is it fucking up? I'm hardwired to my fucking Wi-Fi. Okay, I'm gonna run a speed test. It's gonna be like 300 fucking. It's gonna be more than 300 download. It's gonna be like 600 download. Okay. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, it says time live. Oh, it's just crashed again on Kick. This is just a Kick issue. Okay. Damn. Might be Kick. I think it's because I also changed my OBS settings to have a. Oh yeah, this is a funny one, Isaac. I saw him post this. That would be the funniest outcome for.
Bro, it's so fucking crazy. Oh yeah. It would have been a funny debate too.
It would have.
Yeah. But yeah, any debates coming up?
I don't think I have anything planned yet.
Okay. Well, read Peddling Prosperity. It's about time. Or Pop
True.
Internationalism.
Trying the actually very popular.
Did you read the Nicholas Decker article about like Bergman? I didn't yet.
No,
I'm
I haven't.
planning
No, but
Okay.
he's my goat.
Hopefully, In Praise of Cheap Labor is featured.
I think I saw multiple people sending it, so hopefully.
Maybe. I didn't look at the other comments. But yeah. Okay, well, that's about it. But look, you you might get banned for like clickbait because you always put gooning in the title, but I've never seen you do it. You better get going on that. You know,
Bro, I'm
better
always
start
kidding. What do
doing
you
that.
mean?
That's true. That's true. But please next time you goon, please use Fansly and not OnlyFans because OnlyFans like massively donates to Israeli lobbies, so it's boycott. It's boycott. But yeah, okay.
Damn.
See ya.
See ya. Talk to her. I don't use Fansly or Emily. I just I just pirate it. Wait, click on settings, just the output. Okay. Oh, what's
Also,
up?
we got to do a dual debate sometimes. I'd love to debate alongside you.
Yeah. I mean, I do open panel sometimes, so I know we had that one.
Imagine like Quintuple and Taylor versus me and you.
Oh boy.
That'd be that'd be
I don't know
Keno.
if Fintuple could stand you.
That's right.
I think he'd rage quit, but
That's right. That's right. Well, either way, I'm just saying it'd be funny. It'd be funny. I'm like we're both incredibly well prepared, so it'd be fun. But yeah, see ya.
see ya. Wait, how do I? This is fucked. Really? I can't. Kick just has a maximum bitrate of 8,000. So if I have it at 10,000 right now. Twitch and YouTube are able to handle that, I guess. But I'm just fucked if I want to stream to Kick too. There's no way to change it. Just why can't I just change it for Kick? Why isn't there a why isn't if Restream can why can't Restream just change the output on their end to 8,000? Fuck this shit. I guess I'll make the bitrate 8,000, which I don't think will have a noticeable impact for most people at least, but that's dumb. From each according to his ability, to each according to his sure. Fuck this shit. Freedom argument for disagree. Like, I hate this. I think this is stupid. I hate you. It's a sad reflection on our society. Something as basic as drinking water is now branded consumer product. What do I think land should be taxed very highly? I mean, I'm going to say disagree, but I'm on Discord to join your live stream whenever you are streaming. My username is professional247. Wow. Incredible that many personal fortunes that many people simply manipulate money, contribute nothing. Protection is sometimes necessary. Strongly disagree. Never. I'll say disagree because there is national security. But the only social responsibility of a company should be to derive a profit. Fuck this shit. I don't like. It's like overall, I think the system of, companies with a profit incentive is like a good thing overall, the best thing compared to the alternatives. But like, if companies wanted to, there are externalities, and I guess like technically I would prefer if companies internalized externalities themselves, but Richard to higher tax degree. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. Like, it is a dumb because like on the margin, it's like technically like probably, but like. But like for like basic emergency care and everything, it shouldn't be true. But like for does plastic surgery count as medical care? But like there's no need to give every person the highest quality brand new hip replacement thing. Government should penalize businesses that mislead the public. Probably genuine free market requires restrictions on monopolies. The last question on this page is kind of funny. What the monopoly one? Abortion should always be illegal. Disagree. Authority, like fuck this shit. Disagree. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums. Any is a. I could imagine one that's enough of a positive externality. School should not make classroom. Disagree. the monopoly thing. Do you think your answer affects the economic left versus economic right scale, or the libertarian or authoritarian scale? I mean, I don't know. Presumably, it would have some impact on both. I think it would make you more left. I think it would wrong. Okay. No questions impact both. Really? See, Isaac, this quiz fucking sucks. They can't even have their questions can't even impact both. Wrong about making it more left. Wait, there's no way it should make you more right. But I could understand it making you more authoritarian. But all people have the rights, but it's better for all of us. All of us are different. So I disagree. Good parents have this. Disagree, I guess. Not for children, keep some secrets. Sure. Possessing marijuana should not be criminal. Sure. The prime function of schooling should be probably people with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. I don't know. I can go either way, honestly. Like, serious. I don't know. I'll put agree. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. Probably not. There are no savages like people in different cultures. It's such a stupid, like... Do I think some cultures are better than others? Sure. That's it. There we go. Wait, if we disagree. Those who are able to work and refuse opportunities should not expect... Disagree. When you're troubled, it's better to not think about it, but keep busy with more cheerful things. I don't know, man. First generation immigrants can never be fully integrated. What's good for most successful corporations is always ultimately what's good for us. The branch of the institution should receive public funding. Probably not. Probably. So we're going to have one party disagree. But it also is stupid because, like, technically I agree this is an advantage. It does not outweigh all the disadvantages, but... What if I get this quiz? You don't know, Rude Crab? This is just a political compass quiz, which Isaac wants me to take for some reason. Do an audience political compass? What does that mean? Welcome back, Marley, by the way. The answer you give was 0 affecting result? Oh. Always have people... fuck that shit. See? This question's dumb. All these questions are dumb. Punishment or more than no. It's a waste of time to try to. It's because it's dumb. It's like I agree, but like I don't even. Fuck that shit. I seen a streamer do it. He had a political compass doc with according to every viewer on it. No idea how much my own political stuff here is kind of tame and uninteresting. L. Oh, how much I would give. Oh, how much I would get. Well. It is fun sometimes, okay? As much as we're, a little dysfunctional, okay? Sometimes it's fun. With all politicians probably not going to growth, but we should heed the warnings that climate scientists growth is making peace with these establishments is an important aspect of maturity. Agree. I mean, instead of making a quiz and having a bunch of Twitch while people do it and then doing factor analysis on the results, well, your quiz would be... I don't trust what your quiz would be, though. Strongly disagree. Strongly disagree. That's a dumb quote. Naturally unlucky. Like, I don't believe, like, people are born with, like, a fucking luck value based on where the fucking stars are at the time they're born. But like, I don't like some people are born like without an arm, and it's just like, okay, well that's kind of unlucky. Like fuck, like too much gooning is bad. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wow, wow, live that, wow, crazy, whoa. Are you happy? Is Isaac even still here? Imagine Isaac left after making me go through this horrible mess. Ain't even here. He ain't even here, guys. This dude. This dude. By the way, I saw before I started streaming Dylan Burns talking about Cam Higby
about it seems aid,
and I watched how I watched it, not very much of it. I watched a little bit about them talking about tariffs and his justification is stupid or whatever. He's like, oh, clearly we're just trying to get to free trade. It's like, okay, dog. Like, okay, dog. He has every country on their knees begging for 0-0, and it's like those deals have already been rejected. And also, I remember to get a flashback. I wonder how Cam now feels about his argument that he gave me that Biden was more authoritarian, and that, or I don't know if he necessarily said Biden was more authoritarian, but he's like, every president is authoritarian. Every president expands their power. Biden did more executive orders than Trump did. I wonder how he feels.
like the right
about that now.
Orders his first day in office than Trump did. Like every president is expanding
Wait,
power.
hold on,
Every
wait,
time they go elected, Congress is doing the
It's
same.
not necessarily executive
Overreach, right?
like, I don't know. Later, I got back to him and I was like, hey, you know, obviously judging by the number of executive orders is stupid because, like, the example I gave was Schedule F appointments. Like, obviously, Schedule F appointments is a way more authoritarian thing than, you know, really any executive order that Biden did. And Schedule F appointments, Biden voluntarily got rid of. That's one of his executive orders. But we now know that wars don't only happen under Biden. Trump's taking L's. Yeah, tariffs can be good, but these ones are terrible. Well, I don't know. Like, tariffs can be good in the same way that like seatbelts can be bad. It's like, okay, it's like yes, technically, I have to give it to you, but oh god damn it, I don't know where fucking chromium comes from. China, probably 17, really? Australia? Are you fucking kidding me? What country? There's gonna be like one country that exports fucking 80% of the chromium ore in the world. I'm just trying to think of mineral fucking economies. The Democratic Republic of Congo, like, don't have any. I don't know what fucking chromium is. Fuck this shit, dude. I use chromium as my browser. That's kind of crazy. Or chromium, obviously, a chromium based. I use thorium, right, which is chromium, whatever. I'm out of I'm out of countries that I know do a lot of mining. Sweden, South Africa, Turkey, Zimbabwe. See, South Africa 6.4 billion, and then the next one, Turkey, 402 million. Like, goddamn economies of scale and globalization. What the fuck, dude? Gains from specialization. What the hell? Mexico, Lebanon, Sri Lanka, and Tanzania. I feel like I've had Tanzania before. Tanks and armored vehicles. Okay, I feel like Mexico has coconut, vegetables, is vegetable stuff. And tires. Maybe it had video display. Video displays is probably. Ooh, I don't know actually. Does Mexico? Do you think Mexico exports delivery truck? I could see that happening because I know cars, but. Oh, I got the left of Bernie in a very serious test. Not so neoliberal now, huh? See, this is why I hate it. It's a dumb test. Maybe Mexico. Oh, apples and pears, maybe? Nope. Beer and fertilizer. Fuck this. Wait, I have beer, delivery trucks, other vegetables. Are there any good political the 9-axis test or whatever. 9 axes. I think this one's pretty good. And that's a few other, like, ones that are pretty close to this. Dude, I want to see Localist take one. I wonder, it doesn't have a, I mean, it has a federal versus unitary. I guess he would be, you know, very close to federal. But it's hard to even say because he's not federal, he's local. He doesn't think that, I don't think he thinks we should have a federal government at all. Fuck this shit. Forbidden. Okay. $603 billion. That's a lot. Is this Mexico? A bunch of cars, car parts, computers. China is. I don't think China would have other stuff, right? I'm gonna guess Mexico. Oh, easy. Wow. I'm tweeting this one. Literally nothing changed. Oh. This is a trans person got a nose job or something. Wow. Fuck this dude. I think if we want to take localism seriously, we should work towards using gene edit and make our nervous system more like an octopus with relatively even distribution of neurons rather than having a centralized brain. True. Dude, by the way, I thought about this. and I want to hear an argument against it, and I don't think there are good arguments. Okay, I think anyone who accepts, as I do, that we should probably use gene editing to like get rid of cancer, right? Like if there's a baby, if we have the ability to edit genes of babies, which to an extent we already do, but we get a lot better at it. It's a lot cheaper, a lot more efficient. We should probably get rid of a lot of the genes that we know are cancer risk, right? I'm just saying, elephants are mammals, and they have internal testicles, and I don't see why we shouldn't copy those genes and put them in our male babies, and all our male babies have internal testicles, because like it's just like a. What are we advocating for? I just said we take all future male babies must have the elephant internal testicle gene. Okay, so there's no external. The testicles are internal. I think there is actually a different term for internal testicles, but men's one weakness. Exactly. Exactly. Like this is a. I'm sure if you, but like just think of like. There's aggregately the entire future male population having internal testicles. Would they fit there? We could make it work. We just have like so much like reduced suffering. Like just like if you sit, even if people get kicked in the balls or sit in their balls or something, 5 times in their life, okay. You take the entire future male population of presumably billions of males, at least in America, if we only did it in America, hundreds of millions of future males. Taking away that for all of them, that's just like a huge, like decrease in suffering. Would be no male population. Well, they're still male. There's still testicles. There's inside. We need to make testicles anymore. Do they stay up there the whole time? I think that's how. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd just be like any other organ. It's just weird. Like this is the only like organ that is just like hanging out in a sack. It's like, yeah, who needs woman? I mean, it'd just be like woman's ovaries. I'm not surprised eugenics are your new int. It's not. This is in a dumb definition of eugenics. This is eugenics. I think by a reasonable definition of eugenics, this is not like really eugenics. But like I'm just saying, like what? Notice how stepping in Keynes' footsteps. Notice how no one is arguing against it. Okay, no one is arguing against it. You guys are calling it stupid, but I'm right. There'd be so much suffering just gone forever if we just took the elephant's internal testicle genes, give it to the entire future male population. So much suffering gone. Okay. If we just eliminated, you're still a man. You still have XY chromosomes. You still have testicles. Okay, they're just inside. They're just internal. They're still there. They still work. Okay. Most men are obese, so won't last long. What do you mean? With all our daughters, it'll be cool if they come out sometimes. I mean, maybe it could happen. I mean, maybe if you want to maintain the aesthetic or something, I guess like maybe you could have it like every time you get a boner, your balls also fall out. I guess maybe you could do that. Fall out. Fall out is the wrong term. Come out. Like out of what you're in. Out of. I don't know. They just be. We can make it work. They don't have to come out again. They just have to. They could just be like 80% internal, and then like your balls already like. I mean, when it's cold or whatever, shrink up to stay warm, right? So like you could just take this to the next level and have them be like internal, but then they can fall. But then they can fall out. They don't have to, so they can? What do you mean, so they can? You can have internal testicles and inside ball sack have non-sensitive ball shelled tissue? This is also just another, like, I'm sure, again, aggregately, the entire, again, guys, the entire future male population will not have to shave their balls, okay? There's no, like, this is huge. If we have shorter legs, we would bang our heads less. I mean, we could do that. I don't know if that's true. That doesn't seem super intuitive to me, but we should eugenics away all tall people. I mean, there is my understanding is that I do believe shorter people typically live longer, right? I think the reason people think that is because of their, how's it not intuitive? I don't see why just having shorter legs would bang your head. That doesn't seem intuitive, but I don't know. Maybe it's something I'm just not seeing. So, if people are having like a net positive life, right? If the majority of the population is having a net positive life, which I think is usually true. And certainly in the future, it'd be even more true. I think our quality of life in the future would be higher than it is now. So if we want people to live longer in the future, more enjoyable life, maybe we should make them shorter. Because you aren't tall enough to bang it? Do you just mean... I mean, I guess that makes sense. But that's only if you're, like, pretty tall. That you really have to worry about banging your head on most things. But they make people shorter, you have fewer space constraints. True. I mean, we should just... Man, this argument takes you to a lot of weird places. But you could... I think, we could make it such that, like, every... every... If we just had humans be, like, all one size or all within a few inches of each other, planes would be comfortable for everyone. We could make cars and roller coasters comfortable and available to ride for everyone. Like, there'd just be like a huge benefit to that, right? Like, to just having a standard human size, a narrow range for the a narrower range, I guess, because there's a pretty, make everyone 6'3". 6'3" is, I feel like, too tall. And there wouldn't be any like downside to being short, because like when everyone's short, no one is, right? Like like if everyone's 5'6", well, no one's short because we're all just 5'6". Is my questions, please? Do you ever mentally compare the size of your testicles with other guys' testicle size? No. I don't think I have. No. I don't know how mentally I would. I mean, I can make guesses, but 6'3" is my height. Well, your baby is going to be 5'6", whether you like it or not, okay? And they're going to have internal testicles. Huge balls. Height is highly polygenic and large environmental components, so it doesn't even make sense. Get out of here, cat. Get out of here, cat. Get out of here. Did you see today, Trump and Carney? I didn't see much of it. I saw a picture. I saw the picture that you sent, or Bob Marley sent. That's all I've seen so far, but. I don't think I want to watch all this. But we could solve baldness. We could do that as well. Or we can make everyone bald. Trump's yapping about the most retarded shit about trade, and Carney was biting his tongue so hard. Oh no! Oh no! He's talking about trade with a PhD economist in the room. Oh no! I didn't even think of that. Oh no!
you know, just
This is like the lowest quality shit. Is there a higher? There's gotta be.
Parliament to be opened with what's called a speech from the throne, which sets out the legislative.
Imagine being a PhD economist listening to Trump's trade rambling. I know. Trump said we're subsidizing Canada. Oh no. Oh no.
for a period of time, the election quite a few times. And it's an honor to have you at the White House and the Oval Office. And you see the new and improved Oval Office as it becomes
Was he ever in the old one
more and more
even?
beautiful with love. Handle it with great love. And 24 karat gold, that always helps.
And I thought this was
But it's-
interesting.
Oh no.
Is that what you really want to bring back is localism? That politics has become too nationalized. Tell me a bit about that. I feel like this is actually pretty important to your politics, a sense that
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
nationalization is maybe broken. The way politics is supposed to work in one answer is going to be bringing back.
I saw people were mad about this, but I don't exactly know why.
A localism that we've lost.
Yeah. My American, like my mom's side of the family, my dad's from Mexico. My mom's family's been in Washington State for 5 generations pre-statehood. And the last time that a lot of people, in my gene pool were Democrats was when they were Blue Dog Democrats. That still means something to people. The last, when Blue Dogs were a large caucus, because we were holding seats that we have lost and not regained. And so it is
Don't listen. It's very annoying. I don't know. I mean, I don't have much to do today, so I might add it to the list or whatever. But I don't know how. I don't know. But
if you can build a political body that is bringing that
out of touch
things-
elites. A better economic agenda. Oh,
is going to feel
no.
them. Like, this much better.
we
than
don't
me.
know that they're staying is the other thing. And so just being the anti-Trump.
But you have to treat policy that he is proposing like it will. I mean, it might not stay if it.
Oh no!
Oh, I saw this, obviously. Yeah.
Right in the kisser. MAGA World is up in arms today after the bonk by a boom mic.
The love of my life. She was kind of cute. We're gonna build Canada's gonna be the greatest Canada ever. She's wearing her dad's shirt. I do still think the cat girl is the
Carla
hottest
Gazale. I'm running for
future congresswoman, obviously. She got lucky, or I don't know if she got lucky if this is always going to happen, but the person she was running against, I think, dropped out. So, like, this is a open primary now or whatever. So, I would vote for her. I would vote for her over most people.
I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress, and as of today, my race is officially an open primary. That's because after 27 years, Jan Schakowsky, the 9th District's current incumbent, has announced she will not be seeking a 15th term. Representative Schakowsky has pushed for progressive change and has a legacy most public servants can only dream of. And while we might not agree on everything, she and women like her have paved the way for people like me to be able to run for office. So Jan, if you watch this, I just want to say thank you for your work, truly. Now, obviously, this announcement raises some questions for my campaign. The biggest one being, what do you
Her and Mitch McConnell, I think I'd vote
gonna
for
do
her.
now? And that's pretty easy to answer. We're just gonna keep doing our thing. The best part about my strategy, recentering people and using our campaign resources to push public good, is that it works no matter who my opponent is. I'm still not gonna take a cent of corporate PAC money. Our campaign-sponsored events will still be accessible to everyone, no matter your income. And this is and will always be
Wow,
a grassroots
wow.
operation. That being said, I cannot wait to find out who
I
will
think they do agree on almost everything, which is why her running didn't make sense to me.
jump into this race.
I mean, I think she was just upset. I don't know specifically the person she was running against, but her whole point was, what if Democrats didn't suck? What if Democrats fought more? And what if Democrats weren't 15th term 80-year-old woman? I don't know if they were 80, but
My name's Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
obviously super old. And also, humana, awooga, it's just not reason enough. Jesus, look at her, man. But regardless, I don't know. I think it's fair to say, like, I want Democrats to fight more or whatever. But yeah, she's literally 80, lol. Yeah. Although also, I will say,
I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
I don't I don't understand. Why do people do that? Why do people do this? So you can't see their fucking face, okay? Not that like you can always see my face when I have my microphone, like I have it usually. Like sometimes it's still cut off a little bit, but like why have the microphone like this fucking. This is the Hassan speak directly like into it, like standing up, like I don't know. I just think it like we can see you can't see my fucking mouth, okay? Even if I low IQ streamers, I just feel like having it like this, just not that like sometimes it does cut off my chin, and I try to make it not do that, but like just have like I feel like I think it just looks so much better like this, and I don't get it.
I'm running for Congress, and as of today, my race is officially an open primary. That's because after 27 years, Jan Schakowsky, the 9th district.
Will we react to Hassan reaction to debate with Ethan? That sounds fucking miserable.
District's current incumbent has announced she will not be seeking a 15th term. Representative Schakowsky, I think you're the pay what you want comedy show and are planning a hell of a Pride Month. And that's what I can say my campaign manager and I have worked on in just the last 24 hours. I would love to see other campaigns adopt this model. I mean, this country spends millions on elections every year. So how about instead of enriching the already rich?
I mean, did I watch it live? Yeah, I watched the thing live, and that was miserable enough. Okay, I don't want to rewatch it, but with Hassan speaking over, oh my god, be miserable. React to 5 minutes of that. If there's a clip of him saying something especially stupid, you can send that, but I don't really care to
total. We've raised $126,000
try to
so far.
find that clip
and when we
myself.
hit that final number, we'll be donating every dollar after that to local charities. So if you have $5, $10, $20 to spare today, consider donating at catforillinois.com. Best of all, though, your money
I have 75 cents in my bank account right now.
isn't going into the void or being spent on predatory and ineffective campaign tactics. We are dedicated in finding creative ways.
Wait, what charity is you going to donate to? Is it the Shrimp Welfare Project? That's what I need to... I only do it if she donates to access to the Shrimp Welfare Project, the most moral and effective charity. She knows what she's doing. It's not mean to say she's playing into the. This is. Anyway. Can't you apply for welfare now or food stamps? I could. I am not eligible. I don't know why I would, but okay. How many donations do you think she's going to get from that pick alone? No bra. Yeah, it clearly, like, no bra. Probably a cold day out or something. Okay. Okay. Why aren't you? Well, my family makes too much money. I have too much income. You are unemployed and poor? I'm a dependent. God.
It's been a lot of fun. We're going over some of the beautiful pictures that were stored in the vaults that were for many, many years, in some cases over 100 years. They were stored in vaults of the great presidents, or almost great presidents, all having a reason for being up, every one of them. So it's very interesting.
Your family? You got kids? I am the kid. I am. Sweet baby boy can't even rent a car. I know. How are you still dependent after 18 according to law? You're still your tenant for tax purposes. I don't think I'm a... No, aren't I still a dependent for tax purposes? I don't know the tax dependent test. Must be a U.S. citizen. A person can't be claimed as a dependent more than one tax return. Dependent can't claim a dependent on the tax return. Must be a qualifying child or qualifying relative. Be under age 19 or under 24 if full-time student. Or if any... I think technically I'm a part-time student. But I am 19. So maybe I won't be a dependent this year. But I was a dependent last year. But would I just be... Just say you were disabled? Enough to pay 35% tax voluntarily on all Twitch income. I mean, I am taxing it a little bit technically, I think, but I don't think what are the rules? I forget. I don't know. I don't even think do you have to? Isn't it like if it's under $600, you don't even have to report it? IRS $600 threshold. Under 600, you don't pay. Lana, how do you know? Lana, aren't you younger than me? How the fuck do you know? How the fuck are you a better? No one makes 150K from OF. I have been very clear about this for a long time. If I thought there was demand for the non-fun only fans, I would absolutely make it. This more often get some of that Tourette's money. Does that even qualify you for disability? Maybe it's just really bad, but he'll be exempt by new Trump tax plan. I mean, even if I wasn't a dependent, I would be making way under the standard deduction even. So can I count as a qualifying relative? Everyone should donate their 401k to non-fun right now. True. Qualifying relative must meet general rule for dependents, not a qualifying child. Lived with you as a member of your household, or as a specific type of relative. Has a gross income under, I think I would fit in this regardless, right? Gets more than half of their financial support fee. That's probably true. No, that's definitely true, considering, yeah. The computer mind cannot comprehend that there is not, in fact, tens of thousands of dollars in government money waiting around for students and unemployed people. Believe it or not, guys. No one has a stake account and steals all the money he can to fund it. True. If I could get a stake sponsorship, I might do that. I don't know. I don't think gambling is necessarily immoral. So if I felt like, although I do think most of the gambling sponsorship things are pretty bad. I don't know, but if it paid the bills, I'm looking forward to the Doge dividend one day, bro. Don't worry, bro. Wasn't Kick offering an hourly wage at some point? So they still do. You just have to have. By the way, guys, exclamation point! Everybody Kick in the chat, guys. Go follow the Kick so I can reach KCIP. You have to have like 75 average viewers, I think, though, which I'm nowhere. Hey, Landon, thanks for following. Hell yeah. I hate Kick. Valid. Can watch on Kick. There's no actual. Technically, hey, thanks, Boeing stuff for the following Kick. There's no actual, on Kick you don't get ads. There's that, which means I don't get ad revenue, but it means you don't get ads. On Kick, I get a higher percentage of the sub. So if you want to sub, it's better to sub on Kick. But Kick pays hourly if you get verified, yeah. Channel must be verified. Verified is like, 75 concurrent viewers past 30 days. 30 hours in the last 30 days, that's easy. 25 active subs in the last 30 days. This would, if I got to 75 average viewers, I'm fairly certain I could get 25 subs. 250 unique chatters in the past 30 days. If I got to 75 concurrent viewers, this might be relatively easy. I don't know. 3 VODs in the last 30 days, easy. 250 followers. Again, if I got to 75 concurrent viewers, I would have more than 250 followers by the end.
But I just want to congratulate you, and ran a really great race. I watched the debate. I thought you were excellent, and I think we have a lot of things in common. We have some tough points to go over, and that'll be fine. We're going to also be discussing Ukraine-Russia, the war, because Mark wants it ended as quickly as. We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not.
I'd presume if Kick is going to start paying you money to stream, that they would, have some check if you're botting or not.
They've announced to us, at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. and we will honor that, and we will stop the bombings, and they have capitulated. But more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore.
Oh, thanks for following, Rude Crab.
And that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that.
I would imagine.
So
just do
I think
fraud.
That's very positive. They were knocking out a lot of ships.
That
going,
easy.
As you know, sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just the canal. It was a lot of other places. And I will accept their word. And we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. And Marco, you'll let everybody know that. Okay. Do you have something to say about that, by the way? It's a pretty big announcement.
Navigation mission. These guys, these are a band of individuals with advanced weaponry that were threatening global shipping, and the job is to get that to stop. And if it's going to stop, then we can stop. And I think it's an important development.
And we'll have maybe before we're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia.
I'm not sure that is true. What is true? Just eliminate your Social Security card and move to Montana and build a cabin and never pay taxes while making money off the airbase.
We're going to.
I could unironically, I would choose living in fucking trying to think of a country that's not like horrible to live in, but still cheap to live in. Japan, maybe. I would choose like living in Japan, and or just living somewhere like you said, somewhere in the U.S. that's super cheap to live, like somewhere in bumfuck nowhere. Okay, Montana, Singapore. Don't you know that they cane people in public in Singapore? They beat the shit out of you if you don't flush your toilet in Singapore. So I've heard. So Tim Pool has told me. And being a streamer than living somewhere expensive here, doing real work. Like what the I don't want to have a real job. What the fuck? Like
UAE and Qatar, and that'll be
Wyoming.
I guess Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then we're gonna have a very
as long as I get Starlink Wi-Fi. Honestly, Starlink Wi-Fi might be better than the shit I have now. I think it's the Wi-Fi. I don't think it's. I don't know what the issue is. Which seemingly it's been good so far. We'll see if it still continues to cut out, but. The actual speed I'm getting is good now, but the download is really, the upload is super asymmetrical, but it's good enough.
Big announcement to make, like as big as it gets, and I won't tell you on what, but
Move to West
it's very
Virginia.
positive.
Don't you know, actually, the bungalow by Tim Pool's fucking podcast is $600,000 now because I forget why Tim Pool said the real estate market's fucked up there, but
I'd tell you if it was negative or positive.
That upload is what? The upload. I mean that upload speed like 30. Before I started streaming, it was like 40. I think it's just because I am streaming it's slower. The upload speed itself is fine. It's good. It's better than most people's. It's just annoyingly asymmetrical if the download. Like I wish it was like it is like. Less than a tenth of the download speed. I wish it was just like 1/5 of the download speed or something. But
keep that up. It is really, really positive, and that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most
transformational president.
Transformational.
With the help of my colleagues here,
transitional step a little bit, and this was a transitional deal, and we'll see what happens, man. And I wanted to know if that's good or bad. I shouldn't say that. Friendship. Oh, I mean, how good? The great one. You happen to have
information very intentionally used. Yeah. When did they talk about trade?
They're suffering greatly. Their economy is suffering greatly because they're not doing trade with the U.S. And they made most of their money off the U.S.
Is he talking about Canada? Or is he talking about Russia or something? Move to Singapore for faster upload speed and gaming. Singapore does have good Wi-Fi, right? So maybe it's worth it.
$10 to China, and they're doing no business right now.
Oh, he's talking about China?
China. They want to meet, and they're doing no business right now. And those ships are turning around in the Pacific Ocean.
Is this true, by the way? Do they want to meet? Do they? Is he just lying again? China still, to my knowledge, has not done anything. U.S. and China set to start tariff talks this week. Tim lives near Martinsville, it's close to D.C. Yeah, they mentioned that in a podcast. But is this confirmed now, or is it just because didn't Trump say this last week too, or whatever? Oh, here we go. Chinese state media reported that Beijing had decided to engage with the U.S. after fully considering global expectations, the country's interest, and appeals from American businesses.
Turn. Those are big ships. Those ships take about 10 miles to turn. And,
Wow.
we lost $1 trillion to China on trade because of an incompetent president that we had who preceded me, grossly incompetent. You're finding it out more and more now. And by not trading, we're losing nothing. So we're saving $1 trillion. It's a lot.
Yes, true.
But they want to
Where's
negotiate.
Mark Hardy's face right now? Oh my God, I would end it. I would end it. I got a ground notification half an hour ago saying that they're set to meet. Okay, good to know.
And they want to have
It's
a meeting.
for real
and
this time, guys.
We'll be meeting with them at the right time. I have not met with them. Of course, you would know if I met. I'd tell you they want to meet. But, we are right now. Look, they're suffering greatly. Their economy is suffering greatly because they're not doing trade with the U.S. And they made most of their money off the U.S. Don't kid yourself. They don't make the money off other countries like this. And they were making. We had a trade imbalance. We had a deficit, or they had a surplus.
Oh, really? A deficit is it? Oh, that's crazy. That's great. One country's deficit, another country's surplus. Did you know, by the way, the trade deficit is equal to another type of surplus. It's called a capital account surplus. Anyway, regardless, ignoring that. I think it's like 16% of China's exports go to the U.S. or whatever. So they do make money off of other countries as well. But can you imagine living outside the U.S.? I would love to live in Europe or live in Japan even. America accounts for about a third of all Chinese exports. A third? I thought it was less than that. .9%. This says, yeah, thought it was 12%, 18%. Although Hong Kong, I guess that counts still. But yeah, Japan, South Korea, Germany, Russia, UK, Brazil. Move to Cyprus. I don't know if Cyprus would be where I want to move.
Another way of saying it, of more than $1 trillion. Think of it, more than $1 trillion. And because of 145%, that's the only reason, but because of they have now 145% tariff, there's no trading. You can't trade with 145%. We are, therefore, making,
crazy,
in a certain way, I guess, $1.1 trillion. In other words, we're not losing $1.1 trillion. Our deficit is much better. When I started, I said we were losing billions of dollars a day on trade. That's rapidly turning around. We looked at numbers this morning. So we were losing, the United States during Biden was losing more than, I won't even give you numbers.
I like how during Biden, I had a president before me, incompetent. We've had persistent trade deficits since the 80s, but okay.
It's so embarrassing. But billions of dollars a day on trade. Those numbers are rapidly turning between the tariffs. Don't forget, we're now getting 25% on cars, 25% on aluminum, 25% on steel, and maybe more importantly, massive numbers of companies are moving into the United States. Honda, we have tremendous. The car companies are moving in at levels we've never seen before. The biggest investment
They also have laid off people, but whatever.
Ever made in the United States is being made right now. Trillions of dollars. I would say we could be at $9 trillion. You could go back to other presidents. They haven't had $1 trillion for their entire term. Look at Biden. He had bad numbers. People were leaving. They weren't coming in. They were leaving with Biden, and he didn't know the difference. The only thing he knew is people coming in. You know who they were? Illegal immigrants. Okay.
Yes. You have to have illegal immigration. Yes. The version I watched showed Carney's reaction and everything. Yeah, this is a different. This doesn't have Carney's reaction and everything, but I would. Dude, I would game end myself so hard. Okay. If I was a world leader and I had to not only listen to this while being in the same room, but then go talk to this person privately about trade negotiate. What do I say? Can I, I'm not going to be able to explain to you why you're wrong. I'm not going to what, am I going to pull out an Econ 101 textbook and be like, am I going to pull out the graph of a tariff on intermediate goods and show the producer surplus going down if you tariff intermediate goods? What am I supposed to do? Guess on mergers? What do you mean?
We are, therefore, making,
This doesn't have a reaction either.
And I think I was probably the greatest thing that happened to him, but I can't take full credit. They were Canada. And I think I was probably the greatest thing that happened to him, but I can't take full credit. His party was losing by a lot.
That's funny.
He ended up winning, so I really want to congratulate him. It was probably one of the greatest.
And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security.
Relationship, pretty much. The USMCA is great for all countries. It's good for all countries. We do have a negotiation coming up over the next year or so to adjust it or terminate it.
Carney hated Trump. Why are they meeting? They're world leaders. What do you mean? They have stuff to chat about. I think Trump said they're going to chat about Ukraine, apparently. Presumably, I would imagine there'd be trade negotiations as well. Canadians picked a weak prime minister. Trudeau would have gone nuts. I don't know what I don't know what you're supposed to do when you are in a meeting with this dude. I mean, you're talking to the press and he's just lying. He's just wrong. You're a PhD economist, so you know he's fucking lying.
Rebuilt our military during our last term. Stupidly, we gave some away to Afghanistan, which shouldn't have happened. But that was, I think it was the most 888.
Mad shit about him when he first took office. I would imagine, yeah, he's a liberal. That's why I think part of the reason why he won is because people don't like Trump because he was tariffing Canada, and Mark Carney and the liberals just got mad at him. He tried his best to not get Zelensky.
When you consider what Mr. Carney just said, that Canada is not for sale, does this make the discussion a little more difficult to start on?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No, time will tell. It's only time. But I say never say never. I've had many.
My king.
Mr. President. Worst trade deal in the history of our country, probably in the history of the world. And this was a transitional deal, and we'll see what happens. We're going to be starting to possibly renegotiate that if it's even necessary. I don't know that it's necessary anymore, but it served a trade imbalance. We had a deficit, or they had a surplus. Another way of saying it, of more than $1 trillion. Think of it, more than $1 trillion. And because of 140.
To fix that pothole, bro. I can't believe Trump is talking to this Canadian colony banker instead of focusing on American issues, Americans and real issues like pothole down the street.
5%. That's the only reason. But because they have now 145% tariff, there's no trading. You can't trade with 145%. We are therefore making, in a certain way, I guess, $1.1 trillion. Murdered more than one person. This is what Biden led into our country. I'm bringing in big companies. We have Apple is investing $500 billion. We have Jensen, as you know, is going to be 500 biggest chip maker, or chip thinker, I call him. He's really a thinker more than a maker. But we also have the maker.
Remember when we had those nice subsidies for chip makers? Remember that?
Trump? Get to know them all in the last. It was a cram course, but they're all moving into America because of the tariffs, and I don't think people have appreciated it. Some people do. Some of the smart people do. So we have more money coming in. It's really an amazing thing. We have more money being invested in the United States now than at any time ever before in our history, and it's not even close. And I think the real number could be 9 or 10 trillion. We don't know everybody that's doing it. We have many. I just heard about a plant that's being built right now, a very, very top of the line company, and they didn't come to the White House. They're just doing it because they're making it because if they build here, there are no tariffs. And this is the big market. This is the market. That sets us apart from it. This is the market where everyone wants to be. Now, if I didn't come here and do this, all of a sudden we wouldn't be the market where everyone wants to be. So we're able to do it in time. But we're going to have a great announcement, and I'm not necessarily saying it's on trade. Going to the beginning, we're going to have a great announcement over the next few days, an announcement that will be so incredible, so positive. And I'm not saying, I don't want you to think it's necessarily on trade. Just to finish, we also have a situation, because everyone says, when are you going to sign deals? We don't have to sign deals. We can sign 25 deals right now, Howard, if we wanted. We don't have to sign deals. They have to sign deals with us. They want a piece of our market. We don't want a piece of their market. We don't care about their market. They want a piece of our market. So we can just sit down, and I'll do this at some point over the next 2 weeks, and I'll sit with Howard and Scott and with our great vice president, who has done a really good job. We have some good news to report on a lot of fronts. But JD will be there, and Marco, and we're going to sit down, and we're going to put very fair numbers down, and we're going to say, here's this country, what we want, and congratulations, we have a deal. And they'll either say, great, and they'll start shopping, or they'll say, not good, we're not going to do it. I said, that's okay, you don't have to shop. Now, we may think, well, they have a right, that maybe we were a little bit wrong, so we'll adjust it. And then you people will say, oh, it's so chaotic. No, we're flexible. But we'll sit down, and we'll, at some point, in some cases, we'll sign some deals. It's much less important than what I'm talking about. For the most part, we're just going to put down a number and say, this is what you're going to pay to shop. And it's going to be a very fair number. It'll be a low number. We're not looking to hurt countries. We want to help
are we going to...
We want to be friendly with countries. But you keep writing about deals.
These deals, are they still going to... Does that imply these deals are still going to involve like a 5% minimum tariff in all these countries or whatever?
It's very simple. We're going to say, in some cases, we want you to open up your country. In some cases, we want you to drop your tariffs. I mean, India, as an example, has one of the highest tariffs in the world. We're not going to put up with that. And they've agreed already to drop it. They'll drop it to nothing. They've already agreed. They would have never done that for anybody else but me. So we're going to put down some numbers, and we're going to say our country is open for business. And they're going to come in, and they're going to...
I know this has happened before, so I should just like get examples of this. But like, I don't know. I saw like I think Matt Iglesias had it might have just been a tweet about this. He was just like, I'm fairly confident. Like if he emailed the prime minister or like trade negotiator in New Zealand, like they would answer that email. Like it's not like they wouldn't. Like they would not. It's like
to pay for the privilege of being able to shop in the United States of America. It's very simple. It's very simple. So I wish they'd keep, stop asking, how many deals are you signing this week? Because one day we'll come and we'll give you 100 deals. And they don't have to sign.
Wow.
All they have to do is say,
100 deals in
we'll
one
start
day.
Sending our ships right now to pick up whatever we want or to bring whatever we want. It's very, very simple. And I think my people haven't made it clear. We will sign some deals. But much bigger than that is we're going to put down the price that people are going to have to pay to shop in the United States. Think of us as a super luxury store. A store that has the goods. You're going to come and you're going to pay a price, and we're going to give you a very good price. We're going to make very good deals. And in some cases, we'll adjust. But that's where it is. And we've been ripped off by everybody for 50 years. And we're just not going to do that anymore. We can't do that. And we can't let any country do that to us. We're just not going to do it anymore.
Okay, Jesus. So I guess, first of all, I mean, Japan has already tried to make a deal, right? And they said, the Trump administration had no clear goals. Like we offered like 0 for 0 or whatever. Biden's cognitive decline versus literally the logic of a 5-year-old. I know. I feel like I could describe to a fucking 5-year-old why trade deficits aren't you losing money. I could tell it, like I could give a 5-year-old, okay, my fucking I could give him $1 and buy something from him and then say you can only spend this $1 with me, and he would understand. Oh, and like show him, oh, you can only spend US dollars in America? Oh, that's crazy. I have to buy something from America with the dollars that I give you via a trade deficit? That's crazy, bro. But I don't know. I mean, he's just Trump is Trump.
Can you tell us a bit more about the deal that you've reached with the Houthis?
No, it's not a deal. They've said...
Okay, I don't care about the Houthis, but... We need a 5-year-old in the country. It's great. Yeah, it's... Fuck these people. Fuck anyone who told me. And people told me this. I remember people telling me this before the election, that these tariffs are actually going to be done super smartly, bro. They're going to be... He's just bluffing about them being... He's clearly even... I hope Tyler's not watching. Fuck you, Tyler. I'm just kidding. But the people who say, like Tyler does, that, oh, Trump is like just... Trump is like just bluffing. He's just pretending to really, really like tariffs so that other countries thinks he likes tariffs. That way they think he'll actually follow through on the threat or what. It's like, okay, dog. This is the same dude who literally thought MS-13 were tattooed on his knuckles. I'm pretty sure he just literally does not understand trade deficits. I'm pretty sure the same way he thought MS-13 was literally on his knuckles, he just literally thinks that trade deficits are subsidies. I'm fairly certain that that is the case. Anyway, speaking of trade deficits and Trump, it's a good article. Proof Trump has no idea how the trade deficit works. There are many reasons President Trump should not be pushing Congress to pass huge tax cuts, but here's one you may not have heard. Budget deficits and trade deficits are twin. When a former goes up, so generally do the latter. So the same moment Mr. Trump is upending the global economy in a feckless attempt to eliminate America's trade deficit, he's essentially pressuring Congress to increase it. Here's how it happens. I don't know how to pronounce it. Perez, Whitmer 2028, we'll do smart target tariffs the right way. I can't wait. Oh, no, don't worry. We're going to have fair trade, bro. Target idea. Here's how it happens. The United States buys a lot of goods from other countries, and we pay for those goods with dollars. But those dollars are no good abroad, so the countries that we buy from invest them here. Some of the money goes indirectly or indirectly into businesses that are raising cash to build new data centers or expand natural gas facilities or construct new apartment complexes. Other dollars go to treasury bonds or bills, which the federal government uses to fund our large budget deficit. Same thing happens in reverse when other countries buy from the U.S., but to a lesser degree since our imports are larger than our exports. If the budget deficit rises, American investors theoretically could cover the shortfall, but that would mean putting up their money in treasury securities rather than businesses in their capital needs. The other option is that foreign countries amass more dollars and plow them back into the U.S. economy. How do they get those additional dollars? From all the German cars and Chinese electronics and imported beer that Americans will buy with the money from their tax cuts. More generally, a larger budget deficit will require the government to borrow more money, which drives up interest rates. Higher interest rates mean a stronger dollar, which makes it more expensive for people in other countries to buy our products, cheaper for us to buy theirs, and thus the trade deficit widens. So cutting taxes, as Mr. Trump has told Congress to do, will drive up the budget deficit and the trade deficit. All this may seem counterintuitive, but it's one of the few things that economists agree about. Me when S minus I is equal to NX. What? The budget deficit is already worryingly high in tax, and the tax cuts Mr. Trump is seeking would make it even larger. Last year, the U.S. ran a $1.8 trillion budget deficit, or 6% of GDP, higher than any other time except during World War II, the late 2000s financial crisis, and the COVID pandemic, despite strong economic growth and no unusual emergencies. The CBO projects that budget deficit will continue to average 6% of GDP over the next decade, which would result in a relentless increase in debt as a share of the economy. The budget instructions that Congress just passed authorize giant tax cuts and some modest spending increases, would add another $7 trillion to the debt through 2034, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. That would take the budget deficit to an estimated 8% of GDP or more. Despite Doge's grandiose claims, non-interest spending since Mr. Trump's inauguration is an estimated 9% higher than in the same period last year. Meanwhile, the IRS's workforce is being significantly reduced, which will make it harder to collect taxes. And no, the revenue from tariffs won't make up the difference, nor would the spending cuts in the budget Mr. Trump just proposed next year. Yeah. Which people aren't talking about it yet. Presumably, people are talking about more as I think they have to pass it by September or something as that gets closer. People are not talking that much about the Trump budget, but adding 2% of GDP to the budget deficit would add a substantial amount to its twin trade deficit, broadly defined, or what economists call the current account deficit, taking it towards 6% of GDP from 4% with the exact increase depending on a number of other moving pieces in the economy. There's nothing wrong with a trade deficit per se. Imports are good and something we value, and there's definitely nothing wrong with bilateral trade deficits. It makes sense the U.S. runs trade deficits with Lesotho, which sells us diamonds but does not buy much of our exports, while running a trade surplus with Brazil, which needs our energy resources to fuel its economy. But it is possible to have too much of a good thing. A large trade deficit requires attracting continued inflow of foreign investment into the U.S. and borrowing by the country, all of which can make our economy more vulnerable to global shifts. Well, repaying foreign lenders can reduce future living standards. A rule of thumb that I use is a trade deficit in the range of 3% to 6% of GDP needs no good explanation, and when a trade deficit rises above 6% of GDP, it always requires a real problem. More tax cuts would push us even closer to that problem. Infinite deficits, please. Very true, Econoboy. Anyway. Don't care. Why did Spotify stop on my end? Not that you guys can hear it, but... Trump has a budget. Trump has I forget what to call it, budget like blueprint request thing. It just said, I remember it said, make the military budget $1 trillion and like cut USAID, cut some other random stuff. Oh, I think more money went to charter schools. Yeah, I remember. Oh yeah, the National Institute of Health is getting a big cut. Obviously, who needs that? Increase military spending and cut aid for people, of course. Make America Skilled Again grant consolidation. What the fuck is this? Why are we making America skilled again? I thought we needed factory jobs for all the unskilled workers left behind by the great China shock and the... Yeah, I don't know. Rural development programs, minus 721. Oh, by the way, what was it? The screwworm wall? I saw this on fucking Twitter. For a while, the U.S. Department of Agriculture would drop like infertile screwworms over some South American countries to make sure the screwworms didn't come north and cause problems for us in agriculture. And that was just broken because I think we paused doing that because of one of Trump's executive orders. All is equal. I'm glad he's actually cutting some spending because the counterfactual is he's cutting taxes without cutting expenditures. I mean, technically, I guess Bob Marley, but... he's not cut. I think but I don't even think the cuts he's doing makes up for the increase in the defense budget, much less the increase in the defense budget plus the dropped revenue from the tax cuts. So I think it's like 163 billion in cuts. Which doesn't even make up for like the 200 billion increase in defense spending. For untold millennia, screwworms were a grassy fact of life for Americans. In the 50s, however, U.S. ranchers began to envision a new status quo. They dared to dream of an entire country free of screwworms. At their urging, the U.S. Department of Agriculture undertook what would ultimately become an immense, multi-decade effort to wipe out the screwworm, first in the U.S., then in Mexico and Central America, all the way down to the narrow strip of land that is the Isthmus of Panama. The eradication was a resounding success, but the story is not in there. Containing a disease is one thing, keeping it contained is another. A thing entirely, as the coronavirus pandemic is now so dramatically demonstrating. To get screwworms out, USDA to this day maintains an international screwworm barrier along the Panama-Colombia border. The barrier is an invisible one and is kept in place by constant human effort. Every week, planes drop 14.7 million sterilized screwworms over the rainforest that divides the two countries. A screwworm rearing plant operates 24/7 in Panama. Inspectors cover thousands of square miles by motorcycle, boat, and horseback, searching for every stray screwworm infectant north of the border. The slightest oversight could undo all the work that came before. What should he be cutting? I don't know. I mean, it's hard. Why can't I think of anything? There are plenty of things I don't like. Farming subsidies, get rid of all that fucking shit. I don't know. There's like a lot of things that I probably don't want to reduce the aggregate amount of like spending on. I just kind of want it spent like more efficiently. Like, maybe more efficiently is the wrong word. Like I probably want to raise the aggregate amount of like health. I obviously want to raise the aggregate amount of welfare spending, but I probably want to base anti-farming subsidies. It's like I probably want to like get rid of food stamps and just like replace that with cash transfers. Like I don't know why we don't, just have that. But just cut waste, obviously. This is true, actually. Just get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, bro. And then we'll have the balanced budget. This was definitely waste, fraud, and abuse, by the way. The fucking screw worm wall. But it was a fucking Substack post. What's new in biology? Substack. Screw worm. Are large fossil fuel subsidies still a thing in America? I don't think so. I doubt it, but in a second. Screwworms have returned to Central America. Costa Rica confirmed its first screwworm infection in over 30 years on February 7th, when physicians found dozens of larvae in an 80-year-old Canadian visitor's leg. Toronto surgeons removed more than 40 larvae in 2 procedures, and earlier this year, physicians reported at least 30 cases of screwworm infections in Nicaragua. For over 50 years, the USDA has airdropped millions of sterilized male screwworms weekly along the Panama-Colombia border. Female screwworms only mate once in their life. These sterile males mate with their females but produce no offspring, thus slowly reducing insect populations. This sterile insect technique eradicated screwworms in the U.S. in the 60s, but when the pest killed cattle and inflicted about $100 million in annual losses. But now the screwworm wall between North America and South America has been broken. I don't know. I believe this is at least partial because I think we stopped doing some of the fucking screwworm drops. You know what? We might start fucking subsidizing fossil fuels under Trump, though. Drill, baby, drill. I mean, they're pretty low, seemingly. What's the spiciest opinion you hold? I mean, earlier I was talking. I mean, we should genetically modify males to make their testicles internal that's a pretty spicy opinion, and I have yet to hear from anyone an argument against doing so. Okay, other than I just feel weird about it. Okay, fuck you. I've yet to hear an argument against it, but I don't know. I have a lot of I think I'm trying to think. I don't know. Ones I get the most hate for are kind of weird. I would say I probably it's impossible. You think it's impossible? Elephants have internal testicles. Okay, you can't convince me that 100 years from now we wouldn't have the technology to do so. Okay, you could fucking do it. We could fucking figure it out. You need the internal climate. I understand testicles can't get too hot. That's why they hang, or they stop producing sperm. I'm saying you genetically modify them to be able to produce sperms at a higher temperature, and then you put them internal. We could totally fucking do that. Again, other mammals do this. Elephants do this. Okay, so we could fucking figure it out. Can't convince me that we couldn't figure it out. That was one. Spicy. I don't know. I'm vegan. Philosophically, I think I've been vegan today dietarily. No, I haven't. I ate some fucking thing with frosting on it. That's presumably not vegan. Fuck. But I'm getting there, guys. I don't debate this that often anymore. I don't think I believe in free will. Really, that seems to get a lot of hate. Yeah, free will, veganism, internal testicles. I don't know. Genetically modified humans is something I can get behind, but testicular dangle would be on my low. Well, to be fair, like I opened a hypothetical, like saying, you know, like I think most of us can agree, like if we could genetically modify humans to like get rid of cancer, like we should probably do that. Like that's probably a good thing. And it seems like if you accept that, I don't see why we wouldn't get the fucking elephant internal testicle gene, put that in our shit, and again, just think again, aggregately, the entire future male population will never have to worry about fucking hurting their balls again. Like that's so much. Hundreds of millions of males will never have to worry about that, and that's just like a huge. That's just like that's huge. Would it be possible for the U.S. to increase the retirement age by like 5 years and save money that way? Seems spicy too. Oh fuck! I totally forgot. Privatized Social Security is a spicy. It's a needlessly spicy take. Okay. I would consider the opportunity cost of elephant testicle research and the implementation of this. It can't. There's no way. It can't be that much, but we can figure it out. Okay. But again, here's the. It's weird because you have to we have to think about future sentience. So like even if it cost $1 billion, okay, $1 billion to figure this shit out. Maybe we could have saved some kids in Africa with that money. Sure, whatever, bro. You know, maybe we could have. I mean, I guess there'd be an opportunity cost in other research as well. But like, if we research this and get it done, the entire future male population, for presumably, hundreds of years into the future, assuming this technology continues to exist, that's going to be billions of people, billions of men, never have to worry about getting their fucking balls hurt. Okay. Versus like you just save these kids in Africa and they have like an 80-year life. Okay. Do you want to privatize Social Security? Yeah, I just said like I think ideally I think a better retirement system would look something closer to Australia's system basically, or even just a sovereign wealth fund to fund retirement. I think would be probably better than we have now, but like a just socialized resource rent sovereign wealth fund. Like, isn't there some benefit to having your balls hanging low temperature wise? There is. So currently your balls won't produce sperm if they get too hot. They're like at body temperature, at internal body temperature, they will get too hot to produce sperm, and that's why they're not inside your body. But if we had to, presumably we could fix that. We could fix that defect, okay, that evolutionary defect. In the future, this technology could do that. Just donate to billions of dollars you need to for the shrimp welfare project instead. But again, you're saving shrimp. You donate $1 billion and you save shrimp for the entire year or whatever. Okay. No shrimp die painful deaths for the entire year. But billions of men for hundreds of years to come, okay, will never have to worry about this. There are high returns to accruing additional human capital. That is true. I mean, I guess you could invest $1 billion in like some. Presume there's obviously other types of technology that would have the same future benefits or would have like higher future benefits, and therefore like the opportunity cost wouldn't be worth it or whatever. But I mean like I don't know. You can say that for any, like, oh fuck me, don't research cancer. We could be researching fucking some insane labor-saving technology, so no one has to work anymore ever, and we just it's like, okay, well, like, or like some Oh, here's the real hot take. Okay, we do this unironically. We do this. Hold on. Whitest kids you know. Pig cube. We start researching this shit. Okay.
This is one of Dr. Scientist's genetic super pigs.
His name is 3571. From time to time, when we have a problem,
This is how we reduce animal suffering.
we'll bring somebody in with a bit more hands-on experience with animals.
We are. It's called AI. Isaac, how soon did you? How long have you been here? Just out of curiosity, did you hear me talking about internal testicles?
Francis here is a former pig farmer.
Boy right here, he's a little thick. 3571, he's a little thick.
I support importing young students from abroad, raise them, execute them in your, educate them. I think you mean in your culture instead of incentivizing local population to have more kids. I think that's good. Non-fun's job is post-scarcity communist utopia, internal testicle genetic engineer. Only like 1 minute why. I'm always in and out. Did I watch Hank Green? Did you? Okay, so I thought of this, yes, from... There was an interview that Ludwig did with Hank Green where he mentioned basically the question Ludwig asked was, if I put a laptop, if I have a laptop on my balls, am I going to go infertile? And the answer is probably not, but balls will stop producing sperm if they get hot enough, and in theory, a laptop can get hot enough, right? But that's a temporary effect. But and Hank mentioned other animals don't have to worry about this. Elephants, for example, have internal testicles, and their balls can still make sperm even when it's at their body temperature. And this was my take that I explained, and I've yet to hear a good argument against it. We should genetically modify all future male populations to have internal testicles. This is I just don't see, again, billions of men in the future will never have to worry about sitting on their balls, getting kicked in their balls, fucking... Then no kid. No, I just explain. How does that? No. You kill every future. No. Again, we genetically modify our balls so that they can produce sperm at higher temperatures, and then we put them inside our body. We copy the elephant's gene. Okay, elephant balls can produce fucking sperm at higher temperatures. We copy whatever that gene is. Okay, put it in our body. And then also copy the internal. Oh man! Also copy in the internal thing. Is this a clip of the ball thing, or is this a rubble on the street? No. Jesus, that was
on the street. What are you?
That was horrible. That was horrible.
Oh,
dude. There's rubble on the street. Jesus, that was
on the street. What are you?
I forgot about this clip, honestly. There's rubble on the street. Jesus, that was
on the street. What are you?
That was horrible. That was horrible.
Oh, dude, you at the little lemonade stand with a backwards L. $3 for the street.
God fucking damn it, bro. Oh, that was horrible.
That was crazy.
But this car is completely blown up. Anyway. Regardless, please post that in Discord. Yeah, sure. Regardless, in the same vein as we need to genetically modify future male populations such that their testicles are internal, we need to genetically modify future pig populations such that they have no brains and therefore can experience
Pigs like 3571 have been bred to maximize production of enjoyable breakfast materials.
Or just have lab-grown meat.
Bringing up to 3 times the profit of natural pigs.
Here we got a little piece of ham right there, and then we gotta break through his bacon cage right now. And here we go. He's gotta break through his bacon cage. Oh, here's the problem. Ugh, he's got something wrong with his eggs. His eggs are running. Yeah.
Practices such as this are hotly protested by animal activists such as these two, Carl and Sunshine. Their organization frees animals from medical laboratories. These two have recently liberated one of Dr. Science's pigs.
Make everyone have a minimum 8-inch long dick.
5786.
I feel like that would be. Again, remember we were talking about the benefits from having a standard height, though? Imagine the benefits from having a standard dick size. One, no more of this competition, okay? We just all have a fucking. I feel like 6 inches would be more reasonable than the 8 inches. I feel like that's. I don't. Maybe we need to start polling some women. RP to female, exactly. Like it just feels like 8 inches might be a little much for quite a few of them. But ignoring that, hold on. At Real Gumball Watterson, do you think an 8-inch dick would hurt? Okay. I'll update you on that whenever that happens. But I feel like 6 inches, okay. Oh, shit. She said no. Okay. So maybe 8 inches is maybe we can work with that. But we'd only have to produce one size of condom. No more of this competition between men for all future generations. This is you guys see what this is why we need to invest more in genetically modifying babies, okay? There's so many possible areas of improvement.
From his death sentence from those fascist fucking farmers. Farmers are fucking fascists. I mean, what they don't even think about is that pigs are 10 times smarter than dogs are. I mean, would you treat a dog like that, man?
I had no complaints.
The little guy's been through so much, he just sits there staring at the wall all day. He's depressed.
Nope, they don't mind one way or the other. They ain't got no brain.
We figured out the gene for brains and replaced it with
Condom sizes are based on girth. Now we can standardize the girth too. Is that true? I guess that I don't know. That can make sense. I guess. I guess that makes sense. But
see, food and all.
He does shit cinnamon buns though, so that's pretty cool.
Hey, do you want a shit cinnamon bun?
Their excrement
although
looks exactly like cinnamon rolls. Looks like.
It looks like. Although I have heard from. Remember that woman who not fun has never bought a condom? No, I have never bought a condom before. Remember that woman who she wrote a Substack post about having sex with 1,000 men or something on her birthday or whatever. In that post, I remember she said that different dicks do feel different. So there might be some benefit for a woman in having a variety, right? Like that could. So we'd have to weigh the benefits of no more of this funny competition between men and the downside of woman, potentially not having their preference or whatever. Often sex experience comes from Substack. Have I had a girlfriend? No, but I did read a Substack post about. Oh no! Oh no! It is a GF when you have Substack. Source your Substack. Actually, I think I have a command for my blog. I think. Oh, I don't think I do. Fuck. Hassan speaking at University of Chicago School of Politics May 13th. Oh no. To talk about what? But I think it's hiding my comments. YouTube does have kind of odd censorship sometimes. It could be. Chicago econ students get there, he's cooked. Dude, I've seen Hassan debate socialism 2 times. And it was like, the woke was silencing me, true. And it's like fucking, and it was like years ago. I don't think he's done it since then. All I've seen him say about economics since then is, Democrats should agree or not like agree with Trump on tariff, but Democrats shouldn't be pro free trade because without free trade, you have no manufacturing, or with free trade, you have no manufacturing. And with no manufacturing, you have no unions. And with no unions, you have no way to increase wages. And it's like, okay, so number one, you don't have any welfare. And it's like every country in the EU has free trade, but has all of these things that Hassan likes. And also, like, wages will definitely still increase without unions. They have been, but I mean, maybe you can, and I'm sure it's true to an extent that if there were more unions, wages would have increased faster. At least assuming that there aren't any like super negative effects of unions on the growth rate or anything, which I don't think there are, but it doesn't seem like it. Although there was that paper that we were talking about in the Discord server. I found that the pre-distributionist unions in the Nordic countries seem to be what drives a lot of the reduced inequality. Although I agree with Sam in his critique. Okay, I agree with the Sam. Every time I see a study like this, okay, I look forward to the Sam quote tweet. And he's usually right, I feel like, but Chicago econ students are too busy drawing their price theory charts to go see Hassan. Does U.S. allow for manufacturing a high-tech machinery to be exported to allies? Yeah, for the most part. I think a lot of our exports are like defense related or whatever. But wait till non-fun learns about dragon dildos. Isaac, I know about dragon dildos, but I feel like women have to train for that. Like isn't that like that's a okay? Like I know like there are men out there and women out there who will stick fucking 9-inch dildos up their ass. Okay, but like you can get to that point. But like I know at the beginning, like you gotta build up to it. Okay, like I know if I try to stick a 9-inch fucking dick in my ass, it would hurt. Okay, so like we're discussing like the average woman probably does not have. I can't believe we're still talking about this. Probably does not have glass jars even. Yeah, you don't start with dragon dildos. Yeah, exactly. So it's like we have to consider like the like the optimal penis size based on the amount of sex the average woman has, such that the anyway. Sex toy scarcity due to China tariffs. This is true. I've read research on the optimal penis size. I mean, I saw that one paper. I think it was you that linked me at the GDP per capita versus versus penis size. That wasn't necessarily about optimal penis size. It was just about the relationship between GDP per capita. The objective of this chapter is to show both theoretically and empirically the main determinants behind a rise in income inequality in OECD countries that have experienced over the last 3 decades. We will show evidences according to which the financialization of economies, along with globalization, generated a main mechanism which allowed for income inequality increase. These processes have been taking place since at least the 1990s, when labor flexibility intensified, labor market institutions weakened, and trade unions lost power, and public social spending started to retrench and did not compensate for the many vulnerabilities created by the globalization process. In this context, wage share declined and functional income distribution worsened with an increase in profits, rents, and financial compensation. And favorable tax policy towards riches, payments of dividends, and structural change occurred in most advanced economies, i.e., gradual abandonment of manufacturing in favor of sectors also contributed to this result. Rising interest rates to get rid of inflation works by crashing the economy. True. I linked Kothan. Okay, I did like the you look like Tom York. Do I? I mean, I'm a Radiohead fan. I'll take it as a compliment. I don't think I look that much like him, whatever. But okay, he does have a. I'm talking about the there's like these in rainbow, I think, photos of him or whatever. My hair does kind of look like this sometimes. How do I get this haircut? Radiohead is goated. Radiohead is goated. Pike will opine on socialism, foreign policy, gaming, Gen Z dating, the failure of both political parties, and conference. First of all, Hassan is 30 years old. Hassan is 33 years old. Why the fuck is he talking about Gen Z dating? Second of all, he has nothing relevant to add on socialism or foreign policy or the. Because they support Israel. Dude, I saw that, by the way. I get like my Google homepage will tell me shit about Radiohead. He likes them young. Radiohead, Israel. There's a Jerusalem Post article. Radiohead guitarist canceled 2 UK shows. BDS increase pressure on band. Israeli collaborator. Like. Israel is good. The state of Israel is baby killing Nazi ethnostate. True. Dalfa thinks Hassan dating a 28-year-old Gen Z would be a immoral age gap. I guess I wasn't. First of all. Fuck. Gen Z does include. Does no. Hold on. Wait. I thought Gen Z was like. 1997. Okay. Well, the fucking. I guess if you have the max age Gen Zer, technically, I would not consider that a moral age gap. Okay, you got me there. Okay, but Hassan still. I don't think Hassan's experience is not irrelevant to the median Gen Zer. Okay, that's the. Yeah. I'm still right. Fuck you. It's because the generations are not real, and it's just a way to say kids these days, and you don't know how cohort analysis works. True. Nobody cares about your morals. Yeah, true. We got back to this. Hassan has just hosted a Fear and episode about age gaps. Most of this felt like an undergrad frat house debate with 2 to 3 sober people, and the being at varying degrees of shouldn't be allowed to drive. Based. Doesn't Ethan Klein understand that IDF did not bomb the Al Ali hospital? It was an Islamic Jihad rocket. Real. Dude, it'd be funny, dude. If I was a more evil person, I would try to have some fucking plan for when Hassan goes to fucking Chicago at the Chicago University or whatever. I forget the name of the exact university he's going to, but no, I was just looking at it. I'd be like, Hassan has Diet Coke, which is not which is on the BDS list. Like he, I would try. We have to. I would try to find a way to get these pro-Palestinian groups to like purity test Hassan so much that like even they wouldn't even let him speak on campus about like. It'd be fun if that happened. R.I.P. Chicken Jockey. Real. Oh, Chicken Jockey got timed out for spamming caps. Damn. 1984. 1984. 1984. Can't believe Hassan is going to a school that literally did the real 9/11. What? Is there something I'm not aware of with fucking Chicago here? Chicago school, 9/11, Pinochet, 1971, Milton Friedman, 1984. Hold on, okay, yeah, no, I know, yeah, the real 9/11 was the Pinochet coup, yeah, okay. If I look up Chicago school, Pinochet, what is this? A group of Chilean economists prominent around the 1970s and 1980s, the majority of whom were educated at Harvard economic. I have not heard of this before. Okay, based. Advocated widespread deregulation, privatization, and other free market policies. Never heard of the Chicago Boys? I didn't until now. No. I'm sure Chicken Jockey, if he was here, would know about them. Okay, okay, hold on. Okay, Pinochet was bad. Okay, I'm just saying though. Chile also took action against high tariffs. Between 1974 and 1979, Chile reduces tariffs from around 100% to a flat 10% ad valorem tariff, with some blips during the early 1980s. Has kept its tariffs down till present day. This paper measures the effects on Chilean plants. Plants in the sectors which produce goods which sold on foreign market became 3 to 10% more productive than those that did not. At the same time, the selection happened as the firms which left the market were around 8% less productive than those which stayed. As the Millet's trade model would predict, the big productive firms took up more market share as trade barriers dropped. Chile remained committed to free trade and signed the U.S.-Chile Free Trade Agreement in 2003. This paper found that exports increased and the productivity of those firms which exported increased as well. Today, Chile is one of the richest countries in Latin America. I believe there is more stuff in this as well. Or not. I think there was another. I think that I have one of these papers, I think. Pinochet was bad like Michael Jackson was bad. Pretty sure the economy crashed and the Chicago Boys were removed. It probably. Listen, I know I'm neoliberal, but like it wouldn't surprise me if they did a lot of bad shit. But shock doctrine. I think there's another. I felt like I had another paper that found like an insane. Oh, it's right. Yeah. I'll cite the example of allowing foreign competition in the copper industry after Pinochet, which led output increasing 175% within a decade. It's really trade liberalization and subsequent liberal administrations, although Pinochet gets some credit for handing over power peacefully. Is that? I can't tell if you're mean or I don't. I feel like there could be a meme here I'm missing where Pinochet did not actually hand over power peacefully. Because I know he was a pretty authoritarian dude. Attempt to stay in power and transition to democracy. Okay, so... Characterization as a fascist. He did hand over power peacefully. I mean, is it peacefully in the same way Trump, handed over power peacefully? It's like attempt to, which is an attempt, or is this? I mean, it could be like there are non-horrible authoritarian ways to attempt to stay in power. I guess. Like I don't know exactly what they mean, but. Heritage Foundation advocates for U.S. to end Israel military aid in a few years. Really? I guess it doesn't. I mean, Heritage Foundation, I guess, I don't know. It seems like by now they just want to play into the MAGA base. That's why they have articles justifying tariffs now when they used to have a ton of articles being super anti-tariff. Some of them are still up, I think, but I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if they just want us to go full isolationist now. I had to read on this in class. I'm pretty sure the Chicago boys came in to set the groundwork for neoliberalism, took it too far, but the more moderate neoliberal party, after reversed some Chicago boy changes, and the economy went well. Based. What Pinochet did for Chile. Oh no. Oh no. Denying that the coup was often represented as having a short Chilean democracy, so it's characterized as half-truths at best. In the late 60s and early 70s, Chilean democracy was already well on the road to self-destruction. Allende won 36.2% of the vote, less than the 38% he had taken in 1964, and only 3% more than a runner-up, according to the Constitution. The legislator could have given the presidency to either of the top two candidates. It chose Allende only after he pledged explicitly to abide by the Constitution a few months later. Allende told fellow leftist Brigas Debre that he never actually intended to abide by those commitments, but it's just signed to finally become president. Based. In legislative and other elections over the next 3 years, Allende and the Popular Unity Coalition, dominated by the communist and socialist parties, never won a majority, much less a mandate, and in the election, still Allende tried to transition his term Chile into a Marxist-Leninist economic, social, and political system. Often said that Pinochet's economic reforms eliminated any significant role of the state in the economy. Claimed that he introduced a neoliberal model that is raw, savage capitalism of the kind attributed to Chile in the 19th century. The facts are otherwise. Chile's largest industry and biggest foreign exchange earner by far is copper, which was nationalized in the 60s and early 70s and has remained so ever since. Allende was a very disloyal man. I mean, it doesn't necessarily surprise me. Poverty had increased enormously during the wake of the UP's disastrous economic policies, and it decreased only as a result of state-led civilization policies, structural reforms.
Well, Mr. Bond.
What's up?
How's it going? Okay.
Good. You're pretty quiet, though.
I'm just being quiet. Okay, but I can move my mic closer, and I can turn my mic up.
Yeah, you should probably do that.
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess I should.
Yeah.
Am I good now? Am I at adequate volume for you, non-fun?
Yeah, you're good now, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Are you still talking about penises, or are we moving past that?
I'm still willing to talk about penises.
Okay. But no. I just wanted to say a quick note. I don't know if you saw, but listen. I'm trying to what is it called? Humanize Pentuple, and it's the strongest battle for the weakest warrior. Like, I'm like, he's got to be he's got to be in good faith, right? And then I'm like, let's go with that. Let's believe for once he's in good faith. So like whenever he tweets, I don't know if you saw my most recent one today. I'll nudge him in a direction that's, hey buddy, like you're just wrong, and I just don't know how much it was straight to a brick wall. Like there's only one comment on this. Like you're not you don't have enough comments to act like you didn't see this.
Right.
As one comment, it's
we can look to the archives of
He said something wrong. He just said something along the lines like teachers don't want educational reform. Here, I'll link it in your chat. But it was, and I was like, well, you know, I want to be a teacher, not fun. So it's like something I know a little bit about. I was like, I think all teachers want reform. It's just not the way you want reform. Okay?
Right.
It's like a completely different type of reform. But I was like, the funny part about this is if you look at the polling, the second thing I said, Republicans don't even trust Republicans to do it. Like, it's like the Republican teachers genuinely don't trust their own party to make the change that they want to see. So it's really, and it's just like, I'm trying on fun, but I don't know how much longer I can. At some point, I'm just gonna start calling him retarded, and I decided to stop by and say that, but I just thought that was really funny. Penises. Where are we at on penises? What do you think is what penis should we give everyone? I think that's what the conversation was.
Yeah, so part of it initially was just like we should genetically modify our testicles to be internal, like elephants.
I do remember that.
Because it seems like that would remove a lot of suffering from future male populations. And then we also got into, I think initially it was like, oh, it might even be good to like just standardize like the height of people. It's like, oh, you know, maybe, I think someone said like, you know, if you have shorter legs or whatever, you'd bump your head less often. And I was like, unironically though, okay, and like shorter people live longer too. It's like maybe we should make everyone 5'6". And then we got back to penises, and we're debating whether or not to give everyone a 6-incher or like a mega like 8-incher. I asked like one woman I know, I did it in general too. Do you think an 8-inch dick would hurt? She said no. So at least we could do an 8-incher. Hold on.
I don't think you should do an 8-incher.
I don't know many more women. We need a better sample.
Is this an actual conversation in which you're wondering actual things, or were we memeing? Because there's something I could say, but I don't know if it's worth. Okay.
Wait, real quick, chat. Do you think it'd be good or bad to message a girl I met on Hinge, and I haven't even like called her or anything? Do you think it'd be good or bad to ask her, do you think an 8-inch?
No, just DM every woman that you know from streaming and just ask that question with no context. This is
I can ask Ophelia.
No. But I was gonna say that like problems can happen. It's just I think 6 is the optimal. 6 is the optimal. I think anything more than that you could cause problems.
Right.
I don't know how serious we're being though. So
I don't want to ask Sarah to Raising Tomato. That would be weird.
What? I think you should. You know, I mean, isn't she the oldest woman you probably have contact with?
Yeah. Oh, here we have a study. Women's preferred penis size, new research method using section among 3D models. Women prefer penis a slightly larger circumference and length for one time.
I gotta see the methodology of this. 1 second.
Length equals 6.4 inches. 5 inches versus long term 6.3 inches, 16 centimeters circumference, 4.4 inches.
I'm so confused how they tested this.
Oh, what? Oh, I forgot about fucking gay people. Hold on. Maida. Maida's bisexual. Do you think hold on, I know like 3 gay people. Hold on. We can expand it. We can expand our survey, okay. Let me DM. I don't think he'll respond.
Okay. I'm not trying to question your study, okay? But this study was just like an online computer quiz. This seems like such a. I understand you can't do it the other way because there's probably some ethical boundaries of like being like have sex for a study. But like, it's weird to be like it's weird to be like how like look at these pictures of penises and go with what you think is the best.
Right. You could at least like, 3D print them. Give a.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, I know it sounds weird, but that's why I got really scared when I was leaving the methodology, and I was like, and I saw they were paid $20. I'm like, there's no way these women were given like 8 dildos and they were paid $20 for this. I was like,
Dude, that'd be goated.
Heavily unethical. Like, I don't think they're being well compensated. Okay. But I will say that when you get to certain lengths, you can knock like the biggest problem. Okay, is you need male birth control because you don't want to knock if it gets too long, you can hit female birth control and it can cause a lot of problems. Okay. We need to invent non-fun. I know you want to move the balls. What if have you seen those switches, those light switch things for the balls? Can we add those as well?
Those light switching for the balls? No, I
Have you
don't
not heard
know what
this
you're.
is like a switch. There's like a switch birth control in the balls being made. Switch birth control balls. I don't know what to. Yes, here we go. I'll link it in chat. Ah, yes, not fun. Not fun. We just add these to the balls. Okay. It's literally a light switch for men. I feel like there could be so many problems.
What the
What
fuck?
if you sit on it? Not fun. What if you sit on it and you accidentally get a girl pregnant? you sit on your balls and you don't hear the switch flick, like you're fucked. You just don't even know that. How do you check? Do you like feel the light switch?
I would imagine, yeah, you should check each time before you.
I'm just imagining you're about to like
The
take off your
B-Mix
pants and you're like feeling your balls, like you're feeling like the in between, like the seam on your ball sack, and she's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm just making sure I'm off." Okay.
This I feel like would be pretty uncomfortable. I don't know if I like the idea of this, but
You don't like a light switch in your balls?
I
I
just-
personally not fun. Upgrade. We make it a clapper.
wait, hold on. Can I show this on Twitch if it's like a 3D model of a dick?
Oh yeah,
I don't
you might
know.
not want. Yeah, I think you can for educational purposes, and I would assume this would.
This is
risk
it's
it, though,
yeah, but it's an
definitely
educational like
educational.
thing.
Yeah, but I was gonna say
This should be
imagine if
fine,
you
right? It's
fuck
just like a
light switch, bro.
3D.
Hear me out, not fun. Dimmer switch or the clapper?
Oh, why did it add skin? I feel like the dimmer switch would be better.
Why
What do
does
you
it have
mean?
foreskin?
I feel like that as well, but they literally were 3D printed. What?
mean,
I thought it was
just
it.
skimmed it. Sorry, I just read that it was. I read that there was like an online 10-minute questionnaire for them. I skimmed the question, not the methodology.
Oh yeah, three-dimensional 3D printing is just beginning to be useful. 3D printing could allow representation of highly. So it was printed.
Okay.
It was 3D printed.
One second. I'm not. I am slandering this paper actually, but the truth is even stupider. I'm gonna message you now because I can't send you messages.
Oh my god! Wait,
These are
there's
the
one in
biggest
every
models.
ball. I didn't even think you have to turn off each ball so you
Turn
can.
off both balls.
Oh, I gotta make
what
sure
if you
both.
forget to leave one on? But sorry, look at what I just said. You know, on these are the penis models. No.
Oh.
I mean, come on. A is not a penis. Okay. A is a fucking baton. Okay, used for fucking track and field. I wonder I'm really curious actually the difference between like fuck, I wish it would. I wonder if they hit on it. I might have to actually read this study later. I wonder if like bi people and straight people have different preferences on penis size.
Probably.
Non-fun, what's your purpose?
Derpy, I'm so confused though. When this is off.
Are you
this
watching the boss still?
And what? Yeah, hold, I'm just so. Dude, I hope I don't get banned for this. You can see like it has. Presumably, it's a sperm, right? Like the. I'm so confused. First of all. Okay, first of all, my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't remember biology. Sperm is like produced in the prostate, right, and then goes to the balls and like lives. And like lives in the balls. So it's like it's not. First of all, do I have to leave it on most of the time for the sperm to get to the balls?
No,
And like
I would assume that like that is a good question.
But
like,
then
let's say
also
I'm about to come and then I turn it on. will it stop? Like, how does it kill? Does it kill the sperm, or does it just not stop the production?
Yeah, I don't know. But like, look, it's got the blue like sperm coming from your balls, about to go to your dick. So does my sperm just stay in my ball, like on my balls?
No. I assume it just kills. Does it stop it? Because I feel like that'd be painful.
I know. Yeah, I feel like that'd be like bad.
Or actually, my guess is it just kills the sperm. It stops the sperm, right? Not whatever else is in your cum. Because cum isn't just sperm, right?
Right. I feel like it would like it just like heats up the sperm or like zaps them or something. It makes them like.
It's 100% vegan non-fawn.
Hell yeah. This is the educational Twitch.
This is what rappers need.
Don't ban me. Rappers?
Because like they keep getting baby trapped.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I don't
Your Honor, my ball switch was off.
Your Honor, the child could not be mine. And then he just pulls his nutsack like out of the zipper of his pants, and the entire courtroom's. There is a Q&A, okay, and I want to see.
Objection! Did you make sure both balls were turned off and not just?
They're gonna bring an expert testimony of a doctor, and he's gonna feel the balls and be like, "Yep, these are off. These are."
If those switches can be controlled by a phone app, unironically, I think I would prefer like an external like remote rather than like a physical switch like that I have to touch my balls to change. Like,
it's like a Tesla. It's got a little phone app you can activate. Set it on a timer.
But also, I feel like, I feel like depending on how it works, like you might. I feel like if it is blocked. The sperm coming out, like I'd have to like come like after like again after like I like.
Here we go. What happens during ejaculation? This is exactly what I was looking for. How is there not a question on like how this works?
Well, there is what becomes of the sperm that's blocked.
Here we go.
Do I have to log in to?
Okay, so it's a small valve fitted to the sperm duct that can regulate the release of sperm cells. When the valve is closed, its function is to obstruct the release of sperm cells during ejaculation. This results this result of the function is that the seminal fluid released is sterile.
Okay.
So theoretically, you just have to turn it on right before you nut. Is that what I'm understanding? Who is legally liable if my partner falls pregnant anyway? Now we're asking the real questions. How did we get back to penis? I feel like I sidetracked you, I apologize for this, but we are talking about penis.
I feel like most of the stream's been talking about penises, so.
I was gonna actually ask you, kind of has to do with it, because this is funny, because I was thinking about this today. I was like, you know what? I haven't watched a lot of non-fun content recently, and I was trying to figure out why. Because I was like, no offense, okay, but I realized it's because you haven't done any like culture or any like legal like debates in a while. I will watch the 100 Days.
Yeah.
That one will probably interest me. But it's been so econ, and I was like, yep, that makes sense. That makes non-fun. We need more culture, bro. When's the last non-fun culture debate?
Well, here's the like
defended the culture.
Yeah, I know. The issue is like because I don't enjoy that as much. Like, so like I don't keep up with the news cycle about like every like lawsuit that happens. So I feel like if someone came to me and said, "Hey, non-fun, do you want to debate Doge or whatever?" Like if Sarah said, "Do you want to debate Doge with people?" I'd be like, "Oh, sure." And then like I would spend time researching it. I don't like keep up with it so I can debate it like every week or whatever for like the weekly thing. Non-fun doesn't do any non-economic debates. That's not true. I have the recent stuff has been all econ stuff, but I go on a panel every week with you, Tyler, and we talk about non-econ stuff sometimes.
I don't know. I'm not.
So I think my link. You can try it before going to the military. What?
Homemade
dildo. I don't want it. Okay, I almost showed the fucking.
Bro, all the
Actually, I
guys
think this would
realize-
be fine to show on Twitch. It's like the clone. It's like the clone of Willy, like homemade
Yeah.
dildo.
I know intimately about these.
Right.
My
JC,
penis
I
is
have
out
a,
there. Okay. Oh, hi, JC.
I have a question. Okay.
No. This
Do
is like
you
our
think?
Hogwarts.
Okay. So,
no, it's
how
not-
much do you know?
oh, no.
How much do you know about testicles?
Wait, okay. Is this have anything relation to what you were talking about in the Discord?
Asking people if an 8-inch dick would hurt. We did eventually get there. We'll get there too.
Okay. Hold on. I can't. This is.
Okay. Do you know why? Okay. Do you know why your
wait,
balls
okay.
are outside your body?
No, I guess I don't.
Okay,
Are you
so
about to enlighten me?
right. So your balls are in your ball sack, okay? Not internal. They're like external, whatever. Because if it gets too hot, your balls won't make sperm, and your body's too hot, okay? But
Right.
there are animals, and there's even mammals like elephants, whose balls are able to produce sperm at body temperature, and that's why elephants can have internal testicles. Okay, so here's the question. The question I pose: if we could copy that gene from elephants and have internal testicles that are still capable of producing sperm, should we make all future males be born with internal testicles?
And welcome to live.
So my general position on like genetic modification is that unless it's like necessary to breed out some kind of like flaw to survival, probably best to be avoided because it opens a lot of weird questions. I'm gonna say probably not necessarily like required for survival to have the balls outside of the body, but you never know. I've been wrong before.
So it's not required for survival. I'll give you that. But sitting on your balls, getting kicked in your balls sucks, okay? It sucks. It's just bad. We all know. We're all men here, okay? We all have balls, presumably. It just feels pretty bad. For all future male populations, for the billions upon billions of future males that will exist, they will never have to worry about that. Isn't that's just like so good? That's just like good.
I'm imagining. Now, do you watch
Are
any
we
boxing?
strictly improving the human condition?
Billions of future men will never be kicked in the balls.
Utilitarian, yeah. This is.
Well, wait a minute. So I'm gonna own you with
about.
I'm gonna own you with my abortion argument now and say that I don't make decisions in the now based on potential beings.
I think obviously the future amount of happiness in the world matters, and this just seems like a way to increase the future amount of happiness in the world, or at least decrease the future amount of suffering in the world.
Does it?
Absolutely. Presumably billions of men will exist in the future, and we could have none of them.
Wait, one of your chatters just made a good argument. They said many people love having their balls sucked. What do you? You're robbing that happiness.
What utility are we removing here?
Yeah, right. So one,
oh, no.
the question would be like maybe it's possible I could be convinced, but the solution we came up to earlier was, currently your balls do have a muscle that'll contract when it's cold, so your balls stay closer to your body. And when it's warm, will loosen so they are further away from your body. We could just kind of expand that capability a little bit. So, basically our solution was when you don't have a boner, when you're flaccid, okay, your balls are tucked inside your body. But when you get a boner, they go back to their normal state essentially and are outside.
I'm just imagining like non-fun. Like if you ever watch any boxing, I'm imagining that the liver shot will become the balls shot. Like if you hit him on a certain part of the stomach, they're gonna drop and they're gonna be like, "Oh, you hit him with the balls shot."
Yeah, someone in the chat said, "Do you think the force from being hit in the stomach would hurt internal testes?" And like I could imagine that being the case, but also I don't know, because we already have so many things like in your stomach and in your chest that hurts. Like I don't know if it would hurt so much more. right? And
Where
like,
do you put the balls, non-fun? Where are you creating the space for the balls? That's what
I
I'm
don't know.
wondering.
I don't
You
know
remove
exactly.
the appendix and you replace it with testicles. That's a good
True.
idea. We don't need the appendix.
What am I listening to?
But I feel like if women are able to have internal ovaries and grow a fucking baby inside them, there's definitely room for the balls. Okay, like we can fit some fucking
Man, you
balls.
think there's room for the balls?
Absolutely, yeah. There's room for.
I like that we are like full autisming this. We've got room, we've got
There's
space.
gotta be a
Let's
minimum.
utilize
Let's
it.
ask ChatGPT where we could put the balls.
Ask
Where
Claude. Claude is the
could
superior.
we put testicle? No, interior.
So is it not like I heard non-fun getting roasted over econ? Is it not a good thing to be like the
He doesn't know econ.
the
We've talked about
faction
this.
master of like a given topic? Because I'm about to do my deep dive on immigration, but
I need to do that
econ
too.
question from my online college, and he didn't know shit. So he's no longer.
Okay,
an econ guy.
fuck
Now
you,
he goes
fuck you.
Econ
To
Boy
be
now.
clear,
Econ Boy would have probably had the right answer.
to be clear, I don't know if Econoboy would have had it right. He might have. It wouldn't surprise me if he did because he's obviously smarter than me. To be clear,
The thigh is what ChatGPT
number
came up with, by the way.
number one, you know, I obviously like focusing on economics. Shut the fuck up, okay? I obviously like focusing on economics, but I'm not. I will go to school for economics. I'm not currently in school for economics.
I more meant
Like,
tariffs. You're like you're like. the
Well, yeah,
tariff
right,
debate
yeah,
guy.
It's like right, yeah. Like the tariff thing became like my main debate thing for a while. So like that's yeah, and like obviously I plan on majoring in econ, so it makes sense. But like I don't claim to be an expert or anything. I just claim to have read a lot about.
You're doing the Candace Owens thing. You're making
Okay,
your opinion
fuck
on something,
you.
you're saying, I'm
No,
not
fuck
an
you.
expert. You're
No,
doing
no,
the
no, no,
Candace
no.
Owens.
I because
You're literally
I
saying, I'm
because
not
no,
an
no,
expert,
no,
but
no,
I'm
no,
giving
no,
my
no, 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 because I have read a decent amount about tariffs, and that's why I'm comfortable talking about them. For other things, okay, like monetary policy, okay, I don't even because I haven't read enough about them. I don't feel comfortable like talking that much about monetary policy. Okay, like that's the like it's the, you know.
My Fugi Tech can't
It's just
pick
saying,
up
Pentuple
the
has
Discord
responded
in
to the
here 'cause
tweet.
I don't have perms for the room. I was
What,
trying
sorry?
to figure out what was going on.
Not fun. A second Pentuple tweet has hit the tower. Okay.
Wait, what? Is it about nuking Chicago?
No.
Has he moved on from that finally? This is good because I'm about to read some horrible things that have been done to a poor, innocent, well, somewhat innocent man named Abreu Garcia. I need this cathartic.
Thank you for the $5.
Having balls internal would be like getting kicked in the balls every time I needed to poo.
Okay. I don't think that's true. We're about to ask ChatGPT where we would place the testicles. Thank you very much for the $5. I appreciate it. Is it $5 Australian? And thanks for the following, Goldie Earth or whatever. Yes, it's $5 I very much appreciate the $5, but I don't think it would be true. Are you good at math for econ? I'm good enough at math, I think. I was good at math in high school. I don't know if that'll transfer over to the more complex stuff. Discussing that's good. Okay, Goldie, we can talk in a little bit, but we're talking about balls right now.
What are you putting to read for this case? I mean, it's.
I've got a few things. So, like, I'm putting in a specific focus on Abreu Garcia because I feel like that's like kind of the most like nominally he's got good like name recognition, brand recognition. You know what I mean? But like. He's kind of like the poster child for. I just want to figure out like what is immigration law? What are the extents of the federal government's like down to like the letter? What are the extent of the federal government's jurisdiction on like deporting people? What is due process for like legal versus non-legal residents? Like, I want to know the exact answers to like all of this shit to like an autistic level of detail, so that I never lose a debate on this again. Because this is like one of the issues that genuinely makes me sick when I think about it.
Okay, hold on, real quick. I just want to say. I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT has informed me that testicles actually are internal in humans when we're in an embryo stage, and then they descend later. And they
so we
could
just stop it.
They could stay exactly. They could just stay in that space if we were able to genetically modify testicles to produce sperm at hotter temperatures. Okay.
I just don't see the benefit.
No future male, at least who gets this procedure. Well, we can make it like the dominant trait or whatever. So if you breed with someone with internal testicles, like, you know, they pass that trait on to their children, and then everyone in 100 years, everyone will have internal testicles. They never have to be kicked in the balls. They never have to sit on their balls. They never have to get fucking poop on their ball sack. Okay, this is the solution to.
Wait, is this an issue that plagues you often? You poop.
Oh, I was about to say, I don't
poop
sit
when
on my
your
balls a
sack
lot now.
pretty
You sound
often
like you
here?
really
No,
sit on your
that
balls a
is
lot.
that
You
is
sound like
no
you
the
thought
most
about
minor.
this a lot.
No. I started thinking about this yesterday.
This reminds me of like whenever we do Israel and Palestine, and I would ask them, I'd be like, "Do you think like you have any personal connection to this?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, like very like I grew up in this area, and I've always been passionate about this." Okay, I was like, "Do you feel like that could like sway your opinion?" I feel like this is the same thing with Nafan, where I'm like, "Nafan, do you feel like you just sat on your balls a lot?"
Do you feel like you just took a crap?
No, dude. I don't think I sit on my balls a lot. I think
He was in the bathroom yesterday. He took a crap on his balls. He looked up and it was like lightning struck. He was like, "That's it."
No.
Also, JC. So I assume you're gonna read the court case, right? The Supreme Court case on it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read because there was the one where he got his like a hold order, and then the one I'm gonna read everything.
Yeah,
And I am expecting to go off on rabbit holes and tangents about like less specific to the case, like immigration stuff. I'm gonna read everything. So if you have like
look into the
recommendations,
yes, actually, because I used to way back when I researched a lot of stupid shit. Okay, but look into the founding fathers. I did. Okay, I was a big person, and I was like, no, this matters. Look into the founding fathers' understanding of the 14th Amendment, because a big thing you're gonna get railroaded on. Is you're gonna get railroaded on this idea that like citizens are only the people that have like due process.
The 14th Amendment.
The 14th Amendment, Section 1 is the due process amendment, right? So the Nor
no, so that's the Fifth Amendment. That's the Fifth Amendment. The 14th Amendment, the founding fathers would not have had any opinion on because it was passed during the Civil War.
I'm just saying, look up whoever wrote this, what the understanding was around the 14th.
The framers of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah,
wait,
that's what I'm saying.
Wait, the 14th or the 5th?
The 14th.
14th.
I thought it was the 5th.
I'm talking about the 5th because the 5th is the one that says that there should be no you can't deprive anyone of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. So that's the 14th.
I'm pretty sure that's the 14th.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. You're saying like the framers of the 14th Amendment. See how they understood. Okay, I see.
Yes. Because what you're gonna get railroaded on is this idea of that like they can do it because he's not a citizen, and like the Fifth Amendment is gonna hit you on like what the Wait, is the Fifth Amendment also due
The
process,
Fifth Amendment
just,
is like double
it's just
jeopardy.
pleading
I
the
think
Fifth?
speedy
Yeah,
trial or
is the
whatever.
Fifth Amendment, yeah, I don't think it's due. I think it's just pleading the Fifth, right? That's just
No,
like
I think the Fifth Amendment
contains due process. Yeah, I actually just made fun of somebody on what's that clown guy's name? I was just making fun of somebody for not knowing that because they like tried to come at me because I couldn't recite the text of the Fifth Amendment off the top of my head, but I was like, I know due process is in there.
Yeah, I think it's like
no, it's against the right to self-incrimination, and I was like, can you recite it? And they're like, no.
I think it's like speedy trial and double jeopardy. I think it's no person shall be held to answer for capital.
Only applies, the Fifth Amendment only applies to federal courts. So the Supreme Court incorporated the Fifth Amendment into the due process clause of the 14th Amendment. So yeah.
Well, so the 14th Amendment would be in reference to the states, right? Well, then I don't care because I only care about like federal jurisdiction when it comes
what I'm
to
gonna say
deportation.
though is you're gonna get railroaded on the idea that like citizens don't have like the common fucking talking point. So I'm saying you need.
Well,
to
yeah, but there's
understand,
like Supreme Court cases for that.
Yeah. What I'm saying is though is it comes off. These people don't care about the Supreme Court. They're gonna hit you with the blah blah blah. Like that's 9 people.
Yeah, until they rule that Trump is criminally immune.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm saying, like, you should. It would sound a lot better if you can say, well, like this person made the 14th, or this person, like whenever the due process clause was made, these are what these people thought. Like imagine if you're like, I know it's the 14th Amendment state, but let's say the 14th Amendment was framed by fucking John Schmo. Okay, John Schmo was like, and John Schmo said at the time, he's like, even if people aren't subject of the state, they still deserve due process. Like that'd be a really good thing that you could quote in the argument. That's what I'm saying. You should just look at the foundation.
There's I wanted to talk about the. Oh, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. No, I wanted to talk about the exceptions to that rule. There's like I remember there was like 3 there's like the you know what Bill Clinton did, the Immigration Reform Act 1994. Yeah. That was an exception to that rule because it was a bill that would allow immigrants like that came here illegally with evidence with no due process. They would give the evidence to the government and prove that they were here illegally, and then they would just deport them.
So, well, I mean, okay.
With the evidence, of course.
Well, yeah, but like evidence, like where would they look at the evidence? In like a hearing, right?
Not really.
Wait, so then where are we evaluating evidence? How are we like entering things into evidence, and what's being entered in? Like, do you understand the concept of evidence from a legal perspective?
There was also like other border patrol gathers evidence.
Well, yeah, but like for what purpose? Just to like have it?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so hold on.
Yeah,
I'm reading. Hold on. Okay, Akana Boy, I know you actually, because I'm an old school Akana Boy fan. I know that you might know the answer to this because I know one of the things you started out doing was like talking about the World Bank and the IMF. To be clear, the question Isaac asked me was like, for a country for per capita income of $2,000, does the IMF classify that as like lower middle or like low? Or like least developed country or whatever. I think I said
it was underdeveloped, lower middle, higher middle, or another word.
Yeah, I think I said like the lowest one or whatever, because 2,000 was just pretty low to me, and it ended up being lower middle. Okay, so my bad. I don't know the exact classification.
Didn't know econ.
But
Didn't know econ. Claims to be econ. Claims to be non-fun from econ Twitter. Doesn't.
That's not. I don't claim to be that. If I am not from econ Twitter. That was someone being dumb who said I was from econ Twitter.
This is not my econ, man.
NGG or Nation rise up against our
this you're not giving it. No.
2K what? 2K per capita income. Anyway, back to immigration, due process, whatever the fuck we were.
Oh yeah, I just don't understand like the reason that you gather evidence is like so that when you have like an evidentiary hearing, you can present it to help the court, be it via like a judge or via like a jury, make a determination, right? So like, what would be the purpose of gathering evidence if you're not gonna like do that?
Well, before that, the Border Patrol already gathers evidence. They already gather their papers. They already gather everything from them when they detain them.
Well, okay. I'm not disputing anything that you've said. I'm asking you why they're doing that if all they're going to do is just say, well, we got you. Now you're deported because you're illegal. Like, there is a hearing, right? There has to be to evaluate that evidence. Otherwise, they could just grab anybody who doesn't happen to have their government ID on them at the time and, like, potentially just insta-deport them, right? Like, obviously, there's, like, steps in this process where they're going to examine this evidence, and it's not just, like, when they get back to the station.
Well, there was another rule as well that if you were here illegally by, like, 2 weeks, you would be deported as well. That was also under the Obama administration. Yes.
Hold on, I think this bill you're talking about is just a thing that established expedited removal, which is like summary deportations or whatever. But I think there are restrictions on who it applies to. I don't think you can do expedited removal for most people in the U.S.
No.
Yeah.
What is this? Is this the Immigration and Nationality Technical Corrections Act?
I'm on the Wikipedia for Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act in 1996.
So it's not 94, it's 96. Okay.
I thought it was 94. It said it was 94. I thought.
Well, you could be talking about the 94 law. I don't know. I just looked up Bill Clinton immigration law.
Oh.
Based. Excellent researching.
Oh.
Hey, that's what he said. Bill Clinton immigration. That's just what I.
I do remember. Hold on. I gotta link the LA Times, because I gave one of my teachers one of these articles.
Okay, tell me if my microphone just exploded. I don't know why, but OBS is not picking up any of my audio. Very angry. Okay, well, no, this obviously this is like if this is coming up as some kind of a.
What's it? Oh, thanks for following camps for the
Do they get? Would they get due process?
Vaccinated
I understand
based.
that Trump has said that it's a national emergency, but I think the courts haven't held that his.
Yeah.
I think the courts have said that I don't think they consider it a war. If we were under actual war though, does he have the? Would he be able to do it then? Like if we were under, if we all agreed, there wasn't a court saying we don't consider this an act of war. Let's say we were. Then is he just allowed to without due process, or
isn't
the
that
way he's
kind of
doing
what
it,
the
he's
Japanese
invoking
internment camps were?
Well, no. So he's invoking the Alien Enemies Act, right? Which we have to be under invasion to do. Now, I doubt. I'm not a lawyer or anything. From what I've seen, though, the Alien Enemies Act would probably itself be struck down as unconstitutional if there was a court case about today.
Absolutely.
But assuming the Alien Enemies Act was constitutional,
by the current,
you're not seeing that by the Supreme Court, Joe. I don't know what you're.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. We got my queen,
Wouldn't they have already?
Amy Coney Barrett.
Because he's already enacted it. Wouldn't we already?
Well, no,
see it?
So I don't think the Supreme Court has even done a final ruling on it. I think they just said. I think they just put a pause on the Alien Enemies Act deportations while they're deciding it. I think.
Well, they're determining whether or not we're being actually invaded.
Yeah.
Here, it's right on. I put it in this VC chat.
You sure you put it in this VC chat?
Yes. It's right there.
Yes, Isaac. Due process does apply to non-citizens, but you can get that from a facial reading of the Fifth Amendment. Like, it says people.
No. What I'm saying though is there are exceptions, and I think
there are. Yeah, that's what we're saying, and
Yeah.
and all presidents are complete. What he's doing now is completely constitutional for him to do that.
I'm saying if we did agree that it was an actual wartime, because that's the biggest contention, right? Is that
Of course.
But I'm saying if we were actually being invaded, and he did invoke this act, I think, is he allowed to do it without due process at that point? I wonder.
Yes, of course.
The
Alien Enemies Act allows for summary deportations. It's just that, obviously, this is not an invasion.
So, Isaac, are you saying if they try to I should argue against the
No, I'm just
fact that we're being
I'm just
invaded?
being curious. I'm just being curious right now.
Oh,
I'm not trying to make
okay.
any point. I was just actually curious. If we were actually being invaded, are they?
But hold on,
I guess
Trump,
I don't
economics
know.
guy 101. You would agree this is not an invasion in terms of the Alien Enemies Act, right? Like this is.
I don't know. There's 12 million of them non-farm.
It was a lot of other South American countries like El Salvador, Cuba, Venezuela, Brazil.
The claim that Trump made.
How do you define an invasion?
The claim that Trump made was that Trendiagra was so connected to the Venezuelan government that people breaking asylum law that were somehow connected to Trendiagra were committing an invasion of the U.S. Trendy, I don't know how to pronounce it, but which first of all, I don't even think they are connected. but second of all, even if they were, it still probably would not be an invasion under what the founders intended the Alien Enemies Act to mean by invasion.
It is like an invasion of a country that you come here illegally for. So let's say someone breaks into your house. Is that not an invasion?
No.
Well, first of all,
it's a home invasion, but it's not an invasion that would allow you to.
That's not a
Alien Enemies Act.
That's not a military. Right. We're talking about a military invasion of a country.
Bill, does the bill word it as military? I will, because you could get a very weaselly win if it doesn't.
Hold on.
I'm sure you can pull up the bill, but the Supreme Court has already. Or courts have already ruled on it. I was like,
can you pull it up? Does it say military action?
So this is Title 50, War, National Defense, Chapter 3, Section 24.
It just says in the event of an invasion or a predatory incursion, and I'll control fines and just search it.
Whenever there is a declared war between the United States or any foreign nation or government, or any invasion or predatory incursion is perpetrated, attempted, or threatened against the territory of the United States by any foreign nation or government. So it's saying foreign nation or government. It's making pretty specific claims,
right?
Like a foreign nation or government. It's
that's why
Trendiagra.
That's why he had to say.
That
that's why he had to say Trendiagra was tied to the Venezuelan government, because if they weren't tied to the Venezuelan government, then it would be.
Because if they weren't, it would not be considered an invasion.
Which I don't believe there is evidence that they're. What is the evidence that they are? By the way,
you don't need evidence, dog. This is America, baby. Just Photoshop some Comic Sans digits onto a guy's knuckles, and you can do whatever you want, baby.
I mean, it does seem like a newly declassified memo released on Monday confirms U.S. intelligence agencies rejected a key claim that President Trump put
Sending
forth
in
to
people
justify
from
invoking
insane
wartime.
asylum, someone in your chat said.
I mean, it seems like only the FBI, which is presumably acting at the behest of Trump, believes that Trendiago is connected to Venezuela.
Well, I mean, there was also some other. I think you've heard about the 1980s, right? You know how
Heard about the? I'm familiar. The 1980s did happen. I don't know what.
about some of the drug cartels were connected within some of the governments.
I don't know why we're talking about that now, though. That's not particularly relevant.
Because no, I just wanted to talk because it was a little similar because the DEA was trying to get rid of all the drugs. You never heard of the Sidon Peninsula incident?
No.
Okay, so the Sidon incident peninsula was a bunch of DEA agents raiding a triangle. I think in like northeast Mexico, where there was a huge drug farm. Hold on, let me find it.
So, under the Supreme Court's ruling at the time, based on invasion was used literally and referred to large-scale attacks, is what I'm seeing. Okay. Because I was wondering if there was any mention of like what they meant definitionally with invasion, or if someone could like weasel around it. But it seems like there was a pretty good understanding with the bill that it meant large-scale attack, which.
Well, just to be clear, like the reason I'm like getting this factual like establishment like going on has nothing to do with whether or not like they're gonna like weasel out of a fact I present. It's that I need to have enough background info that no matter what conspiratorial bullshit that they spool up, I'm able to just shut it down immediately in a way that like is incontrovertible and unquestionable to like an audience.
Often in games though, until then, right before the debate, I assume you're preparing one. Right before the debate, the Supreme Court comes out and is like, "It is constitutional for him to."
Motherfucker.
And then you're just like, "Fuck."
Yeah, because this is gonna be like my next like 2 weeks of like so Thursday. I need to just do the fucking TikTok thing. I need to
They just let
bite
him
the
ban
bullet.
trans people from the military like yesterday.
Based, yeah, because
Yes, let's
like,
go.
Yeah, because they're like weak or whatever.
It's just
despite
they do not get equal protection, okay? Because they have gender dysphoria. Okay?
They will be having gender transition surgery on the battlefield, and that would just distract them from shooting their guns. How are we gonna fight to maintain the power of the dollar if we have to ingest hormones in the middle of a firefight?
Hold on, but you know, I don't know about this particular FBI incident in fucking 1980 or whatever, but like, can we at least agree if they aren't connected to the Venezuelan government, it would be unconstitutional for Trump to declare to invoke the Alien Enemies Act, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I'm talking to the Trump economics guy. Yeah. So you would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
And you would then agree that entails that Trump has unconstitutionally deported people without due process. Considering 250 or so people.
Big pause
somewhat,
there.
Yes, somewhat. Yes.
Yeah.
Are you a Trump supporter, Trump economics?
Yes.
I would
What do you like about him?
The
What do you mean what? That was a pretty simple question. Like why are you a Trump supporter?
No, I just didn't hear you.
Oh, why are you a Trump supporter?
Because he reminds me a lot of Reagan.
Are you fucking kidding
What
me?
way? What fucking way? Are you serious? Are you crazy?
Wait, you can't.
What about he's
wait,
directly shit on like neoconservatism?
Wait, hold on. I want Isaac.
They're both actors. They're both actors.
Oh,
Guys, you just not thinking of third degree.
Hold on. Okay. You cannot tell me that you believe Reagan would have ever approved of 20%, 10% universal tariffs. Like,
They both survived assassination attempts. I'm so locked in.
Oh my God.
Guys, they are similar.
Reagan reincarnated.
The No, that's the one thing I disagree with because.
What?
No, I disagree with that. Like, I don't support everything that he.
Okay.
No, nobody.
does
No,
remind me of
Reagan.
Reagan's Alzheimer's.
Reagan would
I mean,
not.
I kind of
have-
see that. I do see some similarity. I will say because
within policies,
both were
of course.
Very. Oh, I was gonna say just in rhetoric, they were both very populist, both very anti-government. Like my favorite Reagan.
Was
quote
Reagan
is
a populist? I don't know.
The worst thing.
Reagan is not anti-government. What?
One second,
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
He was anti-big government, but he wasn't
Whoa,
anti-government.
sorry.
Okay.
No, that's an important difference.
it's
No,
not
come on,
really.
because he was very like pro-United States,
My favorite thing
pro-liberal
about-
values
I was
over the
literally about to
Soviet
say
Union.
is
Come on
my
now.
favorite Reagan quote.
He was like
wait,
the.
wait. The word, my favorite Reagan quote is literally the worst thing you can hear in the event of an emergency.
Oh my
Is,
God.
I'm from the government and I'm here to help. That's
Beige. Beige. But he's right though.
Like that seems very anti-government. And can I say?
Okay,
if-
so you can say like his rhetoric. Is that what you said? Just
That's what I
his
said.
rhetoric?
That's what
Oh,
that's
okay,
what I said.
okay,
His
okay,
rhetoric
okay,
was very
okay,
populist
okay.
and anti-establishment, just like Trump.
Chill out, Logup.
I'm just
The,
saying.
I misheard. I apologize.
There's also a lot of libertarians that kind of liked Reagan because he was, anti-big government.
Right.
Well, yeah, but libertarians are stupid anyway, so like they're not really a good metric for like.
Praised.
Like, I don't know. I've had a conversation with Fabian Liberty Scott. That's about all I can stomach for the year. Had
Do you know Milton Friedman?
Oh my God!
I don't think Milton
unfortunately,
Friedman would have liked
not
Trump either, but
personally.
yeah, I'm familiar with him.
Probably would not like Trump either. That is correct.
Wait, was Ronald Reagan's? I'm sorry, Ronald Reagan's slogan actually in 1980 was "Let's make America great again." Wait,
Yes, it was.
wait,
Oh my
It was
God.
like, make 'em- yes, it was. Yes, it was.
How did you not?
Well, it's not like I fucking looked at Reagan ever. Okay, I'm too young. Okay, I haven't even watched the movie yet. I need to watch that movie. How do you feel that Reagan was never impeached though? Does that cause you a little pause? Does that?
Wait, impeached for what? Being awesome?
Oh my
True.
God.
That's true.
Bro, it's actually your fault that you were poking around in the Iran-Contra shit, okay? If you just hadn't, like, if nobody had looked, it would have been
What do you mean? It was
fine.
all Oliver North. What do you? It wasn't him. He wasn't even connected.
Of course.
All of it was
all we
yeah.
knew. Have you ever seen the American Dad episode where
Yes,
they have
I
like a
showed
song?
up on that.
I
I showed
love
up
that.
on that.
It's like a Schoolhouse Rock song.
I did Schoolhouse Rock as a kid. I did do that musical. Okay.
You mean I
was
did
really awesome.
Schoolhouse Rock?
I was.
What
I
does
did
that
a
Oh,
musical.
damn,
I was
he just fucked
musical.
off.
Like a drug?
I was the cool guy. Okay. I don't remember.
I
his name.
mainlined Schoolhouse Rock.
His role was literally the cool guy. I had to do a song where I impersonated Elvis.
Wait, I didn't even get to ask him my testicle question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
God damn it.
Wait, what about the 8 inches? You said we'd get to that. We never did.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Okay, so...
I gotta go. Love you both. Stay safe.
Okay, so,
Love you,
yeah,
buddy.
initially, we basically, we were talking about, do we think it'd be beneficial to have, like, internal testicles? And then someone else pointed out, like, I think as, like, to try to do, like, a reductio, he was like, well, this would also...
I have a question.
This would also like entail like, you'd have to make us shorter because we'd bump our head less often. And then my question would be, what is the optimal dick size to to standardize for all males? And I think someone in chat said like 8 inches, like we should standardize it at 8 inches. And I was like, that seems like it would hurt a lot of women. And I've been polling as many women and gay people as I can find to try to see what they think. Yeah, and so far it seems like they're cool with 8 inches. So
I don't know if I could afford a 6-inch extension though. Is this gonna be government
It would be
subsidized?
free. Yeah, don't worry, free.
Oh, okay.
Not to totally derail, okay, but I do have to. I was gonna ask.
Please
and I completely
derail.
Forgot. Okay, what the fuck's going on with Pakistan and India right now? Does anyone have any?
Oh
context?
yeah. There's kind of some crazy shit going on over there.
Does anyone know? Like, I genuinely don't know shit about that area.
So, well, you know the Pakistan.
Who's Israel and who's Israel and who's Palestine? I'm just kidding.
Well, that's the thing is they're kind of. It's not like that's the problem with Israel Palestine. It doesn't translate anywhere.
Yeah, no.
This is a little bit more akin to Russia, Ukraine, but still not quite, because they're basically fighting over the same like area, the Kashmir region that kind of like sits in between them, and that's what they've been kind of like having like dick waving contests and little skirmishes over for a while. But like this was like a pretty direct. I had some shit that I was following. Like I was in not Brian. One of the Krasensteins was hosting a space earlier, and I was listening in on it, and I think it was determined that India fired first.
So is the I'm gonna guess that like it's not pretty clear who owns it. I'm assuming.
Well,
Kashmir.
no, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody owns it because like India, it's they're in that weird like because this was a country that was created by colonialism when the colonialism was checked the fuck out. Huh?
I think China, Pakistan, and India all claim at least some of the same territory in Kashmir.
Nothing is happening. India did a nothing burger attack. I mean, okay.
Didn't they literally agree at one point? It might have been China and India or Pakistan and India to like not carry guns and just have their soldiers fight it out with fucking sticks on the border occasionally. I feel like I read about that once.
Oh, that is hilarious. There's
True.
claims it shut down India.
I miss him every day. R.I.P. my goat.
I feel so. The concern with India, at least, is like Modi is still in power, and Modi is a lot more direct with his kind of like Netanyahu, where he would be the kind of leader to like opportunistically take advantage of something like this to like push it into a larger scale conflict if he thought that he could benefit from it. And the really scary thing, obviously, is that both India and Pakistan are nuclearized countries. So you really don't want either of them, you really don't want them getting into a hot war.
Pakistan apparently took out like 5 Indian jets. Hold on, they're fucking bombing each other's jets.
Yeah, that's what Pakistan is claiming. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
I don't know that, like, I don't know enough about either side to take a super firm stance. I just know that, like, I watched the John Oliver's things about Modi, and then I read the Wikipedia on him, and he kind of strikes me as like a more like a Netanyahu to actually strikes me kind of like Putin in some ways with like the kind of long scale plans to like reconquer the old land. So I don't know. Could be. I think it's a nothing burger. That's what someone in Non-Fun's chat said, and that is where the smartest chatters reside.
That is true. That is true.
Unless I'm here.
I was watching a stream earlier, and there were explosions every few seconds.
Jesus.
Babe.
Sounds like an American high school stream. Oh.
True. So does your 8-inch dick like hurt other people when you fuck them? Like that's I need a
mine.
Yeah, your 8-incher.
Well, if I had one, I wouldn't know.
Damn.
I don't know. I've never gotten that complaint.
There,
in all seriousness, I've never gotten that complaint before. I did have a lot of because I was a choir and kind of theater guy. I definitely had like a lot of female friends who would talk very openly about these kinds of things.
Sure.
And it seems like 10 to 12 is the pain threshold for a lot of my friends from like high school and college.
Okay.
So.
I just remembered. I have some friends who are girls.
Like my senior year.
From school. I don't think I've talked to them in a year, and I think it'd be very weird if I asked them, "Do you think an 8-inch dick would hurt?" That's girl inches. Are girl inches shorter or longer than?
This is not a good opener for like Enemy Charlie. I will say that.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait.
A chick on Twitter. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? I don't know.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What do you mean it's not a good opener for Enemy Charlie?
Oh, would an 8-inch dick hurt?
Oh, yeah.
Like, drop that DM. No context. Immediately block her and never read the reply.
Girls always overestimate significantly? Okay, so they could be talking about 8 inches. No one has a fucking 14-inch dick. Yeah, they're or I guess you could have a dildo though that's 14 inches. So maybe they were just talking about that.
All right. Well, as enlightening and entertaining as this conversation is, I probably do have to get some reading. So you have a good night, buddy.
Yeah. Research. Yeah, that's always fun. You have a good night too.
Yep.
Appreciate it. The fucking Trump economics guy wants that briefly up 101. We can, I think, but I just left. But when a girl says 8 to 9 inches, usually solid 6.5 to 7.5. Okay. Who should I mention on Twitter and ask? Protus ignored me? Are you? Did I ignore you? Women have the same, but if my BS penis is longer than yours, this is actually crazy. Oh, do you know that my dad could beat your dad in an argument? Anti-Irish, not fun. True. I could have a poll. What is the optimal? If we could genetically modify all future males to have a standard dick size, the optimal size would be 5 inches. DM, I don't know who that is. Starfuse TV. 6 inches. Can I add? Yeah. Or should I do like 5 to 6, and then like. Am I spelling inches right? Yeah. 7 to 8. And then I'll just do 9 plus. Nothing actually hates me. At Lav and I don't read every chat message, okay? At Lav and ask her to go straight to your store. I am friends with Lav on Discord. I could DM her. I don't know if she even remembers me, dude. I talked to her once for like 5 minutes. I think you should. It's not like you ever get content out of her if you don't. That's true, actually. Should I just DM her this tweet? You're shocking. How do I even pronounce that? Ayala is with the one who does a million sex polls. Oh, yeah, the girl who wrote the Substack. Okay, I know it. Yeah, okay. Women actually want 20 inches, apparently. Oh no. Okay, can I show this on? Can I show this on Twitch?
The secret is to use a lot of spit. It was in my face, now it's in my throat. I lick his cajones, then I swallow. Swallow la 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 ta 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 ta.
Oh, Isaac, why'd you send me that? I think it's probably fine. It's art. That one is not my fault. That is your fault. Why would I send me a link with a girl we're talking about? Of course I'm going to click on it. Not sure this music video on Rumble hasn't been taken down, but Twitch is stricter. So I showed an animated dick on screen earlier, okay? It should be fine.
Sorry, your last song sucked. What a shame.
I'm in chat. Why would DM you unless it's not Twitch? I didn't know that was the standard. Why would you assume that I would know that stand? This has 35 views. How did you even find this?
You're lit in my head.
Okay. Someone give me bits and LDM laugh. Is this lab? I don't even know what labs Discord thing is. I feel like it's. Did she unfriend me? Just a server. I used to be in it. Femoid. I feel like that wasn't what Hold on, I have to turn streamer mode off real quick. No, I don't think it's this girl. Wait, what's her Discord server? I could DM her on OnlyFans. Oh, but she might, if I DM her on OnlyFans, she probably thinks I want her to say something like sexual. I just want a real answer. Oh, I found it. Fairly fully. Okay. No, we're still friends. Do you have access to OnlyFans? Yeah. Duh. No, is that what my sub goes to? No, actually, I have a, never mind. Whether or not I may have a subscription to Live's OnlyFans is none of any of your guys' business. And how I got the subscription is none of your business as well. Money is fungible. That is true. Money is fungible. So it's, technically, any substitute, it doesn't really matter what money specifically I use. It's fungible. But, well, no. Well, actually, the reason the reason I have it is actually because the money I had was less fungible. Basically, I got this Visa gift card, for my birthday a fucking year ago. It has to $20 on it. I think one of my grandparents who lives in Minnesota, who I love very much. Okay, no offense, Grandma Sally or whatever. But the shit just doesn't. I tried to use it on a few different places, and I feel like it just didn't work. I think I probably could have used it on Steam actually. But Lav was having a fucking sale on her OnlyFans, and I was like, all right, bet, let's see if this card works. This card works, and it did. He's making a grandma's retirement. No, I didn't think about that. Oh wait, money is fungible. It's I probably gotta use it on. I feel like I tried to use it on. I forget what I tried to use it on, but it wouldn't let me. It might have been YouTube, as a super chat or whatever. Tried to use it on. I think I tried to use it for Spotify at one point. I don't know. It just didn't work. Does Grandma Sally know about the dog incident? What dog incident? Does Lav have a dog incident, or is there a dog incident that I'm not aware? Or Lav and the dog? I'm not aware of this incident. If I search it, am I gonna find something, or? Lav lit dog. Probably shouldn't do that. Not a main. Oh boy. I'm not aware of this lore. I don't know what he doesn't know. I don't know. I have guesses based on how you guys are, based on the fact that you guys brought it up after I brought up her OnlyFans, and based on the fact that you guys are telling me not to look it up. I have guesses on certain improprieties that she may have committed with a dog. Lav accused someone of fucking their dog. Oh, Lav just accused. So Lav herself didn't do it. It was Lav accused someone of. You don't want to pull it up on stream? It's not a. Hold on. I think it's telling me that Lav just accused someone of fucking their dog. That's perfectly fine to talk about on Twitch. Is accusations that someone may have allegedly fucked your dog. That's a you can bring that up on Twitch.
can look to the archives.
Remember when we were talking about Pinochet? This is funny. Fucking Prax Ben defending Pinochet. Let's go. Let's go.
Experimented with mostly socialist economics and see how successful they were, despite the circumstances. One place we might look is Salvador Allende's socialist Chile. Allende was a socialist who won the Chilean presidential election of 1970. Raised wages. Real wages increased by around 22% in the first full year of his presidency.
I find it odd that socialists would cite Chile as one of the examples of their socialist economics working when it's one of their worst failures in history. The Cuban economist Carmelo Mesalago points out that while real wages did increase the first year, they proceeded to fall after that. Real wages increased by 21.5 points in 1971
53%.
of government control, but wages decreased.
Allende objectively wasn't successful. Like I said, I've never done a ton of reading.
To 1973. This is what that looks like on a graph. The orange bar.
Not that I think Prax Ben is like it seems like a decent source he's citing here, but
the socialists say.
First of all, Prax Ben, why are you citing a source? I can deduce from human action alone that Allende can't be successful. But secondly, I don't think like it's a bad source or anything. But my enemies are fighting. Exactly. But I don't know for sure if any of this is true. We're not like a martyr send analysis of the Chicago Boys.
That Allende was a success because of this, but they ignore all of this. He clearly was a failure.
He lowered taxes. 35% of Chileans were no longer taxed at all. He reined in inflation, lowering it by over 10 points. He funded massive housing programs, building tens of thousands of affordable homes all across the country.
What? Oh, wait, this is an earlier clip. Why? No, I know what this clip is.
Would you let him suck your meat?
No, we've been we've linked. Yeah, people have seen that clip. If anyone wants to clip me asking the testicle question and send that clip to people, I would love to know people's answers to that. Okay, wait, hold on. Someone get ready to clip this. Okay. All right, clippers, be ready. Okay. What was your answer? I said yes if it gets enough views. We were talking about I don't want to talk about it. My answer was like yes if it gets enough views. I can play the clip. Hold on. Clippers in a second. Be ready.
Would you let him suck your meat?
No, we've been over this before. I've talked to people about this. If it got enough views, I would. Okay.
What
I think the number.
Fuck?
I think the number, bro. Okay, clippers, be ready. Someone clip this. Someone clip this. Okay. Get clipping fingers ready. Okay. Okay, we ready? My question. Okay, clippers, you ready? My question to whomever this clip gets sent to. Very simple. If we could genetically modify humans such that their testicles were internal yet still capable of producing sperm, should we make all males have internal testicles? Think about it. No one gets kicked in the balls again. No one has to worry about sitting on their balls, okay? Internal testicles still just exactly as fertile, okay? We just simply put our balls inside our bodies, yet they still make the same amount of sperm. I need to know your answer. Anyway, someone clip that. How non-fun lick my balls then? Follow-up clip for clarification, because multiple people have mentioned to me that some men enjoy having their balls being fondled and licked. We could genetically modify balls such that, they kind of already, when it's cold outside, clasp up. We could have it such that they go fully inside when you're flaccid, and then when you get a boner, that's when they drop out, right? That could be the thing there. So let me know your answer to that one as well. Okay, we ready? Okay, someone clip that. Influence of Pinochet in Chile and America. Oh boy. This article analyzes the impact of Augusto Pinochet's autocracy on the Chilean economy. The study compares outcomes under Pinochet's leadership with those in synthetic counterfactuals made of weighted averages of countries with similar characteristics. It finds that relative to the control, Chilean income per capita greatly underperformed for the first at least 15 years of Pinochet's coup. The results are robust to extending the pool of donor countries and expanding and expanded the pre-treatment period by switching data sets to capture potential heterogeneity effects. The evidence suggests that Chile's remarkable economic growth during the period of 1985 to 1997 did not depend on Pinochet's autocracy. I don't know how to pronounce this. These results further bring into question the effectiveness of the regime to enhance economic growth and the narrative of the Chilean miracle. Nice one, Anarchs. Not fun licking my balls gets me hard. Based. Did anyone hold on? Did it? I can clip stuff, right? Can I clip stuff that happened like 5 minutes ago or whatever? I need whoever I rate into, send them that clip. The clip of me talking about that. The moral of the real 9/11 lore is that every popular narrative about it is wrong, apparently.
Education also got a big boost, and enrollment at all educational levels grew.
There are no sources provided here, but some of these things are true, like the lowering of taxes. But if lowering taxes is a socialist policy, then why don't socialists consistently support that? Socialists are almost always advocating for higher taxes. If lower taxes...
Truth nuke. Hold on. Clippers in a second, be ready.
Would you let him suck your meat?
We've been over this before. I asked you about this. If you clipped me, you clipped me watching the clip and not the thing I told you to. This is not. You didn't. We already have the clip. You don't even clip me watching the clip. I literally said the start of this is in a second. Be ready. Why did you clip it when I said be ready in a second and not when? No, you clipped the right. You did not. No. Oh my God.
Is the socialist policy, then I'm the biggest socialist there is. There was a lot of investments in public infrastructure and investments in school that led to higher enrollment. But the way the socialist government funded these things was by increasing the monetary supply by over...
I know the newest person that also written on the how much a Chilean miracle wasn't much of a miracle. That makes sense. Slave morality.
30 times. Inflation did initially go down in the first year, but by 1973 it soared to 508%. His policies led to hyperinflation. They did not cure inflation.
The bulk of this new economy was organized through Project Cybersign, a decentralized network of computers that would take anonymous, self-reported, and voluntary updates from workers in productive enterprises across Chile to identify areas...
Wait for my 200K page. Wait, send the link, CRT. Did you send a link and I just didn't see it? Send a link.
Where resources needed to be redirected. The democratic economy in Chile was highly responsive to fluctuating changes, and Chileans reaped the rewards. GDP grew 7% in the first year.
Project Cybersign was a colossal failure. No, you cannot run an economy with a computer. It doesn't work like that. This is real life, not a video game. The data shows that Project Cybersign failed miserably. GDP did grow in the first year, but then it declined by 1.2% in 1972 and 5.6% in 1973. And of course, the lives of the average citizens got significantly worse. Just look at their real wages.
That's me and Twitch Moon Crawler. Hold on. Wait. You. The why? This is the wrong. This is not. This is the wrong. Clippers in a second. Be ready.
Would you let him suck your
Oh,
meat?
here we go. Is it this? Nah, we've. Hold on. Clippers in a second. Be ready.
Would you?
Question to whomever this clip gets sent to. Very simple. If we could. Hold on. My audio is like desynced. Did someone say market socialism? I don't know how. I don't. I mean, honestly, someone might have said market socialism at some point. It might have been second thought. Might have said that, but we're talking about balls right now. I totally forgot if someone. I vehemently protest that Cyberson was a failure. Who the hell is this dude? This is Prax Ben. Question to whomever this clip gets sent to. Also, what's up, Seahorse? Welcome back. Very simple question to whomever this clip gets sent to. Very simple. If we could genetically modify humans such that their testicles were internal yet still capable of producing sperm, should we make all males have internal testicles? Think about it. No one gets kicked in the balls again. No one has to worry about sitting on their balls, okay? Internal testicles still just exactly as fertile, okay? We just simply put our balls inside our bodies. I need to know. Anyway, someone clip that. Balls then? How much did it? Oh. Follow-up clip. Oh, you included a follow-up. Thank God. Modify balls such that. All right.
The increase in the monetary supply, it was also because of extremely harsh tariffs, which in some instances were over 600%. If you think Trump's tariffs are bad, imagine living under Allende's. People's lives were completely destroyed. That's why Allende was never a popular president. He wasn't popular until years after he was gone. And this only came about through propaganda, just like this video I'm responding to.
Cato Institute. The economic miracle of Choco Boys. Someone like my pulse.
after he was gone. And this
Oh, he is citing market socialist and mixed economies.
school that led to higher.
Okay, I think Praxman is either just wrong or not adequately informed. I don't think Cyberzen had nearly enough time to be implemented and evaluated. I couldn't tell you either way. It's not what I don't trust second thought either, though. So, how do you spell it? I'm spelling it right. It's just not mentioned here. I was curious. Okay. I hope Praxman continues fighting socialism. Me too, brother. Me too. I'm trying to find more woman. Scrolling through my friends list. No one has answered. I need chat to answer the Twitter poll, actually. Oh, 2 people answered it. Okay. We need to figure this shit out. What's the poll? The poll is about the optimal penis size if we could standardize it via genetic modifications. I should maybe make a poll about the internal testicle thing too. I'm trying to think. I asked Ophelia. Ophelia has not responded. Okay. I gotta pee, and then we'll react to some stuff. But I am also curious. Guys, check this out. I'm gonna steal JC's content. Gonna Hassan JC's. I'm just curious what he's reading exactly.
Yeah, obviously not. But the reason that I brought that up, the reason that I brought.
Although one last thing, he was probably closer to us than he is to the.
But
Hang on, Bum, what's up?
What's up? I need to pee. Entertain my chat. Continue talking.
Will do.
I'm free. I'm Non-Fawn's bitch apparently. All right, go ahead now.
The reason that I bring it up is that like we can both agree that like there was no good case law for the immunity, and the Supreme Court basically just made it the fuck
No,
up.
there was no good case law. Like they were stretching all the way back to like the fucking was it Marbury v. Madison? They were trying to like rope in there. Like yeah, it's like anything that they could grasp at. Yeah.
Whereas like the case law for like predatory incursion being unreviewable does exist in the sense that there's already case law saying that the president's declaration that there is a war is unreviewable as it relates to the AEA. So there is like a reason. So when I say like there's a genuine political question, I don't even necessarily mean from the courts, but there is like a genuine question like there's genuine debate among scholars whether or not this would be a valid thing.
Gotcha. You're saying like good faith, like not interested.
Yes, there's a
in,
good faith argument to make that this is a non-reviewable thing.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Gotcha. I was gonna say there is no argument in like hi, what's up, buddy? How are you doing?
Good.
Non-Fawn is peeing, and so he came in here so I could entertain his chat apparently. But Reynold has been Reynold. This is like awesome, by the way. You're giving me like a really good framework to like kind of structure my research around.
I can show you. I took notes for the potential debate with Benzopel too, so I can send that over as well.
I will not say no to looking at those notes.
It's just like
are they annotated so like I can read
Yeah.
your sources too? Okay, cool.
I never take notes without annotation.
Also, wait, okay, actually,
No.
you use Obsidian, right?
Yes.
Okay, fucking help. This is like so like I swear to God, I feel like a boomer every time I try and use some like new streamer bullshit.
So I mean, like once you download the exe file,
Yeah, I have it installed.
I like what do you need help with? Like,
Well, so like, how does this? Is it just like an organize? Like, how do I get a Word document? How do I write?
there should be a little icon in the top that says new note.
So new note, and then, cause yours is all like organized and shit.
Yeah, so if you
Okay,
put
so
a
this-
pound symbol, if you put a pound symbol or like 6 pound symbols, that'll determine if it's like a header or not. Obviously bullet points is just dash and then space.
Is there a place where like there's like a cheat key for all of that?
Probably. I mean, I'm sure if you Googled it, there's a place to lay it out.
Which means you're just smart enough to figure it.
Yeah, I was just playing around. Well, if you go to format too, I mean, like the format or paragraph, like if you right click on the text, then it will show you some of the things. And then if you click on the text that you just did, it'll like show the command to do it.
See, Obsidian
I think it was
sucks.
probably
Notion
that-
is better.
Nonfon is a loser who doesn't know what he's talking about. So
What is he
just
talking
don't even,
about? Is this
don't even
another
listen to
program?
him. Yeah, Notion.
It's a better
dog
program.
shit.
Notion
Don't even-
is
don't even
base.
listen. No, it's fine.
Exactly.
It's all right, and it's free, which is super sweet. but-
Exactly.
Well, I don't know. Obsidian is technically free.
Obsidian is free, but you have to pay for sync and you have to pay for publish.
Gotcha. Okay.
Notion, you don't have to pay for sync or publish, which is cool. It is cool, but I think Obsidian just like its UI
Is the
feels a
UI
lot better. Yeah.
Oh my.
Is
Inaccurate.
the UI worse for Notion?
Nope.
No, Notion's fine.
I was gonna say because like I use DaVinci Resolve for like editing, so I'm used to like god awful AIs or UIs and like kind of sifting my way through them. So
Yeah, Notion is a little harder to learn, but it's free. Free publish is super based. There was just some like practicalities that I really didn't like about it. But there's also some shit I don't really like about Obsidian too. Like every time you change the name of a document, it like when you go to publish it, it just makes a new document and it doesn't like unpublish the other document or it doesn't update the
Cringe. Vegan, join VC. Okay, I got those 2 questions, okay?
Oh boy.
All right, number 1. If you know, you're familiar broadly with testicles and like why human testicles are outside the body, right?
For some basic aspects of it, yes.
Right. Right. It's just, you know, and so, you know, it gets too hot in our body for testicles to produce sperm, so they're outside our body. So the question is, there are mammals, right, that have testicles inside their body, and their testicles are capable of producing sperm well at internal body temperature. So the question, if we could copy those genes from like elephants, for instance, put them in humans, and then have the entire future male population have internal testicles, should we do that?
The other thing of note about that is it an issue of spermatogenesis being at a set temperature for humans versus animals, as well as the internal temperature of those mammals as well as humans? So for example, with the elephants, if they have internal testicles, do they have either a lower body temperature than us, or do they have a higher temperature in which spermatogenesis happens? Or is there
I'm
a
honestly
third option? I can't think.
not sure. I don't know. For the sake of the hypothetical, we're going to say it's the second one. Therefore, we can copy their genes to make our balls produce sperm at a higher temperature.
I would say it would make stuff like vasectomies more challenging, because
That is true. That is
when
true.
you have the balls just dangling there, you're able to just easily access it and do it in a very quick procedure. Whereas if they're internal, depending on how deeply internal they are, you're gonna have to like cut them open and dig around inside their body cavity rather than just in the scrotum.
So
You
this
have
was-
issues with testicular torsion, where it can hypothetically actually be done without any surgery at all. You can there's a technique where you unwind the testicle. It's super risky. You got a 50-50 chance, roughly, of getting it right. But you can untwist the testicle, and then you are able to fix testicular torsion without ever even, opening the person up, which you would not be able to do if it's inside the body. And the last thing I can think of off the top of my head is testicular cancer. Screening for it's pretty simple with checking for
that is
lumps.
true. Yeah.
And you would not be able to do that if it's internal.
Yeah. So you raised a lot better points than the other people. But so the other people said, well, some men just like having their balls sucked. And I was like, that's a valid point. Here's my ideas. Balls already, can we have that muscle that like pulls them closer to our body when it's cold and relaxes and sets them further away when it's hot. We can make that muscle like stronger and expand it such that, in normal times, your balls are inside your body. But when you get a boner, whenever you're aroused, that's when your balls drop and are external. So you can still get your balls sucked. And we could, presumably, I would imagine, you might have to get an injection or something, which would be bad. There are ways to make someone erect, and therefore we could still, do vasectomies by first making someone erect and then doing the vasectomy. But presumably, I think you might have to get an injection to make someone erect for long enough to do that, which would suck.
You could just give them sildenafil, and that'll do it for a few hours. You don't need to inject them with anything. We have oral medications that give people erection.
Hell yeah. Okay, so it's not that bad then. Hell yeah. So we can give people that pill before screening them. I mean, that's still an added cost, but the upside is no one gets kicked in the balls. Okay, and no one.
No, that's true.
Would that affect fertility for the purpose? Hold on.
Well, for the concept of we no longer face the issue of spermatogenesis being reduced by a higher temperature, we filtered that aspect out already.
Right.
You already filtered that aspect out? Okay.
Yeah, so the purpose of it's hypothetical is to say if we could genetically modify humans such that sperm could be produced at a higher temperature so that it would actually be possible if testicles were inside our body. Or if not produce, I don't know if testicles produce sperm or if they just live in there for a little bit. I forget exactly, but
testicles produce sperm. They live in there. They'll move around to the epididymis as well.
Okay.
Like slightly outside the balls.
If they run out of space in your balls, do they start fighting each other for space?
No, your balls just get bigger.
Ah.
You just get like massive balls. That's why like the no fat November dudes, like they always walk with a limp. If you can notice it, they walk with a limp because their balls are so large and engorged.
Dude. So they'll just be shooting ropes, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that is why. Okay. Presumably, that is why. Like, if you don't jerk off for a while, you usually shoot ropes afterwards. Like,
I've never noticed my balls literally getting bigger.
It's hard to notice because most guys, have to jack off every other day, so
exactly.
they don't give their balls time to grow.
Scientists have actually never found out what the truth is because no guy has ever gone that long without jerking off ever in the history of mankind.
Yeah, it's just not really possible.
It's just like
it's unfortunate, but that's how it is.
They keep trying to put somebody in a room to do it, but they always manage to sneak one in when the doctors aren't looking.
Yeah, we could be in a perfectly white room, nothing, no texture to the walls or
cameras everywhere,
and they will still figure something out that's sexy about that room.
They'll literally just be like bouncing their leg, and suddenly, just boom. Like, oh, okay.
Someday, though, in the future, when we have the technology, maybe we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But I'm no expert. I'm no urologist, you could say. Although I have more knowledge about anatomy than most.
Well, yeah, you did. Because you are a nurse, right?
But yeah, how you been vegan? It's been a while. As soon as I saw you in here, I was like, I gotta talk to vegan.
Bubby, I haven't talked to Bubby in a long time.
I know.
Yeah, they were talking about penises in Twitch, but I was at work, and so like, I gotta get home. So I get home.
I gotta get home.
Yeah.
The penises.
Yeah, the second question. because eventually we transition from should we make testicles internal to if we could standardize penis size, what would the optimal penis size be?
I guess to conclude the first question, overall, the first question, I'd say no, we should keep them external. I think the risk of kicking the balls is so small, and the benefits of having them external without needing other medications, like as you were saying, give them sildenafil and more gene editing to make the cremaster muscle relax so the balls descend even further for like a vasectomy or what have you. It seems like a lot of work for something that would be better to just leave it as is. And then, sure, there are some benefits, but overall, I'd say the benefits outweigh the cons, especially considering evolution has kind of already made that decision for us, since that's what we currently have.
Right, yeah.
There is something about cancer rate as well, testicular cancer rate, excluding the screening that I mentioned earlier. I think you do get higher rates, so that would just be another gene editing thing that would need to be done.
What suit chat?
So it's just a lot of effort for.
Oh wait, that's true. But what if we could also genetically modify, us such that we never get testicular cancer?
That would be ridiculous, because then you could probably start equating that to other types of cancer, and find some analog of how to do it to others. That would be a big ask. Like if the hypothetical eventually devolves into, well, what if we counter this issue that happens with internal testicles, and you go over that with like every single issue with internal testicles, then obviously at that point you might as well go internal testicles. So there's got to be a limit of like, okay, what would we allow to say that it's better to have one way or the other? And if we're saying everything kind of is negated, then obviously internal.
Yeah.
What should the standardized dick size be then, vegan?
I think from women's perspectives that I've read about online, it's somewhere around the average that men have today.
And you have to look up their opinions online because you're just so above average that you can't trust the partners that you've been with, right?
Essentially.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure that's why.
Yeah. But that I think is the standardized. Obviously, then you'd also have to standardize vaginas, because vaginas come in different sizes in the same.
Does this hypothetical also standardize vaginas? Are they going to be perfectly equal to each other?
So
I guess we could structures. They should be.
Yeah, I guess I didn't.
Well,
think
wait a minute.
that.
If we're gonna make vaginas equal, then what's the point in the hypothetical? Then you could just say any number, because then it'll fit either way.
I was gonna say, like, actually, we could make it fucking 12 inches, because then we could just make vaginas 12 inches. But yeah.
At what point are you just hitting brain?
Wait, do you think we could? Oh my god! Wait, if we could genetically modify dicks to be ribbed for her pleasure.
Yeah, that would be
good. That would be good. That would just be unironically good, yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be ribbed for my pleasure too, dude. Come on. Feeling
That's
that
true, yeah.
texture with your fingers? Oh.
Something's... I don't like the idea of that.
Man, don't knock it till you try it, dude.
The idea of like having like fleshy ridges in my dick, I don't like that.
Do you not feel your dick vein, like, the iconic dick vein? Do you not feel that?
Iconic dick vein?
Like the most bulging vein that kind of sticks out?
I don't know, he hasn't made a cameo in a while, the legendary iconic dick vein.
Ribbed means no more anal? You could still do
anal
you know ribbed if you...
Why would ribbed mean no more anal?
I've seen people stick much worse up their ass in a fucking ribbed dildo. Are you kidding me? Like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Game Boy says hi.
Wait, where's Game Boy? Game Boy.
He's not able to chat at the moment.
Damn it.
So was this why you were asking everybody if 8 inches would hurt?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're comparing
on average 8 inches would hurt probably.
It definitely
so
more
far
than on average.
These women have told me no, but I don't know that many women, so.
And the other thing, you can't take what's said by just, like, if you get stock standard women off the street and start asking them about that, because all the guys lie about their size. They always add 2 inches. And so 90% of what they've been with is 8 inches.
Oh, that's interesting, actually, because my chat was telling me earlier women tend to overestimate but I bet the proximate cause for that is actually men lying about
lying. Oh, genius. Who brings it up first in conversation, you think? Do you think the ladies ask, or do you think the guys are like, I'm eight, I swear, I'm eight?
I think most of the time the guys would brag.
He probably just brings it up out of nowhere, yeah.
Yeah.
While they're eating asparagus or something, he's like, by the way, I'm eight.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why guys would just brag about it out of nowhere. I got no idea.
Wait, Isaac, how the fuck are you doing? Do you have a stream? You don't have a stream key to do this, right? Wait, how are you? Wait, are you using the TikTok live thing and then OBS virtual webcam?
On the date, they told a joke and they didn't get the response they wanted, so now they gotta say that their wiener. They gotta say their wiener's 7 inches.
That's true. I mean.
Which is a pretty good constellation prize. I mean, that's not the,
If the joke falls flat, you got to pull out the weapon. It will recover from any, social blunder.
If diplomacy, if diplomacy doesn't work, you have to go to brute force.
Well, I'm glad I was able to partake in the penis talk. It's just so exhilarating. It's so exciting.
Yeah, obviously.
And I was able to make it. I was able to make it in time.
Working on my path towards veganism. Vegan.
Nice.
I'll get there
yes.
eventually.
Come on, Bubby. Non-fawn's almost there.
I'm eating cruelty-free chocolate right now. Tony's cruelty-free chocolate.
Cringe, he says.
I love child labor.
The cruelty's what makes it taste so good.
Exactly.
I had cat tricks. I had to order because I lived in boony ass America before the FDA made the change to their rules of condoms, and so I would have to buy like overseas produced condoms from England. It was kind of silly that the rules existed. But I'm over that now. My balls are no longer connected to my urethra. So I'm set.
Hell yeah.
Child labor is good.
You're getting one step closer to the perfect male form, which is the hypothetical that we were just discussing, balls tucked into the body.
I got one step to go. Get the balls inside the body.
Exactly.
Well, here's the real question. What if let's say we can voluntarily, take our balls in and out of our body, and then let's also expand it, not just to balls, but to our dicks too. Would that be?
You could have an innie.
Exactly.
I'd go for that. Yeah, I'd do that.
Oh my god! What if we could make it like fully reversible? Like you could just like the transgender surgery that they do. You could just do that voluntarily.
Oh, if they just like grow a wiener or they grow a vagina.
It's just like you can turn them like inside out and everything.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
That'd be like.
This guy's frothing at the mouth. You're making him froth at the mouth over here.
Can you have both at the same time?
Well, no, because it'd just be like it'd just be like turning the shaft into a canal and turning the canal into a shaft. It'd be like, yeah, it's kind of like blowing up or deflating a balloon. It's like
the homologous structure to the labia is actually your scrot. So I don't know, like what happens.
I think in this hypothetical, what I'm imagining is like you still have balls, but like your dick just turns inside out, so it's essentially it acts like a vaginal canal.
You have a vagina with balls.
I mean, you got a vaginal canal.
That would be so based.
That'd be pretty based. I'd go around that.
Vagina with balls.
Vagina with balls.
Hairy balls right under the vagina. I think there's something just really wrong with the trajectory in my life that I just said that.
No, dude. No, you have
big
become
hairy balls right under the vagina. Those were words that came out of my mouth.
The shaved vagina. It's got to be shaved vagina. Hairy balls. Because as we all know, men are too much of pussies to fucking shave.
True.
Imagine being a man and not manscaping your balls.
Well, wait, hold on. Well,
Like,
this is another benefit though of the internal balls is that men don't have to shave their balls anymore. It's just like.
Well, if you want your taint
Well,
liquid
would hair?
shaved,
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, would hair not grow there anymore?
Well,
No,
not
you
on
still have
your.
hair there.
Well, your balls are internal. You still have hair like in your groin.
the
It's
tissue,
just,
the tissue
Yeah.
betwixt the anus and the penis would still have hair growing. You'd still need to shave.
Yeah, but it's like
You
you
said
don't
like
need
an
to.
extra
You're a
long
civilized-
taint. We would just be extending the taint, basically.
Extra taint. I mean, taint.
Extra taint. Extra taint.
Extra taint licking.
This is sounding better. You're selling this more and more to me by the second. Extra taint, you say? Yo.
I don't know. I mean, taint touching is good. Ball fondling is good. It's hard to. I can't. I'd have to experience
It's
one
good, but
immediately
it
with
could
the other
easily.
to determine
like
which
the-
one is if superior.
I'm nervous with that stuff now. It could get dangerous real quick. I had
What,
one girl
ball
almost
fondling?
hoover a grape right off the vine. It was very scary and painful.
Oh, she was going too hard, dude.
She
needs to work
yeah,
up for that.
yeah. She didn't take it seriously too. She laughed at me. I was like in pain. She was like, "Come on." She's like, "I didn't do it that hard." I was like, "What the fuck?"
Wait, hold on.
Bite your labia. Let me tell you how you feel. Let me know how that feels.
Why are we?
I actually penned. Oh, yeah, sorry, continue.
Why are we, making men more like women? Why don't we make women's ovaries external?
Ooh.
Oh.
Then they could appreciate. Then you could see. You could see the undulation.
Stop.
The
Oh,
ovaries
stop.
as
I hate
they
that
release
word.
the egg.
Undulation.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
If you and then all the weird, quote unquote, breeder fetish people, aka all of humanity.
Oh, they would see the eggs and go nuts.
Well, they wouldn't see the egg, but they would, they'd map out how it looks like. It's like scientists would be like,
But if
okay, what
you-
happens at this point?
I feel like I've
Dude.
heard that you can see a human egg with the naked eye before, but that could just be totally false. I feel like
I mean,
saw that on
it's-
fucking TikTok.
I
It's
feel like
tiny.
you probably can, but
You'd have
it's
to-
hard to get at them. You really got to get in there.
I'm not going to ask an 80-year-old to see it with their naked eye. I wouldn't be surprised if it was visible to those with good vision to see. If there's you need to have good contrast though to
Sure.
have it as a backdrop to see it. Would be my guess. I don't know. I'm not an eggologist either.
I'm gonna look up human egg. I probably have to do it not on
The
my
largest, it's the
phone.
largest cell in the human body, I believe. You can just do human egg size, and then it's just educational. Twitch can't ban you for educational content, right, Bubby?
Yeah, exactly. This whole conversation so far has been educational.
Yep.
Especially the part I said about the hairy balls under the vagina. It's the most educational part.
With a shaved vagina, hairy
The
balls.
shaved vagina on top and the hairy balls on the bottom. Yeah.
Yep.
It's purely educational.
I would straight up just Google the size of a human egg because I don't know if those pictures are actually trustworthy.
I trust them. Approximately 120 micrometers.
Micrometers.
I think I don't. I'm assuming it's what that means.
0.12 of a millimeter. Which it'd be visible. You'd need good contrast to be more
Typically visible to the naked eye without the aid of a microscope. I wonder if Wikipedia has a picture. I don't think Wikipedia does. But...
No, they got a bunch of freaking artistic representation of the. God damn it, Wikipedia. Oh, that's right. Wikipedia. When you search human on Wikipedia, that top picture, there was apparently for 20 years a vicious fight amongst people editing Wikipedia that page to figure out what they want to use as a picture for a human, and then they finally settled on the picture that's there a few years ago.
Wow.
Yep, that picture right there.
Did that guy have any say in it? Did that guy and that lady?
I don't think they realize that they are the face of humanity on the largest encyclopedia on the planet. But it's majority of humans are Asian. It shows
That's
a male
true.
and a female, and they're partaking in the like what humans have done for 95% of civilization, or sorry, 95% of human existence, which is
Wearing Gooning hats?
farming, gathering, wearing
Farming
Gooning hats.
gathering, yes. Yes.
It's a pretty good picture, I think.
Yeah. I would bet my life this is Cambodia.
I don't believe it
Thailand,
is.
I think.
Thailand.
Yeah.
I would think it's Thailand.
Destroyed.
Fucking wrecked. But yeah,
Wow,
apparently a lot of
racist.
so there's 40 pictures you can see. In the top right corner, it's 1 out of 40. They added a bunch of the other pictures because a lot of people are like, oh, it's got to be a white human because there's like 80 million white humans on the planet, so we got to have white humans the archetype. Like, I don't know what the argument was because it's been a while since I read about it, but there's a lot of debate over this image. And
How is this time? This is bullshit. This is not Thailand. That lady isn't doing kickboxing, and that guy isn't a ladyboy. This is not Thailand.
That's true. That's true. Very true. Very true. We should appeal Wikipedia with those complaints.
Yeah, it should be Thailand, but it should be a ladyboy and then a female fighter.
Oh, Bubby, do you miss TV?
I do. I'm very concerned about what might have happened.
Apparently, he said he's just going to be gone for a while. There's no more information beyond that. He's just gone.
Wait, when did
and
he
then he'll
say
come back
that? How do we? Who?
If you looked at your chat when you called Maita, he did a little bit more talking, explaining, although not much information was gleaned from it at all.
Okay.
He was saying that there's a guy who apparently was still in contact with TV, and TV said he's going to be gone for a while.
Damn.
So, there goes our edgy debate channel that would host Bimmy repeatedly and somehow never got banned.
That was a good channel.
It was a good channel. I got to debate veganism, you know.
Yeah.
That's where it was
Yeah.
at.
I'm thinking
I was
wanna...
Napon's initial exposure.
I know. I saw your DMs, by the way. I'm just bad at replying to DMs. I just
Oh, no worry.
even for people, not that I don't like you. Sorry, I was gonna say even for people that I like and everything, like or people like I'm close with. I just don't. I don't reply to my fucking grandma's messages sometimes. Sorry, grandma, but
yeah, that's grandma for you.
Yeah.
You can't let her think that you're desperate. Okay, you gotta let her wait a little bit.
Yep. Come on, grandma.
That's true. I am getting lunch with her tomorrow, though. So, but regardless, oh, I don't think I've said this for a while. I will host a debate show eventually, and I think I might. I don't want to host two at the same time as an issue. So basically, there's two, sort of spheres that I kind of inhabit. There's like the Twitch sphere with like Admiral Gibbs and Wick, and they host a bunch of like debates over Discord, and they're like, kind of like a 2-hour panel or whatever about like the relevant topic of the week. And then there's also people like Sarah the Raging Tomato, essentially, who she will host. She will do like what are called like Mod Mondays, where she's just a moderator of like a 1v1 or 2v2 debate. And then like she moves to open panel afterwards, and it's like an open panel with like it's called StreamYard. I think she uses to host open panels so everyone can join and everything. And I don't know exactly what I want to do. I like Discord better. I think Discord is just easier to use. Like most of my buddies are on and everything. But at the same time, I see how many donations like Sarah gets from from people because she just she's like, oh, you can kick someone from the panel for $10 or something and like throw yourself up there and everything, and it's like free money. So I don't know what I want to do exactly. I need to figure out, but
yeah, from what I saw was I got a random ping from that massive fuck all politics chat that some dude was offering $500 to debate anybody on any topic, and if they win, they get the $500. And I knew from the get-go that the dude is gonna just debate bro the whole way. Like he's gonna take a solipsist stance where he can't lose ever. And then any claim that you make, because obviously the way he posits it, it's you need to make a claim to defend it, to show that you're right. And so he can take the super passive, poke any hole anywhere in the argument, and then he'll win. Obviously, he's got to have a lot of experience with it, but I'm sure that's roughly how it went.
Yeah.
Maita wants to join. By
I'm
the
pretty
way,
sure he has stream room perms. He might not.
Get in here, Maida.
He does not.
There's a smart man, smart man.
Yeah.
Okay, hypothetically, let's say we have the technology to genetically modify humans, okay? And we can genetically modify humans such that their testicles still produce sperm at the temperature inside your body, and we therefore can people we can place the testicles inside the body, and they still produce sperm. You're fertile just as usual. Should we make all future males be born with internal testicles?
I'm confused. Is this like a?
It's a question that you gotta answer it best you can. Just do your best.
No, because I feel like this would be like arguably like a type of eugenicism, right? Because,
yeah,
like,
but
if
I think you
there-
could say the same thing for like genetically modifying cancer out of people, and it feels like that's
Yeah, so CRISPR is a great example of this. They found the ability to sequence certain genomes to be able to remove traits that typically lead to things like multiple sclerosis, Down syndrome, etc., that they can be found in the genetic code before the baby is even like conceptually made, right? Like you can literally combine the sperm and egg and see how the code is replicating to determine whether or not it will lead to these outcomes. And like the problem is like, obviously, if you birth a child that has a mental or physical disability that exists in like the severe end of that spectrum, you're going to put them in a position where they are more likely to face discrimination or like forms of oppression within their lifetime. But would you argue that that is more or less moral than robbing them of their autonomy and their experience as a person to live a life with or against that, independent of the decision that they would make post their birth, which they had no influence on prior?
You said too many complicated words. I think
Well, that takes away from the main point. Let's say
Yeah, so,
hypothetically we can
number
edit
one-
people to have testicles inside their body. Is that would you be for that or no?
No.
Think
And
about
just
it.
because it leads down a eugenicist standpoint,
well-
is there any other rationale?
The rationale could be that like there are people that may objectify wanting that for themselves, and as a result of that, it could put them in a position where you make a decision on their behalf that you would argue could be morally right or viewed as morally right at the time, but would be like post the decision happening morally wrong relative to what the individual may desire.
So you're thinking future possibilities of what would happen.
Correct.
Do you let's say we were to say right now, so no future, just like right now it happens. No, don't speculate on potential. What would you say? Would it be fine or no?
I mean, I think I could generally be for or against it. I just think I would need to hear an argument as to why it might be necessary.
no one has to
Non-font,
get
take it
kicked
away.
no one has to get kicked in the balls ever again. Men don't have to worry about shaving their balls ever again. Okay.
Well, those would be bonuses, so
you don't have
this
to
would be
worry
an
about-
argument in favor.
What? Yeah, exactly. No, I'm making the argument in favor of putting our testicles inside so they don't get hurt as much, essentially.
Oh my God! Sorry, I was misinterpreting this. I was thinking like if a child was born without testicles, should we like genetically modify them to have testicles?
No.
Oh,
Their
no.
testicles
Okay.
are internal.
Oh, so you're just talking about making it where rather than having external like genitalia, we have internal genitalia that can be
Well,
protected.
at least the balls, yeah.
I mean, I guess I could be in favor of that. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like the circumstances around the injury could be preventable, and that would be seen as like something that would be good. But it's like I feel like this falls into the same type of argument in regards to like circumcision. Just because circumcision gives you a 1 in 500,000 chance of not getting like penile cancer doesn't mean that we ought to circumcise every person.
Oh, Maida's on my side. Fuck circumcision. Let's go. I don't want to
No,
derail.
What? I just made
listen.
coffee, and we're talking about circumcision now. Wait a minute. This is my wheelhouse. Okay.
Listen, dude, as somebody who prefers the sexual company of other men, I will say I prefer circumcised over uncircumcised. So I'm
Let's
not on your side. I'm just saying
go.
there's an argument for it.
Wait. You're not on my side, but there is an argument for it. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
don't think there's a sufficient argument.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait. Hold on.
What?
You just mean wait, Maida, you just mean you're just talking about preferences of like what looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bubby,
Yeah,
aren't
no,
you?
I'm saying that.
Bubby, you're circumcised,
Like-
right?
Yes, I am.
I said Bubby.
Oh wait, you were asking Bubby.
Yeah, yeah. So Maida is.
What was the question? Sorry.
You're circumcised, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Maida is
Of
on your.
course.
Maida is on your side. Yeah. In terms of looks. at
Listen, the
least, in
world
terms
wouldn't
of-
be able to handle an uncircumcised me. Okay.
How does that
Economies would collapse. Countries would go to war. It wouldn't be good.
It would be over. Just
It
to be
would be
clear, I
over.
know that Nonfon doesn't know this, but me, Bubby, and Morally Superior Vegan we've known each other for years at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We go
I
way
think
back.
Bubby said when he joined, he was like, "Oh, I saw vegan in here. I had to join." And then
Yeah.
Maida, you messaged me. I presume it's because you saw Bubby and I.
Yeah, I seen you and Bubby in here, and I was like, "Oh shit, man, we haven't got to talk like this in months."
You know what Hank, you know what non-fun needs to do? He needs to
Yeah.
drop this game. He needs to go online and figure out that website that Bubby has, that where you got to figure out the era of a picture.
Chrono Photo.
Oh, the
Chrono Photo.
I love that game. Yo.
Yeah, I
Chrono Photo
introduced
time.
you guys to that game. We were playing it together in TB's Discord.
All right, non-fun. Time to join the click. So you're gonna save. You're gonna get to a good saving point. You're gonna save, quit, and you're gonna go to Chrono Photo. We're gonna play.
Wait, he's playing Schedule 1? What is this zoomer ass gameplay going on?
A zoomer as gameplay.
Dude,
Schedule
I mean, he
one.
is a zoomer.
First of
Oh,
all,
that is true.
yeah,
I forget Nonfon's like freaking 11.
I am 11. Kind of weird
No, he's-
talking
he's-
to an 11-year-old.
He's 16.
Yeah, I've
Chad is
seen.
not happy that you were bashing on Schedule 1.
All right, here we go. Here we
Schedule
go.
one is
That
a
looks like an old ass firefighter outfit almost. Unless it's a
This is easily in the 30s or before.
30s. You think this is? I think it's after.
I forget. Are we able to zoom in?
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
this could
pretty
be a
low
war.
quality.
This could be. But this looks like an American uniform. And America wasn't bombed in the war, so this
1947.
isn't a war photo. I don't think this is a war
1957.
photo.
He's going 45.
10 years off.
He's going too fast. He's not letting us look at the picture and debate.
He's
We
not
got
letting us
shit
ruin our
points.
friendships.
We got shitty points.
Okay, this is too
Okay,
easy.
Japan.
This is
That's the flag of
1945.
Japan. Yeah, 45. Fuck it. 45. That's the end of the
45.
war. Yeah, it's a Japanese flag, and they're like soldiers.
Oh, that is Japanese flag, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're American soldiers.
Yeah.
It
They're,
could
they're
be-
burying Japan. The kingdom
Hell
of
yeah.
Japan got fucked.
It was 1 year
Yeah.
earlier, but
It's gonna be within that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it might be 1944, but
It's
I,
like-
I didn't get a chance to. Oh, this is like 1920s, right?
Yeah, Model T.
This has gotta
Model
be
Ts.
like, yeah.
Like 1921. I'm thinking 1921.
I'm gonna go 1920. Oh shoot! Hang on. They're carrying a flag.
What's the
I'm gonna go
flag? Zoom in
1919.
on that. Zoom in.
can we count the?
Enhance.
That's not a 50-star flag. I don't think.
Grassy knoll.
It's 48.
No
Well,
way.
obviously no Alaska, no
I
Hawaii.
feel like there's too many Model Ts for this to be 48, dude.
No, he
This is
says
why
it's
I'm
48
48,
stars.
Oh,
no Alaska,
oh
no,
yeah, sorry,
no
I'm a
Hawaii.
little brain dead around the edges.
Shoes were $2.
I'm gonna go 19. I'm gonna go 1919.
Shoes for $2. Okay, listen, I'm not saying we need to return to Monkey, but we definitely need to go back to whatever year this is.
Shoes 298. I'm gonna go 1919. I think with the flag, it might be a parade for America, and we quote unquote won World War One. But it could also just be a random parade.
But
Are we
could
sure
it be
this
a
is the website
memorial
we used
parade
the
in
last time? I thought
1920
the
or
webs-
1921?
Are we sure this is the website we used last time? I thought the one we used last time was time and also location.
Oh, you're thinking of
I know what website
Time
you're
Guesser.
trying- Yeah.
Oh, Time Guesser. Yeah. Well, they're both good.
I prefer
It was
Chrono Photo. I
1918.
hate Time Guesser.
Damn.
It was.
we should have done 1919.
Yeah, he was closer.
Who? Is this like 1953? That's my
War
gut
I.
instinct.
Yeah, that looks like the 40s to 50s to me as well.
Yeah, it looks like the late that phone is going
This
to
is
be the
past
biggest giveaway.
40s. That like short haircut. This has got to be past 40s.
Yo, who are those hotties though? Come on, are they single?
What do you mean hotties? These like, I was gonna say something. Never mind. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
Oh yeah, zoom in, keep going.
The tie tucked into the pants is crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but his pants are pulled up to his nipples. Like, bro is literally.
man's a Chad, dude. Look at that look. Yeah, I'd go with 53. I don't care. It's somewhere in that era.
I bet it's.
I think.
Oh, 1936. What the fuck?
Yo,
I
these
told you
people
the
were.
phone. The phone looked too old.
These people were ahead of
doesn't-
their time with style.
Yeah. This woman is like
The one on the
working.
right,
She's
the one
not
on the
gonna
right really
let
threw me off
fucking-
with her fashion.
Yeah, look at that. She got like freaking frosted tips. Did they even frost tips back in 1938?
Okay, this is
She's bringing back
1953.
street bed.
Oh, this is in the 60s for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like
That's
this is a newer photo with just a sepia filter over it
Oh,
to
I'm gonna go
confuse you
56.
because it's really high
This is like
quality.
China.
No, I'm gonna go 56. I'm saying 56. You guys.
Oh wait, no, this
can't
is like
go.
this is Chinatown, like in some American city. What?
Do you think this is San Francisco?
Do you think vehicles only exist in America?
These people look Asian, don't they?
Well, these are not Chinese like cars.
What do Chinese cars from this era look like?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They're probably all spewing black smoke and shit and fucking I don't know.
I don't think China was that big into pollution during whenever this was taken.
I don't know, man.
All right.
This was in
Overall,
full-
we did really shitty this round.
Yeah. The moral of the story is other people who aren't me definitely weren't pulling their weight.
1960.
Hang on, that second one.
I mean, we didn't do that
You
bad.
said
Oh,
60s?
I did say 58 on that one as well. So I got two of them. Pretty damn close.
Not bad.
All right. New game. We got to beat that. 28-76.
Okay, before new game, what do we consider a good score? What's like a good score? Let's
At
say
least
3,500.
3,500 is
Yeah.
usually good, yeah.
This
Who
has
else?
got to
Okay.
be.
That's Daniel
Looks
Day-Lewis
like-
and There Will Be Blood.
Bro, this is literally just the Great Wall of China. Put that shit in 1411.
No, that's a great wall of oil wells. I'd go
This has
further
got to
back
be
than
like
that.
I'm gonna go 1912.
1912. It might be that.
Yeah, 'cause those welds.
This
welds
guy's
look
got some
I'm
pretty
thinking that
old-
this looks like the
pretty
20s, the
old-fashioned.
late 20s maybe. Because like the guy is dressed with the the Homburg hat and then like the suit and get up. I feel like that was a very 20s thing.
And they had electricity back then.
Maybe 20s.
Yeah.
It could
yeah,
be
this
20s.
is. There's a.
If it's 20s, it's
Go up
20s, it's
there.
early 20s. I think it's early.
Yeah, yeah. The electrical pole. I think it's. Wait, what is that in the upper left-hand corner? Is that like a UFO?
What?
I think that's just like a
fudge?
tear in the photo.
Just looks
Oh.
like a really shitty part of the photo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was aliens.
I'm gonna go early 20s, late 10s.
I'm gonna
I'll
say
just-
early 20s. I say
I'm
like
gonna I'll
23.
say 20. I just say 20. That looks like
Alright.
shitty woodwork as well. Like those
I'll
random
just do 1920.
wood pillars.
Ooh,
You got to
1924.
remember, they were still colonizing some parts of the United States in the 20s.
Let's
I
go.
said 20. I said 24.
You said early 20s.
Well, what the hell?
All right, we're well on our way. We're
What
well
the
on
hell
our way.
is this?
Oh fuck!
Is this like marriage training?
No, that's
Jesus, hot
that's
as hell.
What do you mean she's
True.
hot as hell?
Look, are we seeing the same photo?
it's barrel. She's a barrel rider. No, I presume this is something like the weird things they have in like bars or whatever, where you get on the electronic bull, the bull riding whatever thingy. I wonder if this is similar to that. All right, the woodwork looks really shitty. Those shorts I think were in the 20s or 30s that she's wearing.
No, well, okay. The
I
thing
don't
is, though,
know.
look at the way the other people are dressed. Like,
Yeah.
there's only one guy wearing a Homburg. That girl on the left is wearing a floral
Why
dress.
is he wearing a Homburg?
Well, that's it. Because he might be out of style. This could be like the
40s.
late 20s, early 30s. This could even be as like into the mid 30s if he's really that out of style.
This can't be
I mean,
the 30s. They're having
woodwork is
fun.
shitty.
There was no fun allowed in the
Exactly.
30s.
Wait,
Look at
This
this
is literally
one. This guy does
1928.
not look like a
Banner on phone.
1930s, 1920s dude to me.
It is 1928, guaranteed.
I'm gonna go
right before the
40s.
stock market crash.
I'm gonna go.
I honestly think
Go
it's
40s.
Oh,
We have
jeez.
injected so much information to this that we are nowhere near correct about.
Hang on, zoom in on the barrel. Let's look at the barrel. So that's like that's clearly a turban.
The barrel.
Oh, hold
That's
on.
that's a turban on the
You're
barrel.
gonna get a make and model of the barrel.
These are 1935 feet right here. I can.
Yeah, you can tell by the toes.
Yeah.
This barrel's not helpful. Does he have a
Bubby's saying
camel toe?
1940. I'm going 1928.
I think like 1934, 1935. I think I'm with.
All right, let's not start gooning.
Going
up.
1936. Okay.
All right,
Oh,
he's gonna be doing it.
1953. Oh my god.
Oh my God, you were so-
We all
I knew-
sucked. Bubby
Hey, I was
was
the
I knew it.
closest.
I knew it.
but you were still off by a lot.
This is not a
I
1930s.
said 42.
This
So I was
is how
10
you,
just
this
10
is how
years
you
old.
learn how to get your rhetoric up, non-fun. You have to convince the other people in the call that you were right.
Okay, this is like iPod. They're advertising.
Okay, this is like literally yesterday.
Okay,
That
zoom in on
was
the taxi.
yesterday.
Zoom in on
What do
that
you mean,
oh,
literally
iPod.
yesterday? This is like 2004.
Okay, there's a
20
cyclist.
years ago.
There's a cyclist. He's in his drops. There's traffic citation.
This
Man, it's
is
got to be like 2000.
11. This is
It-
10/20 2011.
No, this is like iPod was like popular in 2008 at the most. It's got to be like 2006,
What?
2005.
Okay, fine. At 2009.
I don't know.
2009.
Yeah, I don't know how long they
The first
advertised the
iPhone-
I
iPhone.
thought it was
first-
like 06.
The first iPhone came out when 2008.
2007 is when the first
iPod.
iPhone came out, but I don't know how long
Yes.
they advertised the iPod after the iPhone came out. That's my.
Yeah, that's
the
what I'm
first,
saying.
The
I'm
first
thinking-
generations of iPhone didn't have like music capabilities. Yeah.
Oh wait, hang on. Zoom out. Zoom out. There's a big orange.
Or,
and white
or they. What?
up to the top, right at the top. Go to the right.
Yes.
I don't know how delayed your stream is. Nope, sorry, not there. The top, the tallest pillar that has words on it.
This?
Zoom out all the way. It's left center of the screen.
The Studio 60 Mondays.
Oh shoot! I was trying to read it. I
Wait,
couldn't
go
read
to
it.
the
other way.
banner
I
on
thought
the
it said
right.
09. I thought
What
it
is
said
it?
09 something.
What is that advertisement for on the right? The banner on the right.
These.
Is that Bayonetta?
I really can't.
Wait,
tell.
you might be right. No, I don't think that's
No,
Bayonetta.
no, it's not Bayonetta. I was about to lock in, bro.
He was
You're
locked.
crazy with it. I know them titties. I know them titties anywhere.
I would say 06.
I think you're probably right. I think we're probably in the like 05, anywhere between like 2004 and 2008.
Because iPods went away after iPhone became
Yeah.
popular,
Yeah,
and I think
would
the first
imagine.
iPhone came out in like 06 or something. Like
Yeah, yeah. That's why I asked about the iPhone. Yeah.
All right.
that. All right, let's see. Let's see
do
what we get. What we get.
2006. Is this what we? Wait, hold on. What
Yeah.
year do you want to do? 2006, 2004, 2000.
Anywhere 2005. That's a nice middle ground.
2005. Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to
Right in
agree.
between.
Oh,
right in between.
2006. Damn. Well.
Damn it.
Oh.
But still many points. Still many points.
Yeah. That's a good starting score.
Okay,
We're going-
this is
we're
like
going- We might do it.
19,
Oh my god.
19.
That's
Last week in
90s.
Cambodia.
This has got to be like 95.
Yeah, the side they got two microphones.
Who said
They got
Cambodia?
cool-
Might
like,
have
dude's wearing a Make America Great Again hat. Maybe it's 2015.
Well, okay, like this. The thing is that's crazy about this is like this could be anywhere from like 1999 all the way up to like 2014, depending on the
Right.
country.
Because yeah.
Yeah, it's clearly Cambodia.
Yeah, I told you. You sleep on Cambodia, but the one picture that's in there is of Cambodia. You're 20 years off instantly.
I feel like there's some kind of like almost like Iron Dome like force field around Ukraine where like as soon as you go in there, anything you record will automatically look like it's from like the 1980s.
It's the same with
It's
Russia.
wild.
Russia.
Yeah. I literally saw some footage from the Russia-Ukraine war like the other day, and I'm like, this looks like like something from like the Yugoslav conflicts. Like this, I don't know how they even have that technology anymore.
Dude,
Such
when I was
shitty
working in
footage.
independent journalism and I had to watch videos from the Russia-Ukraine war, there were videos that were sent to me where I could literally count the pixels on the screen.
It's wild.
True cat tricks.
All right. Yeah. So it's somewhere between. It's It's 96 or later.
Yeah, I would hope so, considering the computers.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm gonna say like 2000. You know, I'm just gonna have to lean into the
I don't
third
think
world
it's
country
2000.
meme and say like 2004 here.
Really? That computer has an antenna on.
I'm gonna go
These are microphones, I
2004. I'll just side with Mike on this one. Cat Trick's coming up with the 2024. Look at Chad. All right, I'm gonna go 2004. We got Mike at 2004. Bubby and Non-Fun. What are you guys saying?
I'm saying
I would
98.
guess like 97 or something.
All right,
You
average
want to
is at,
settle on like
2002.
2002, 2001? Yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I feel like it's
2000.
gonna be
2001.
Okay,
2001.
Han.
That's
They're just
pretty
watching the
close
Twin
to-
Towers on the
I'm looking at this kid's face. This kid has seen 9/11. Okay, this is a.
Yeah, that's his reaction after seeing the second tower get hit.
Yeah.
He's like, oh shit.
9/11 hit Cambodia hard.
Yeah. She's like, oh my god, we're going to war.
All right, lock it in. 2000.
Ah,
It's Y2K.
1999. Damn.
No, 2000. Oh, damn, close.
Wow,
We're still
not
on the
bad.
we're still on the
Listen.
grind.
Yeah, we're on that grind. We're
Okay,
on a good
space
score
shuttle.
here.
Okay.
We're on the grind set. Space
I don't-
shuttle. Columbia. 96.
90. Yeah, I was gonna say 96, or maybe
Yeah, yeah,
95.
it has
Maybe
to
this
be,
was
yeah,
before the
before-
Colombian fight.
It has to be before Columbia blew up, right?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then
I knew the
fucking-
Colombian flight was in 96.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
about
It has
say
to be
that too.
before Columbia blew up. So I'm thinking 95.
Before Columbia blew up.
Well, I mean, Columbia existed in 96.
It's not there anymore.
Wait, when did it blow up? I swear that
Yeah.
was a failed mission, right?
The,
It
yeah,
burned
it blew
on
up on
re-entry.
re-entry. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
maybe
know
this
when
could be-
exactly, but
I don't know the
I mean-
astronauts' faces themselves. That would be the key giveaway. But I'm not a spurg that studies astronauts. That would have been the easy giveaway.
No,
how
the
did
name
it
of the
blow
ship
up
was
at Columbia if Hamas didn't exist then?
But that's the joke is that he continues the racist arc. He's a racist.
Oh yeah,
arc.
yeah. No, my bad. It was a false flag operation.
I just realized, yeah, we've been talking about Colombia this whole time. There's a huge United States flag and text right there.
Well, the Columbia is the
Lock
name
in
of the.
95. Even though it was created in like the 70s, we're locking in.
I don't know if Columbia
Wait.
blew up, and I don't know when Columbia blew up. Is the issue.
I don't know. I feel like this is probably from the 90s. Like I think 95 is a good guess because this might be the last picture taken of it before it blew up.
Wait, was Columbia before or after the Challenger? I think it was
After. Challenger was 86.
Yeah.
Columbia
86,
was
so-
years after. Columbia, I
Okay.
think the latest, if I already guessed, Columbia was 04. Was the latest.
This image just looks fake. I don't know. There's something about it I just don't trust. I think it's because of the NASA logo.
I'll watch the book.
Are you gonna remember to bring stuff with you?
Yeah.
Ask your mom when Columbia blew up. Where was she when Columbia? I'm gonna assume that's your mom. Might be. And it's not his fucking girlfriend. That guy's gay. So.
All right, lock in 95. That's it.
Yeah,
right.
let's lock it in.
Okay. hang
Oh
on,
my
before we
God,
lock in,
1981. We
I'm
did
saying-
horrible. Oh no.
Oh damn it. I'm saying Columbia blew or died in 2004. Go ahead, Google it. Not fun.
We gaslit
When did,
ourselves.
When did Columbia burn up? You got to Google it so everybody sees.
I'm gonna blame chat for that one.
2003, February 1st, 2003.
I was 1 year off. Damn it. I thought I was so smart. Clearly, I'm a freaking idiot. Oh, right at the beginning of 2003. That's almost 2002. I was 2 years off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you see that?
We did worse than first time.
Yeah, we did
What?
worse than the first time.
Oh my
we
god.
crushed a couple pictures in the week.
What?
Yeah,
we
we're
sucked
actually
at
throwing.
Wiener.
We're throwing.
How was
Okay.
1981 so off that it gave us only 155? That's not even that
We're
far
just
off.
that fucking bad.
What the hell is
look
this
at
picture?
The motorcycle unit.
This is like some British bitches in the 40s or something.
This doesn't
No,
look like
this-
40s motorcycles. These are definitely
30s to
Mm,
40s.
I can't tell by the fucking motorcycles. I'm just.
I feel like
30s
the
to 40s.
motorcycles. So those motorcycles look like reproduction motorcycles, which makes me believe that it might be later than the 40s.
After
but
World War.
the photo quality makes me believe that it might actually be from the 40s.
I mean, they
I
might
think
have
it
been able to
actually
make it
might be
more.
early 50s. I think you're right.
Yeah, that's
I
what
mean,
I'm
think,
saying.
I mean, think about it. This is like a government issue. I mean, do they really have like new color cameras standardized in like military or not military, some kind of like provincial or civics
Yeah, even World War II
government
cameras were
unit?
still black and white as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. They were still shooting in black and white. So like it could be the late 40s, early
Oh my god,
50s.
wait. This is these have 3 wheels. Yeah, it's not a motorcycle. It's a fucking
Yeah, they're what are they called? Tricycles?
Trikes, yeah, yeah. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, we 1950 something, 1940.
I'm saying 50.
Honestly, 19. Yeah, just put 50. Yeah, just put it.
50.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
50 is a good guess.
It's a nice middle ground.
Ooh, 1940.
If we get
Ugh.
we can't see the brand. It's shitty.
1940. This was before.
All right, you know what? Restart. Mulligan. If the first picture you suck donger at, you just fucking mulligan that shit.
Okay, this
It's Dias
is
de
the
Muertos.
fucking
This is-
depression or something.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, this is literally
Here in
like.
Palestine.
Wait, how
I
far
don't
back
know.
does it go? How far back does it go?
Oh my god.
1900.
What's 19? Okay, so it's after
We'll be
Dust
right
Bowl,
back.
so it's depression. Yeah, it's long after the Dust Bowl. It's depression. I'd say 30. Right in the middle. Or 31. maybe.
1911.
What the fuck?
Fuck this shit.
All right, mulligan.
All right,
Mulligan.
we're
10 points. That ain't that ain't gonna cut
See,
it.
this is why time guesser is superior, because even if you get the time wrong, you can get the location right, and you still split the difference.
Okay, let's do time guesser.
Sure.
I don't know what time guesser is.
I've seen Destiny play it before.
Who's that?
That's a good question. I don't think it was 5 minutes.
No timer, because we gotta like yell at each other.
Okay, well, I give us 5 minutes, all right? So
5 minutes,
I
okay.
have
5 minutes
no
to yell at
clue.
each other.
I have no clue where the fuck this is.
Okay, I mean, this
like,
seems kind of like almost too easy.
That's
too
not World War
easy?
II, dude.
Is
No
this-
fucking way.
Is this the Berlin Wall? I feel like
That
this
is Berlin Wall. I'm gonna go.
This
I'm
looks
gonna go
like
86.
East Germany.
86.
Yeah. I'm gonna go maybe even later, maybe late 80s, 89.
Well, hold on.
88.
This is
The wall
literally
came
the
in
Berlin
91.
Wall falling, right? So
See, Han Fixer's backing me up over here.
The wall fell in 91.
no, it didn't. Did it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
So
This
91.
guy,
What?
this freaking guy.
I thought it was earlier than that. I thought the Berlin
No,
Wall fell
early
like
90s.
89 or whatever. Then
Berlin fell in 91.
okay.
Or Berlin Wall, I should say. Berlin still exists.
Well, then why don't we just it's gone now. Why don't we just do 91 then? Berlin 91.
We could do 91.
I'm doing 91.
I don't think it's 91. Oh, actually, wait a minute. They're
1989.
literally pulling
Fuck, we
down the
should've done
wall.
19. Exactly.
It's
That's what I'm
91.
saying. It was 1989. As the section is
1989.
pulled down. Hold on. I'm fucking right. Hold on. Berlin Wall fell. 1989. Fuck you guys. I am right. It did not fall in
Oh, did
91.
the Soviet Union
Why did I
fall
let
in
you?
19?
Yeah, the Soviet Union fell in 91.
In 91.
I don't know why
Damn
you
it.
guys gaslight me into thinking the Berlin Wall fell in 91, but we were very close, 1.4 miles away. It's just,
God, we were wrong. We must pray at the altar of incorrectness. We were.
okay, this is
Well, we absolutely
Ford?
dominated the fuck out of that one.
this is Gerald Ford, right? And this is in Romania. What's the capital
Yo,
of
we're playing
Romania?
time guesser. I suck
some
at this
shit.
game.
Yo,
I
Bobby,
sacrificed So for good my at this wrongness.
100 bits.
I'm
No,
not
that's
the best
yeah.
at this
that's
game.
Maida. That's Maida that came back.
Hold on, okay,
No, that
this
was
is-
me just.
This is Gerald
Oh.
Ford in fucking Romania.
Yeah, it's got to be Bucharest. Why the fuck would anybody go anywhere else in Romania? If
Let's
you're
see.
saying that it's Gerald Ford.
This looks like an event, though. Like there's politicians here.
Along
Well,
with
yeah, that's
peace.
what I'm-
Oh, it was right after. I don't even know the name of the Civil War.
When
Whatever
did
the shit
Gerald
was.
Ford go to? When was he president? Or maybe he was still vice president.
So this has got to be what?
70?
70, 71.
No, that was-
79?
Why does that tree look so weird?
Romanian civil conflict was what? 80s?
I don't know. I feel like he has to be president or vice president for this. Is he one in a banner? Which bit? You can barely read it. I think long live peace something peoples of the world, all peoples of the world. Long live peace all peoples of the world. I can't read what's in the middle.
In cooperation, maybe?
Oh, long live peace, friendship, and cooperation between
Among
maybe
all the peoples of the world.
Among yeah, okay.
Among Us?
God, I'm so glad that I speak
Among-
English.
Among Us.
Among all, if only it was among us people of the world, that'd be great.
Can we see
All right, when was Ford a president? I
wonder if I can
don't know.
find like the presidential panel. Yeah, I don't know when he was. I don't know what years he was
I
president.
will. I
don't
no
know.
longer trust anybody in text chat because they're gonna be able to Google it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
When was Ford president? Like was he late 60s? Nixon, I thought was 72.
I feel like
Was he
Nixon
right before
resigned in no Ford because Ford pardoned Nixon, right? So it was Nixon resigned.
So he's
and
after. 74.
Okay.
Let's do
Ford-
74. Fuck it.
74.
That's what I'm gonna guess. You guys can guess.
I wonder if I can. I'm trying to find.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know, dude. I'm just gonna
presidential.
go
Turn on
with
satellite.
everything.
Turn on satellite.
Where is satellite?
Find the
satellite.
government building.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Ooh, is it this?
The government building should stick out more than other shit.
That's a museum. Why did the older things go away when I?
Oh, it's a white museum.
satellite.
I would go, dude. Fucking hell yeah.
Oh wait, man.
That looks
I
like
don't know. Maybe
a
this
museum.
is-
Oh, Cat's right. Forgetting to add 15 years for Romania.
How many
They're
years do
behind.
you add for Somalia?
Han, stop googling answers.
Maybe
We
it's this
can't be
shit?
cheating.
I'm gonna be honest. If this was back in the 70s, there's no way that it looks anything like what it does in the modern day.
Westro, but I would assume whatever presidential palace is still in the same place. Okay, well we have like a minute left. I'm just gonna guess. We were 1 year off.
Nice.
Yeah, Gerald
Damn,
Ford
that's
dancing
pretty
with folk dancers. We were in the right city though, so 1.9 miles from the correct location. I want to see what this. Oh yeah, this is a fucking intersection now, so we would have never. Would have
Random
never guessed this.
intersection.
Yeah. I would have been better just to guess in the. Oh no, we wouldn't have been any closer. Right, as guess in the very center of the city. So
Next picture.
he is
Let's go.
alive.
Let's
So
go.
this is before he gets his cheeks clapped. Gerald
Yeah,
Ford is
he,
definitely
he-
dead. What?
He ended up becoming a flaming homosexual and got his cheeks clapped on the daily.
Okay, this is. Are they
That's
doing
definitely-
a victory sign. Is
This looks
Hang on,
like yeah.
read the sign. So we
This
can
is
see what
France.
country
This
it's
is
in.
France.
Rue de Duras.
So it's France.
Or it's some kind of protectorate of France. Maybe it's not France.
It looks probably like France.
Oh, French people tried to claim territory in Vietnam. Before the Vietnam
There's
War.
no way
France
this is fucking
was,
Vietnam.
trying to colonize it.
This
a lot of-
also could be the French trying to claim French territory in like Africa as well. I mean,
look at the officials.
Yeah. Everybody keeps talking about Israel's right to exist. Why don't we ever question France's right to exist, bro?
Yeah,
I'm starting to
France
think that they.
definitely owns no right to exist.
That's
if
what
I'm
I'm
gonna be
saying,
honest.
bro.
Ray Wolf
Like,
sign?
we keep on
The
talking
France.
about France's right to exist like that's granted. Like what?
It's France.
It's
I
France.
would.
It's always
I would
up
not
for
be
grabs.
inclined.
Okay. It's yeah. For
Well,
real.
what year would
V
it be?
for V Day, 19. Let's say 1953.
53.
Right at the Arc de Triomphe. That's what I'm saying.
World War II was not won in 53. What are you on about? What?
But it's a few years later. They're still celebrating it.
They're still. I don't think they're.
I think-
Maybe I don't know.
Man's throwing out a random date. That's my gut instinct.
I'm gonna go 43.
Oh, and Vichy France. That's right. The V for Vichy France.
That's no. I don't think it's.
I will allow Kat to send that message.
I'm guessing 45.
Also, didn't they have like different uniforms in Vichy France? Didn't they have
I
like
don't know.
Might be
I'm not an expert on Nazi memorabilia of World War II
Oh
era.
fuck, 58. I should have went with you, fucking vegan. Damn.
Oh, dude. See, I told
God
you I had that
damn
gut
it.
instinct. 53. Random
We're pretty,
fucking
we're
year.
pretty close though.
Charles de Gaulle supporters.
Okay, color photo. Fucking.
Hey, at least I was right about France. You guys would have never got that.
Is this
This
Japan
is definitely.
or Korea?
Is this
or-
Japan? Yeah, I was about to
This
say.
is definitely Japan. This is definitely Japan in the
Kinda
70s.
80s. 80s or 70s? Ooh.
The box
Like-
cars are very indicative of like
Come on, Han.
late 70s,
Spell the
early
name right.
80s.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Han, without Googling, spell his name properly.
Who?
I was talking to his Twitch chat. I knew it had to
Oh.
be de Gaulle, but he spelled it horrendously. So I'm telling him without Googling to spell his name properly.
It's one of those things you've only ever heard, never spelled.
Gaulle. I'm a shit typer.
Gaulle.
Fuck off.
What about Philippe Pétain? Do we like
Philippe
Philippe
Town.
Pétain?
No, dude, the fucking the dude was
Oh
a
my
hero.
god, it was not, guys. It was Malaysia. Oh man.
This is Malaysia?
Oh, we got
Apparently.
fucked, boys.
Oh, this
We
is
are
so fucked.
so dumb.
We got absolutely fucked.
It's not even the
Listen,
same
says
script.
Burma on the
It's not even the same alphabet.
I never claimed to know Asian alphabets. That was you guys.
I didn't claim that either. Somebody just said Japan. We all went with it.
There was a
Whoever
sign
said
on it.
Japan
First of all,
originally.
wait, where's the sign you're talking about?
Definitely
Says
not me.
Burma.
That wasn't
What the
me.
fuck?
For once, it wasn't me.
I feel like it was everybody but me.
I feel like it was probably you.
Yeah, it might have been me.
Okay, this looks like.
All right, we sucked on that one, but we had a
Oh,
we had
New
a strong
Zealand.
start.
Although,
Okay,
wait,
this
maybe
is-
I don't know if this is New Zealand or if this is just New Zealand and Herald, whatever.
No, it says the
company.
New Zealand Herald. That's a newspaper.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
yeah, it's New Zealand. This is New Zealand.
Zealand. Let's go fucking
This is-
1910.
Well, what if
Yeah,
it
I'm
was
gonna go
just
1910, 1911.
Bank of
This
Netherlands,
was before
dumbass.
the Bob Schempel tank
No.
for sure.
I literally walked
wait,
down
New
the street
Zealand.
in Red Dead 1. This is
Is that how that
Bank
works?
of New Zealand. Red Dead
I thought it said
Redemption.
Netherlands. I was it's cut off. I was like, no, this is fucking Netherlands, but never mind. I'm
Bank of New Zealand. All right, figure out wherever the capital is. Is it Wellington? Right in the smack
Yeah.
dab center of Wellington. It's got to be. It's before World War One because you don't have Bob Simple tanks driving around because they were the fucking chattest of all utility vehicles.
If the Japanese dared
There's
challenge the
this
Bob
car.
Simple tank, they would have been destroyed.
19. This is before World War One. Guaranteed before World War One.
When
I
did the
swear to
model?
God, I
When
will-
did this car even fucking come out? But okay.
Model T was before World War One. I don't know the year. If it is not before World War One, I owe everyone here a dick pic of myself. It's before World War One, guaranteed.
For sure,
There's
for
no-
sure, yeah.
There is no way. There is no
Okay.
way it is not.
This is 11 or 10.
Might even be before that. Like that.
I don't
there's
know. I
just
feel like
people
the,
walking.
I
They
feel
don't
like
have
the
cars.
photo
There's no
is
car.
suspiciously high quality for it to be like in the 1910s.
It could be remastered. Have you seen they shall not grow old? They made the
Bro,
they made the
I
picture
didn't
quality
think about
different.
That was
They might
great. That
have
was such
AI.
a good. Oh my god, dude.
They had AI upscaling, bro. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Why are we doing
No,
anything
no.
other than watching that right now? That's such a great fucking document.
It's a good movie, dude. I've seen it like 3 times. I'll watch it again. I don't care.
Speaking of good movies, I'm gonna watch The Room tomorrow with some of my friends.
All right, what year is it?
1919.
Fuck.
19 what?
All right. Anyway, skip it. Ignore what I said earlier.
That's not
let's-
that bad. What did we say? 1911?
We said 19. I think I said 1911 was the yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Ignore what I said. Let's see
Final
what our
score.
final score is.
We had one bad round, but the rest of it, okay, was pretty good. Okay.
Yeah, we did pretty damn good. 35,000. Top score 50,000. We did
Trump
not do
plans
bad
to
at
announce
all.
the U.S. will call the Persian Gulf.
No, he's trying
Gulf
to
of Arabia.
derail our fun stream.
The
We can't talk about politics here. We're talking about
I just read in chat like
History.
a good streamer,
What?
bro.
Wait, are you saying that the U.S. is going to have worse relations with Iran? That's terrible.
You know what you gotta do, not fun? I figured out how to make your stream really, really spicy. So are you in like one of the massive politics Discord servers that have like 20 trillion people in them, and there's
Yeah,
like
I'm
always
in.
1,000 people
I mean,
talking.
I'm in politics. I'm in the Destiny Discord server. I'm in a lot of these type of servers.
All right, so what you got to do when you're live on stream, pop in there, scroll down. I'm in the politics one. There's the 24/7 flat Earth. There's 17 people in there right now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Go
Why?
pop in there and start talking. Talk big mad hype about a global Earth, and then see what they say. And just kind of go off of what they're, kind of make the content based off of what they're going off of. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think maybe if I'm real desperate for content one day, okay, I'll do a fucking anti-flat Earth arc just because that's like the easiest, like farm ever or whatever. But like,
You know what? Here, I'm gonna humor you as I'm not a flat earther. But I understand where the movement came from. But before I do that, I gotta go pee and do some stuff. So you guys do a little bit of gooning, do some gooning, get some prep work
Right.
done, and then
What
I'll
is
ask
prep
you some.
gooning?
So there's gooning. There's gooning proper. You do that,
Loving.
8 hours a day. But you got to be
8
ready.
hours?
A minimum, yeah, at least.
Man, I
but
really
then
am
you
an
gotta,
old man.
You got to prep yourself for that gooning session because that's a very long time that you're going to be spending throughout your day gooning. So you got to pre-goon. So you guys go ahead pre-goon. I'll be back.
What is
in,
like the is that like the saying reharden your cock, you're gonna love the next hour? Is that like the
Oh,
pre-gooning?
it's getting your cock ready to be hard for an extended period of time to the point
do you
where
do that?
doctors are saying you need to be seen, otherwise you're going to have some issues down the line. But it's gooning, so it doesn't matter. They know that makes you immune from physician issues.
The goon immune. Okay, I'm
Yep,
learning
yep.
lots of new things.
Yep. All right, I will be back in a little bit to drill non-fun about flat Earth. Stay tuned.
oh boy. I don't know. I mean, I'm a certified gooner. Even I don't have to pre-goon. I just kind of goon when I need to, which is all the time.
The thing I'm concerned about is 8 hours. 8 hours?
Well, you're still a young, virile man. You don't need to.
I think I might be the oldest person here.
Yeah, old heads like us, we got to pre-goon. We got to get it ready. We got to rev up the engine. You know.
My pre-gooning is just kind of like the dreams I have about gooning. It's just like I go to bed and I think about gooning the next day.
That's
and then the next
crazy.
day when I wake up, I just.
I'm scared of what the underside of Non-Fon's desk looks like.
I don't. Okay.
It's probably got a few dents in it.
No. Okay, so now this is important, but when I do goon, it is not. None of it lands on the underside of my desk. It's.
That shit probably looks like the caves in Mexico.
Not fun goes in the car and a chat. I don't goon in the no. I goon
in the car is
not
crazy.
Not
car gooning.
That is chat.
That's one.
That is chat spreading lies. I have never gooned in a car. Okay, this is not true.
I had sex in a car once.
Doesn't count as gooning. A true gooner.
If you get caught gooning in a car, like out in public, would that make you a sex offender? Would you pee?
Well, I mean, okay, are you driving or is the car stopped? I feel like that's an important part of this.
Well, you're stopped. You're stopped. But you're just like parked on the street. Like people could be walking by.
Okay.
Have a PPG update. He has new piss stain on his new carpet. Okay, good to know.
No.
Good to.
I literally left his Discord earlier today.
All right, I'm back. Whose Discord did you leave earlier today?
PPG's.
Oh, why, dude? The man's a legend.
Have you not seen his Discord lately? It's full of Nazis.
Oh my God! Invite.
What
you
the
can't
hell?
invite me because you left.
Like, dude, it's just full of like Nazis and Nazi talking. It's just nonstop like racism and homophobia.
That's your standard PPG. Let's be real. All right, non-fun.
It's really weird.
Okay, that poll is fucking moronic.
What's wrong with this poll? What do you mean?
Like, what are the other options? Is it just those three?
Yeah.
So you take average, you take very large, and then you take almost inhumanly large.
Presumably, presumably no one wants to genetically modify people to have below average dick sizes. Okay, so that's why the like average is first, and then it's basically just 7 to 8 inches, which is like really fucking big, and then like inhumanly. This is like what the 9+ inches is for like the true gooners out there. Okay, the true porn. The
I don't know.
porn
I've met
brain.
some femcells out there that say that they won't date a dude with like a dick less than 8 inches. It's crazy.
And that's what I mentioned. I made a statement previously where women are told that a 4-inch dick is actually a 7-inch dick, and so they add multiple inches onto whatever anybody says. Yo, chicken, stop with the spam, dude. Why do we want to watch Hassan, the scrub ass?
Wait, does PPG watch Severance? Why is he watching this clip?
Yeah, dude, look at him. He's laughing. He's having a good time. He's got to pee on the carpet really quick, and then he'll come back and talk about it.
Wait, why is he laughing so hard?
Because he's about to pee on the carpet, dude.
Because he's drunk out of his goddamn mind. Like I don't.
Dude, look at that chalice. Look at the chalice, man.
I like to raise pinky like a gentleman. He raises his pinky slightly like a gentleman.
Oh, he drinks so classily.
Oh yeah, so non-fun. Give me your best proof. Why would you say the Earth is a globe?
So I don't know what the best proof would be. I think it seems to make sense with how we observe stars. So like someone in the northern hemisphere will see stars that people in the southern hemisphere don't see, and it seems like on the globe Earth, like people in the southern hemisphere would be seeing the same stars whilst looking different directions. That doesn't make much sense on the globe Earth. It makes sense because, they're all looking south, like they're all, facing the South Pole and seeing the same stars. I would say that would probably be something.
Yeah, I think you're well enough equipped to go into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Really engage.
Yeah,
see what they have to say.
I'm seeing the Professor Dave Explains, Dave Farina. I've seen his,
you've been on it. Okay.
Things on the flat Earth. So
I mean, I've seen a couple debates on flat Earth. That a lot of flat earthers just can't like keep up with like certain questions. Like one of the biggest ones that flat earthers struggle with is like time zones.
Yeah.
During like the winter or summer solstices, when the sun is the furthest towards the northern part of the Earth or the southern part of the Earth, trying to make the flat Earth like time zones make any form of sense is damn near impossible. Like you would have to have taken and hit somebody at least 12 times directly in the gray matter part of their brain for them to believe that could be possible.
Right. How do you tell the difference between a male and a female ant? Throw them in water? What the fuck is this? If it sinks, it's a girl ant? What is this?
Buoyant. Let's go.
Let's go.
That was good.
He locked that shit down early.
Wow. Oh, wow. Damn. Wow. Non-fun, you only thin, stupid, sexy Hassan. I don't know. Like,
Yo, chicken's a troll. Ignore him. Get rid of it.
Chicken is a troll. And I've timed Chicken out before. Chicken knows.
I literally time him out every time I come to your chat. Even if he doesn't do anything wrong, I just time him out of principle.
Based. I'm not a troll. You are a troll, dude.
That's exactly what a troll would say.
Dude, fucking Chicken.
Your name is Chicken Uwu Jockey, bro. Like there ain't no way you're not a troll. Either you're a troll or you're a bottom, and you're just stupid. Like take your pick.
Getting roasted.
Stupid bottom.
You are a troll.
Not only are you gay, but you're also not.
Super gay.
Listen,
Super gay.
Listen, as a member of the LGBT, I will say we are allowed to make fun of bottoms.
Yeah.
As a member of the LGBTQV, I'm allowed to have any critique about anything. The V stands for vegan.
Wow. Oh, the most oppressed group. That's true.
The most oppressed group.
The most oppressed group, vegans. You know something I,
mean,
don't understand?
It's after gamers. It's after gamers. Gamers are the
That
most
is right,
oppressed group.
gamers,
And then
yep.
I remember there was this one time that there were these vegans doing this hunger strike, and they packaged themselves in like giant 3D printed like meat packages to show how
Hell
like
yes.
inhuman it looks.
Okay.
And then there
Pretty
were a
jet.
bunch of them that were literally just sitting around grilling like salads, and I was like, why do you need to grill a salad?
I mean, you could grill literally any food, and it's pretty fucking bomb. I ain't gonna criticize that point.
I mean, that's like frying any food. Have you ever had deep fried Oreos? That shit's garbage.
It depends on the content of the fat that you're frying it in. Dude, chicken is a troll.
Do you also love to say the N-word with the
That
hard
is a little-
R, like you're racist,
I like
idols, ethnic cleansing, and sex pestiny? Yep. Yep, you caught me. You caught me. I drop the hard R all the time. Just like Ethan Klein does. Destiny only uses soft A. That's
Yeah,
true as well. I haven't
that's
seen
true,
Destiny.
that's
I haven't
true.
seen Destiny use the hard R. I don't know. Maybe he does behind the
I'm not
scenes.
gonna lie,
but-
the
He
verbal
does.
gymnastics.
Oh, I've seen
that-
him use the hard R.
Really?
Yeah, did you not see that one famous interview that he did at the StarCraft 2 tournament where he used a hard R like 3 times in less than 10 minutes?
Oh, well, he's playing StarCraft, though. Justified. I defend it.
The only acceptable use of the N-word is when you're playing
When you're playing
StarCraft.
StarCraft, yeah. Or Dota 2.
Destiny saying N-word compilation.
No, he was at a StarCraft tournament. He wasn't playing StarCraft.
Because he fucking
was at a
walled up.
tournament for StarCraft 2.
Oh, okay.
Destiny's a scrub. You
I'll go
want to
back
get
on that
TOS?
too. I'll be like,
I was about to say we're actually about to just watch the
I
clip
feel like
on
I
stream.
could watch him say it. I don't know if it matters, but
I wouldn't risk it.
that's fair. Compilation? Yeah, he says it enough to have the compilation. Don't worry, bro.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, boys. What a good time we had tonight.
Have you
Talking
seen
about
Destiny's
food,
cringe where he slipped the
balls.
R slur in? I saw that. Yeah.
Ooh, Han hates Mida.
True. Tactical end bomb and self-defense based.
What do you mean you can't risk it? There's too many rat people on Twitch like Mida. I'm literally on the stream right now.
He's that much of a rat bastard.
I'm just out here
Damn
reporting
rat.
myself.
He's a rat bastard.
I'm on
We need-
screen. You could hear my voice.
We need Zen to show up. We need to talk to Zen.
Where's XZen when you need him?
Where's
We don't have
we need
enough anti-Semitism in the chat.
we need Manar to go live right now and not
Yo.
go at him.
Manar right now would actually hit. A nice tall glass of Manar, that would hit.
Dude, I'd love a glass of Manar. I watched him. He went live, and so I was watching on his YouTube because he streams on YouTube now. And there was some dude who was like a host of that Jubilee thing on YouTube where they do the 10X versus 1Y kind of theme on things.
Yeah.
And so one of the hosts was doing a live stream on YouTube, and he was saying, "Oh, I'll debate any Muslim about it." And so he joins, and he's waiting in line for an hour, over an hour, to talk to this guy. And he shows up, and the guy asks, like, "Hey, Manar, so how old are you and where are you from?" And then Manar responds, "I'll let you know in a minute, but just so you know, I'm going to destroy you. You're going to forget that you've never talked to me, blah, blah." And after like 30 seconds of just going off the rails, he was just kicked from the chat because he didn't even respond to the fucking question. And he was so angry about it, waiting an hour to talk and then being kicked off in 30 seconds.
Hell yeah.
And then he was in a rage for like another 30 minutes about it. Manar is absolute peak content.
That is true. Well, sometimes if there's diminishing marginal returns to Manar, okay. I feel like at some point, okay,
Yeah,
the
but
viewers.
right now the economy needs a nice injection of Manar.
We need
viewers-
more Manar in our life. Is he live right now? Oh, dude, if he was
No.
live, that's the shit. And then he debated on some big politics server about objective morality. and then
Oh,
the
no.
hosts are highly suspect that he paid for like 20 votes in his favor. Like 20 people, like his viewer count spiked 20 views, and then 20 votes were cast, and they all disappeared. And they
My
looked at the
goat.
history of votes, and they saw that he got 20 more votes in them, and he still lost.
My
Bro, why
My
are the leftist
goat.
trolls having a Thunderdome fight in chat now? What the fuck?
How do we implement
Because they're
NDDB
bored.
targeting in a way that ensures national defense? What do you mean?
We need
okay.
Manar. That's what you need. Manar
True.
stands for NGDP. Manar. Yeah, dude, he will pop on. He will debate. Usually, he tries to focus on morality. He likes to soak into his objective morality standpoint.
Yeah.
And he's unhinged beyond anything you've ever seen. You'll get about 30 seconds of calm, collected Manar before he just goes off the rails and starts screaming. It's ridiculous.
Non-fun,
And then
you're
he's like,
scared to debate a real communist. Non-fun, you're scared to debate a chicken jockey. If you want to join the server, buddy, okay, and have a chat.
Bro is literally
Chicken
gonna come in, say the
jockey.
dumbest shit you've ever heard in your entire life, and then he's going to complain and leave.
Yeah.
I'll be silent if Chicken Jockey is a communist and wants to debate him.
I'm banned in the server. I wonder why that is, bud.
Unban him. Bring him.
I was
bring him
just
in
about
here.
to say I'm going in server settings right now to unban him, but there's a
Unban him.
Wait,
bring
what
him
was
in
he
here.
banned for, non-fon? Can I take a guess?
I forget exactly. It was
was
either
probably
Did he say
dropping
the
N-word with
stupidest
hard
shit
R.
imaginable, and then he complained when he got banned?
so I think it was either saying the N-word because quote unquote someone dared him to, like spamming the N-word.
No, it's okay. He's just in the chat calling people racist and saying that they're racist for using the N-word. But when he does it, it's just a joke and it's okay.
Right.
That's it is.
Wait,
That's
what's
what
your-
it is sometimes.
What's your
right?
Discord name, Chicken Jockey? Is it the Petsger?
Oh, there's Emerald. I see Emerald in chat.
Emerald. Kyle. Yes, exactly. I remember. What?
Who was I talking with earlier about Emerald?
That's-
Is it the Emerald? Wait, is it the
No.
Emerald? I swear I was talking with someone about this earlier in chat.
You were talking to me, and you mentioned that you were talking to Emerald about.
Yeah, is this the same Emerald?
tuberculosis. Maybe. I don't know. That's why I saw the name. I'm like, oh, is this the same person?
Yeah. I was about to say because there was someone from the bosses community named who had the screen name of Emerald, is the person that I contacted, and I don't know if this is the same Emerald.
Oh,
No,
maybe
that's
this
not.
is
No,
different.
this is like my
Okay.
IRL friend Emerald. He's not really.
Okay.
He watches my
Fine.
stream, but he's not that tuned into the community. Get it? I unbanned him. Don't worry, I unbanned.
He's unbanned. He's unbanned. He can join. If he joins,
he
I
has
will
a
remain
new-
silent. If he
Yeah.
joins, he's there.
Oh, there he is.
All right,
Oh
I'm
no.
silent. Everybody
Yeah,
silence.
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, what's
Hello?
up, man?
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Why do you defend liberalism?
I just feel like it's the best system. I just feel like it, protects individual rights better than most other systems, and that tends to have better outcomes for society than not.
No, this is wrong.
Okay.
How can you solve the internal contradictions of capitalism?
I'm not convinced that most of them are that big a deal. Like for example, would you say like the tendency to rate of profits to fall is an internal contradiction?
No, that's not an internal contradiction, but this is also a big problem.
Well, so then I thought it was an internal. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my understanding of Marx is wrong. I'm sure I don't have a
No
good understanding as you.
contradictions, like, for
But
example-
there's just a lot of these things that I'm just not convinced are like empirically supported or anything. Like it doesn't seem like it's the case. It seems like capitalist societies a lot of times tend to have better outcomes than communist societies. So like I'm not convinced that these internal contradictions
Communist
or whatever.
societies?
Yeah.
You think communist society exists?
Well,
before?
sorry. If you want to say that full-on communism never existed, societies that tended towards a communist goal or whatever tended to not necessarily have as good outcomes as a lot of capitalist societies.
But this is because of the imperialism, because the imperialist states do embargo and shit on them. Have you ever thought about this?
I mean, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Like, here's a question: if I cite a paper that says, for example, Cuba does badly because it has a centrally planned economy and not because of the embargo, would that change your mind at all, or is the paper written by a
No.
economist?
Yes, exactly. The paper was written by imperialist people, of course.
Okay, right.
And
So it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter how much evidence or how many papers I can cite you published in like economics journals. So those are all just imperialist.
Especially Cuba, it's a small country and the biggest neighbor is USA. And you think embargo by USA doesn't impact the
I'm not saying it
economy?
doesn't impact them. I guarantee you it has some impact, but I think primarily, I think I think the primary issue of Cuba is a lot of the central planning, and the way I've derived at that is looking at evidence, for example, from studies published in economics journals. I'm very curious, if you don't find any of that evidence valid, how the hell are you deriving at what the bigger factor is there?
Well, maybe they do the central planning wrong. Have you ever thought about this? And look at China, they have central planning.
Wait, hold on, wait.
So big growth.
Well, hold on, wait. It's entirely possible that they could have central planning with better outcomes, but that you would recognize that that's not the embargo at fault there, right? Like that, like if we're discussing the relative importance of the embargo versus the centrally planned economy, if your argument is that they're doing central planning wrong, well, that's still the central planning that's responsible. It's just that you think there might be better models of central planning.
No. It's
No?
not central planning fault. And second,
Okay.
it can be both.
No. So I agree that the embargo does have a negative effect on Cuba, or the sanctions and everything Cuba. I think it's kind of misleading to say that we still embargo Cuba, because I think other countries can now trade with Cuba. Like, it's not like we shoot ships down going to Cuba anymore. It's just that we kind of like sanction companies that do business in Cuba. But I agree that has an impact. I just think the central planning has a bigger impact.
Yes, but there are other problems. And if you think Cuba is a good example, it's not, because in every country needs to be communism, not only in one country. It will be very hard.
You're saying that in order for us to know if communism works or whatever, or has better outcomes, every country would have to be.
You already know it works. Why wouldn't
Well, how do we know? Well, that's my question. Is like how would we determine whether or not society is tending towards a communist goal, if you don't want to call it communism? How would we know if those have better outcomes than capitalist countries? Like, what would we look at to test that?
Okay, we look at the Marxist theory. You can see that the internal contradictions of capitalism lead to collapse, and then first fascism, and then total collapse of society and chaos, aka anarchism. And that's why we need to organize the revolution, so we can destroy capitalism in a ordered way, more ordered, and have a good dictatorship of the proletariat. Then
okay, so you're not really
not kill, but get rid of all the counter-revolutionary and stuff. Then we have socialism, and then we do education and re-education camps.
Okay.
Until we reach communism.
Okay. So that didn't really answer my question. My question again was like, what metrics could we look at to determine like whether or not a communist or socialist trying to achieve a communist goal, what could we look at to view, sort of the relative quality of life or relative
it's not even the question.
How they're performing relative. Well, that's my question, is how do we, I said liberalism. It seems like the outcomes in liberal countries and capitalist countries tend to be better than a lot of, communist societies. And my question was like, what metrics would we look at to determine
You don't
this?
need to look at any metrics. You need to look at historical materialism.
Wait.
Liberalism cannot work forever.
Well, how would we? Well, okay, hold on. If you're just gonna cite, so would you say Marxist theory? Let's just say hypothetically it was the case. Like, and to be clear, I don't think this hypothetical that I'm saying is the case. But let's just say hypothetically we saw in literally every socialist country that there was like statistically significant negative effects on economic growth. There was like statistically significant like negative effects on nutrition, and like a lot of like literally every socialist country just had a lower standard of living. There's more starvation. There's more poor people than every capitalist society. Would you say still that Marxist theories would supersede that evidence?
Yes, of course, because
Okay.
that's not even relevant. How is this relevant?
What do you mean? Wait,
Countries,
you don't think it's relevant whether or not every communist society has had I'm not saying this necessarily is the case, although I do believe, like I said, generally, capitalist societies have better standard of living. You don't believe that it would be relevant if every communist society had a lower standard of living than capitalist countries? You don't believe that would be relevant?
No, it's not relevant. And how is it even possible? You cannot have a socialist society, a socialist state.
I understand.
Imperialism.
Okay, well, hold on. When I say I understand, you have these definitions that when you say socialist society, you mean a very specific thing. But when I say socialist society, all I'm referring to is like a non-capitalist country that is trying to achieve Marx's end goal or whatever. Like that's I'm not getting as much meaning out of the term socialist as you are. Like,
yes, that's because they have a different goal. It doesn't even matter. One country is rich, one country is poor. It doesn't matter. If every rich country becomes suddenly socialist, then all the socialist countries will be richer than the capitalist.
No, well, hold on. We're talking about causality here, right? So presumably, presumably, if literally every socialist country, was poor and remained poor for a while, whilst every capitalist country was growing, like you would attribute that would be at least evidence of causation there, right? That'd be evidence that socialism was having some negative causal effect on a country's growth rate, like.
Yes, but this is not even the reason why we need socialism. But the reason is because capitalism will collapse due to its internal contradictions.
Okay. I mean, I'm not convinced that's the case, considering how long capitalism. I understand capitalism is not like necessarily that old, but like, I don't know, we don't seem to. It seems like in a lot of capitalist countries, like things seem to just be continually getting better for the most part. It doesn't really seem like any of this stuff is happening.
Well, that's what I would have thought in every other step of historical materialism too. For example, feudalism.
I don't think that's
around for 700 years or longer.
Well, I understand, but
I don't know.
I don't think it's the case that living standards grew under feudalism as fast as they are under capitalism. It just doesn't seem like that's the case.
Well, it depends where you are and what happened.
I mean, it doesn't really depend. Like, it looks like basically any country that you look at, there's kind of a hockey stick level of like GDP growth or standard of living where it's like very low for hundreds of years, and then we start doing more market-oriented things. And
no.
No,
This is all due to the industrialization. Mainly, and not due to market-oriented things or market-oriented things due to industrialization, but not the other way around.
No, well, I don't entirely disagree with you. Like, it was obviously the Industrial Revolution. Like, yeah, that did lead to this hockey stick level of growth and everything. But again, it just does seem like it happened faster in a lot of capitalist countries, and like we've seen continued increases in the standard of living in capitalist countries, but we haven't seen the same in, for example, Cuba. Like,
and you think this is because of their ideology that they don't have growth?
I think it's because of a lot of basically sort of like systemic issues with central planning. Like, I think just market systems tend to like lead to pretty good incentives for producers and consumers to do market activity, right? Like that seems to align incentives pretty well. And central planning kind of because central planning like lacks, prices or information, and central planners don't have to worry about factor prices, and they don't have to worry about competition. It seems like that's there aren't many incentives to innovate. There aren't many incentives to be productive. There can be issues with resource misallocation because factor prices aren't at play. Like, it just seems like that leads to a lot of issues.
how does it lead to issues? And even if you look at Africa,
Well,
they
well,
have
well,
countries that are capitalist and don't have a lot of growth either. It's not because of the system. That's not even important if they have a lot of growth or not.
well, sure.
There are
Well,
different things that are important.
so two things. I mean, one, here's a very simple. I mean, I'm sure you've heard this before. Like very simple example people give is like, oh, if you have a railroad company or whatever, if you're in a market, if you're, and you have to build a railroad, you can either go around the mountain or you can like dig a tunnel through the mountain. Under a capitalist system, you're going to do, what has lower cost, right? And the relevant thing is that, these prices aren't just like arbitrary, but they are information. They reflect sort of the relative abundance of, say, the added steel that it takes to go around the mountain versus the added concrete that it takes to, build the tunnel through the mountain, right? Like these reflect the relative abundance of resources in society. You're going to choose a cheaper one, the one that basically it's like a lower opportunity cost for, and that allows the more scarce resource to be used for other things. And like that's a really good, that's a really good system. Under a centrally planned economy where concrete and steel, their prices are set by some central authority, or maybe you don't even have prices really. It's just a, government production of concrete, and they'll just give it to whichever centrally planned government railroad company that exists. We don't even have these factor prices. Well, how do you determine what is the best use of resources to, go through or around the mountain? You don't really have as good of a mechanism for doing that.
You think they don't know what is worth more, concrete or stone or work?
Well,
or
if the prices are centrally controlled, then no, you don't have that. No, or it at the very least takes more work to derive that. Yeah, but now we have the issue of everyone in the economy or all these government bureaucrats have to measure like what the market price of these things would be. That creates a lot of distortion there rather than just letting the market work naturally. Like
no, they will know it after a time. If they say 1,000 tons of concrete take 3 million work hours or whatever, I don't know. And they know it, and then they can say, "Oh, this take more work hours, so it's worth more."
That's not no. No, that's not how market prices work, right? So market prices don't just reflect the number of work hours, right? They also reflect the price of the, inputs going into the good. They reflect.
Yeah, if it's rare goods, of course.
Right. Well, no. For essentially all goods, the price of inputs into the good does affect its price, obviously. But this is the fundamental problem here is that you need these government bureaucrats to have all this information and compute all this information. And one, it's just simply not possible for them to do that for every single project ever, for every single resource. They simply cannot get all of that knowledge. And two, even if they can, in some cases at least, there's still dead weight loss there in that you have people who could have otherwise been doing more productive things, like calculating the most efficient way to use resources when they could have just, when the prices could have done that for them. Prices could have just informed them what was the more productive use of resources.
Yeah, but of course it is possible to measure it all the time, but I don't even know how you think this is relevant if capitalism is literally collapsing. How can
hold on. We can get to that. But you would acknowledge that in that case there could be resource misallocations, right? In that we don't, under the central planning economy, there's going to be a lot of projects that because they don't have factor prices do the more inefficient thing. Go around the mountain when they should have gone through it.
Maybe, but this is possible in capitalism too.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that resources can be theoretically misallocated in capitalism if there are market failures, which is why there are cases where, I do want government intervention in the economy. But, generally speaking, this is going to happen less under a capitalist system than it is under a centrally planned economy. Would you agree with that?
It's possible.
It's possible.
But on the other hand, there is no other solution than communism.
Well, hold on. Would you at least? So would you acknowledge that if this does happen more often under a centrally planned economy, that centrally planned economy is always going to have a lower level of output than like a capitalist economy? It's always going to be poorer. It's always going to, use resources more inefficiently?
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
why is it relevant?
Because the standard of living matters. How much we produce matters. That determines like the quality of life
No,
largely.
it doesn't matter. If you
Absolutely
see
matters.
capitalism is collapsing, then the standard of living is even more.
Well, I understand.
Worse.
No, so we can get to the
will be there.
capitalism collapsing thing. We can discuss that, but obviously, you would agree, all else equal, you would rather society be more abundant, use resources more efficiently, have more things produced, than have less things produced and have be poorer and have less income. Like, you would prefer the former.
Yes, of course. They need to be
so it is
good,
relevant.
but
Okay.
Also,
But-
they need to look at the environment. They can't just
Well, sure.
produce,
So
produce,
yeah,
and not
no,
look
what?
at the environment.
So I agree there are essentially externalities where, would be capitalism can, pollute the environment or whatever, and there might need to be a corrective tax in that case and everything. I agree that can happen. Like,
Not a corrective tax. That's so liberal of you to say. Tax
I'm a
can solve
liberal.
everything.
Well, it's not that it can solve everything, but you would agree that like a carbon taxing carbon would probably reduce the amount of carbon emissions, right?
No, I really don't think so.
You don't
the rich
think that?
people
You
just don't care. They put out more. Yeah, maybe for the poor, it only affects the poor people. They can't even drive the cars because they say, "Oh, we have no money."
Well,
for
hold on.
carbon."
One, if that's you acknowledging that it would, if poor people don't drive their cars, that would lower carbon emissions. You might think that's unjust to do or whatever, but you at least acknowledge, even if it did only affect poor people, it would it would lower carbon emissions, right?
Yes, but only very small amount. So they always say,
Okay.
"Oh,
Well,
your carbon
but you
footprint
would
is so bad."
so.
In the
But for
end,
rich
the
people,
industry make way more carbon than the consumers.
Sure, but the relevant thing here is we're gonna, I mean, presumably tax carbon enough to make it more profitable for businesses to rely on non-carbon emitting sources and means of production, right? Like, we're gonna tax carbon enough where these companies don't want to emit carbon, so they invest in renewable energy, and that way they're not emitting carbon, right? Like, that would lower carbon emissions even for mega corporations. These greedy mega corporations who want to maximize profit, okay, they would switch to more renewable sources, right? Like,
yes, they would try to do it, but they would also try to hide the carbon.
I mean, I agree. I don't think the avoidance rate would be that high for a carbon tax, but well, I mean, we could just so here's like if I don't have a paper on this, to be clear, so I haven't read up on this, but like if I could find a paper from Canada or something that said like, oh, the avoidance rate for a carbon tax is pretty low, would that be of any value for you, or would you just reject it because it's an imperialist source?
No, I don't reject it because it's imperialist, but I reject it because how can they know how high the avoidance rate is?
You don't think there's any statistical methods that you could use to determine approximately how high the avoidance rate is for certain taxes? You don't think that's possible?
For certain taxes, yes, but not for carbon emission tax. How would I do it?
I don't know. I mean, you could look up a study and try to and read their method if you really wanted to find it out, but I don't know, presumably
they could maybe measure the carbon, but it will spread all around the earth, not just in Canada.
That's not relevant for yeah, but that's not relevant for calculating how much the tax is avoided, right? You just have to keep track of the companies in Canada that are still emitting and not, being charged for it, right? Like,
yeah, but how would they know when the companies say, "Oh, we're not emitting carbon," but they are secretly emitting carbon? How would they know it? They could never know it.
I mean, I don't know, but like we could I'm sure we could read oh, whoops. I'm sure we could find an article or a paper that has a method.
Yeah, but I don't think this method will be very, very accurate.
Okay.
So now, how do you want to solve the internal contradiction, for example, employer versus employee, or profit versus...
I don't think that is... I mean, I'm going to explain more employer versus employee. Why is this necessarily a contradiction?
Why this a contradiction? Because they have different, uh, different
Incentives,
goals.
different goal. Yeah, it's true of literally. It's true of every transaction, right? Is buyer wants wants to buy for as low as possible. The seller wants to sell for as high as possible. But like,
Yes, that's what Marx call a contradiction.
I don't think that's a contradiction. I think this is just
Marx calls this a contradiction.
Then Marx is stupid. That's not. I don't think that's a contradiction. That's simply that. I mean, that's simply just incentives, and that's always going to be the case. But look, I mean, I think what's
No, it means just calls it contradiction. It's a word in Marxism. It's not the same as normal contradiction.
Oh, right, a special term. Okay, great, that's awesome. But I'm just not convinced that that's like a bad thing, because it seems like voluntary trade can still happen under this, and people can still come off better off. So like, even if I go get a haircut, I obviously want to pay as little for the haircut as possible. Well, the haircut provider the barber or whatever, wants to, charge as much as possible for the haircut, but I can still get a haircut, be happy with it, be happy with the price I paid, and the barber can still provide the haircut, be happy with the price that they got, and we can both come off better off from that transaction. And I feel like that's true of most transactions in the economy.
But it will always become more expensive, and then one day you can't afford a haircut.
I'm not convinced that's the case. It seems like the price of a lot of things have fallen, actually, in real terms and in nominal terms. Even like the price of clothes has fallen in nominal terms. But
yes, but for example, employee versus employer.
Mm-hmm.
How would you solve this contradiction?
I don't know. I would just say the same thing. It seems like there are plenty of cases where I can be better off for working for someone, and they can be better off for having me work for them. It seems like there's a lot of places there where we can have a mutually beneficial relationship, and it's not a contradiction, really.
Yeah, but the employer always wants to pay less and less and less and less.
I don't disagree, but I mean, the employee always wants to be paid more and more, right? And like, this is it just seems like over time real wages tend to grow. It seems like, again, there's still mutually beneficial transactions that happen here, but
real wages are not growing. Only wages, but not real wages.
Because real wages are not growing where? What do you want? Do you want to talk about America?
For example, America or everywhere.
I'm only really familiar with America, but like, if you look at, do you deny that, like, if I just divide hourly wages by even CPI, that those have gone up over time? Those are now higher than they ever have been, actually.
Not really, but
okay. So if I send you a graph of wages deflated using CPI, and it shows that they're higher than they ever have been, are you gonna admit that you're wrong there, or?
Wait. I'm saying, in the last few years, you see maybe the wages increased by 5%, but also the inflation increased by also 5%.
Okay, so what do you think? Wait.
Yeah, see that in the end.
Dumbass, retard. I said wages divided by inflation. This is real wages. This is.
Yeah, and do you see from 2020 to 2025? Not going up.
No, well, hold on. So in 2020, there was there's a composition error. Basically, the low wage workers.
1970.
The low wage. Yes, I see 19. The low wage workers were all fired in 2020, right? So it looked like, basically, because all the low wage workers were fired, they were the non-essential employees or whatever. But a lot of high wage earners were still being employed. It made the average wage go up, but that's not really true, because obviously they were fired, right? They have no income and are not working. As they were rehired, average wages went down because now all these low wage workers are working again. But that's just a composition error. You can see, after 2022, they started going
$1.
They started going back up again.
To today. $1.
What? Sorry?
From 1975.
So that's using. So this is so I had some issue. Well, hold on.
$1.
No. So basically, what this is doing, I'm trying to explain. What this is doing is it's dividing hourly wages for by CPI, right? And I would take
Yes, it
issue.
went up by $1.
So I would take issue, number one, with the use of CPI. I think CPI overestimates inflation. I think CPI
You
overestimated.
wanted to show this.
What? Sorry.
You wanted to show this. Why you?
No.
take,
I know.
issue with it?
I know. I'm just telling you that even using what I consider not a super robust methodology, wages are higher today than they ever have been. Do you deny that?
By $1. By $1.
Well, hold on. Well, I'm trying to explain to you why I believe it's more than $1. And this graph just doesn't, or the top line of this graph just doesn't account for that. If you look at the bottom line using PCE, which I think is a better deflator, it went from 22 to like 30, so that's almost $10. But regardless,
yeah, it's still not enough. Still not enough.
Still not enough based on what? But okay, regardless. So the top line,
cost
okay.
of living.
Are you fucking stupid? Okay, you're retarded. Okay. This is real wages. Real wages is based on the cost. This is adjusted for the cost of living. Wages have gone up $10. The bottom line in this graph.
Yeah, but they can always fake it, and today you need.
They can always fake it.
In 1975.
Wait, what? Sorry.
They need way more things. They can never do a good calculation about this.
What do you mean they need way more things? What? Sorry, like the way like.
Yeah, back in the day, you didn't need a mobile phone. And
No. This is account. This is no. Look, this is the mobile phones are measured in CPI. What do you mean? And PCE.
Yeah, but still, it's still not enough. $10. That's just to reformism.
Not enough based on what?
Revolution.
And I actually think even this PCE line here is probably underestimating it a little bit. So briefly, if you'll let me explain real quick, let's just look at the top line here. Oh, it's only gone up $1. So number one, I would take issue with the use of CPI. I think CPI tends to overestimate inflation, particularly before I think it's called the Boskin Commission in 1996, where they changed the methodology for CPI because they felt like it was overestimating inflation by like 1.1 percentage points per year. Secondly, I would take issue with the fact that they're only looking at hourly wages. So a lot of compensation nowadays is not in the form of hourly wages, but companies started paying out, health insurance benefits and like retirement contributions. Those are still income. Like those are still contributions that should be counted in income. It's just that because they are favored tax wise, they have tax favorability for providing health care. That's not instead of being paid in hourly wages, you are paid in health insurance and things like that. And it seems like if you adjust for that, wages have gone up even more. Like I can send you an article. Not that it doesn't matter. You'll just deny it anyway, or you say it's not enough anyways. But like if you try to adjust for these things, if you use PCE and look at total compensation, wages are like on a more steady path than you would think. Like.
Yeah, but did you ever compare this to GDP since 1975?
What do you mean by that?
It's not enough.
I don't mean by not enough.
Look, here I have copy.
You're just gonna say some bullshit at me, but okay.
No. Look, this is the GDP. If you look 1970, or what is this? Trillions.
This is just the U.S. versus Canada GDP.
Yes, and now they have over 15 trillions GDP. So the real wage should have tripled.
I don't think that
10% or something.
Well, look. So one, I don't know if it's tripled, but I'll try to find the graph I'm looking for. But it looks like if you look at just total compensation or whatever, like it has. It has risen decently. This is household income. Has risen decently since the 70s or whatever.
Yeah,
but I think so. I think I'd have to do more reading on this to talk about it more. But I think you are correct in saying. So basically the labor share of income, I think, has been declining, and there are reasons for that. And I might even be able to build a bridge with you on, like, for example, union power has decreased, and that is probably to an extent been responsible for that. But I don't know. I'd have to read more to be comfortable talking about why the labor share of income is declining.
It's obvious because of capitalism. You know
Okay.
the richest.
Hold on, wait.
The
Just what is your
90%.
evidence that it's because of capitalism? Is the evidence just like vibes, or is it just like because Marx said so, or do you have like a paper that explains this, or?
No, I don't have a paper, but
Okay.
the reason is because in capitalism they don't want to give the money to the people because then the people wouldn't go to work, to the jobs.
Thanks, Momo, for the follow. I
Because
appreciate it. Welcome
they
to the
only
stream.
go to the jobs because poor people exist. Nobody would go to a job for a minimum wage, where they have to wash toilets.
I'm not convinced that's the case. I mean, you can look at, you can look at countries with pretty heavy welfare states and pretty heavy redistribution, and like they have higher, rates of labor participation than we do. It doesn't seem like just making sure poor people don't really exist or whatever. It doesn't seem like that has a big impact on how many people are working.
But you can see this in Europe, the countries that have welfare state, even they give so little to the unemployed people that they have the minimum minimum wage for living.
Wait, you
Without
think
the minimum
Europe
wage work,
gives so
go to
little
work.
to unemployed people? You think Norway and
exactly.
Finland give so little to unemployed people?
Yes, they just give them enough to make a living, but not enough to.
I
live
think
good.
in Norway and Finland they give more than enough to make a living. They give it. Yeah, I'm not familiar with exactly how much, but they give a decent amount of, aid and welfare to. I mean, Finland will give you a fucking house. They have their housing first homeless policy, right? Like, if you can't really be homeless in Finland, you just get a house. Like, I'm sure it's like a small. I was gonna say house, not in like the 2,000 square foot suburban house, but houses in a place to like live, like a small.
An apartment. You can say an apartment, not a house.
I don't know. If I look up Finland and housing first, like I'm sure some of them are in apartments, but like I don't know.
Yeah,
but how many
they
Americans
are not going to give a house to a.
I mean, this looks like a sort of like a duplex. It doesn't really look like a, I don't know, or like a condo. This is more than just like a shitty apartment, but.
Yeah, but even they say it in every country in Europe, you don't have to give enough to the unemployed people because then the minimum wage people would want more too. That's why they give so little.
I mean, the
to
minimum wage in
unemployed.
some of these places is like $20. It's like $20. Like, some of the, or actually, I don't know for sure, but I mean, I don't. A lot of these countries don't even have minimum wages because the unions are strong enough to just negotiate for employees to get higher wages. Like,
Do you think $20 is a lot, or
for, I mean, for minimum wage for an entry level job in a European country? Yeah.
no? It's not. If you look how much the billionaires,
Okay.
there are billionaires, they make more in a second.
Yeah, that's not relevant for. Okay. Yeah, $20 an hour is not a lot compared to a billionaire. You caught me. Oh, thanks, Ty Potter, for the sub. I appreciate you. 12 months. Hell yeah. I hate you. Thank you, buddy.
If billionaires wouldn't exist, then they could have $100 an hour.
No, that's not how. No,
Yes,
they would never. No.
Of course.
You could. So you could. So hold on. I agree. If you taxed billionaires more, you could redistribute that income to,
Not
poor
tax.
people in the form of welfare or whatever, in the form of UBI. But you're not going to. These people's, productivity is just not worth paying them $100 an hour. You're never gonna get a company to pay them $100 an hour because they're just not worth that much.
Yes, but you don't need a company to pay them, but the government.
Okay,
It's
the government.
It's not
Okay.
important if they're worth or not. And
Well-
worth, how do you define the worth of a person?
How do I define the worth of a person? Sorry.
Or how do you determine how much an hour of work is worth? Just by how much they
it's
produce?
as a kind of hard question. So market answer is going to be marginal productivity, right? Is it the marginal product is
Yeah,
roughly
but
equal
that's
to
just
the.
capitalism. It's wrong.
It's wrong. Okay.
Yes, it's capitalism.
Right. Well, I mean, I would just say that, you know, paying people based on roughly their marginal productivity, not that it's always exactly perfect or anything, is probably going to align incentives better than like having the government centrally determine everyone's wage, right? Like that's going to be the argument. We're going to go back to a little bit earlier in the conversation. Why I think it's, you know, generally better. Labor is going to be allocated more efficiently if if people are paid based on a marginal product than if the government just sets everyone's wage. Like that's going to be yeah.
Yeah, but this is just gonna make the rich even richer, the poor poorer until everything collapses.
I mean,
It's not good.
I just don't. I just don't think that's, you know, empirically like what we. It doesn't seem like that's what we see in a lot of these countries with better redistribution policies and with better, like sort of pre-distribution policies, like stronger unions and things like that. Like I don't know, and I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any intrinsic problem with inequality. If you gave me the choice between, you know, a society where I'm not saying this, you know, I want to be nice. I'm not saying that this is the case of communism and everything. But if you gave me the choice between a society where 50% of the population is starving, but everyone is equal, and a society where, you know, someone is a few people are ultra wealthy, but the standard of living is higher for everyone. I'd prefer the second society, right?
Yes, but nobody prefers the first society.
Well, exactly. That's my point. That's just like an intuition pump to get you to acknowledge that like there's more important things than just
Why do
inequality,
you
right?
even say this?
But I just explained. It's an intuition pump to get you to understand that inequality is not necessarily the thing that matters, right? Like I'd prefer a society with more inequality but a higher overall standard of living than a society with less inequality but a lower overall standard of living. That's the point of the hypothetical, right? Or intuition pump or whatever.
Yeah, but who said they want a lower standard of living? Nobody wants this.
Well, I think I'm not necessarily saying you want a lower standard of living, but for the reasons I mentioned earlier, you know, under central planning, there's going to be, you know, resource misallocation. Under heavy redistribution, I would say there's probably not, you know, it's not going to be the same incentives to invest or whatever. So you're probably going to have lower overall growth. Not that there isn't a trade-off to be made there. That's positive sometimes. It's just that it seems like the standard of living. You even admitted this. You admitted that under a centrally planned economy, that there would be more resource misallocation than under a capitalist economy.
No, I didn't say more. I said it could be possible in both.
You said it could be possible, right? No,
Yes.
but you said it could be possible in both of them, and then I said, do you agree that it's, you know, generally going to happen more in a central planned economy? And you said yes. You said yes to that.
No.
You did say. I mean, everyone can rewind and see that you said yes to that, but okay.
I didn't say it's more likely. But second of all, you can use the capital that's already here to redistribute this.
No. I don't disagree that you could do that, but again, so I am in favor of a decent amount of redistribution. You know, I do want to tax the rich, you know, more based on their consumption, but not their investment and everything. We might have a disagreement there.
That's just reformism.
But, what? Sorry.
That's just reformism. It's just gonna keep the system alive for longer. But the system is flawed.
No. So the reason I would, you know, again, like I don't find any intrinsic value in equality or anything. I would say, you know, sort of the reason.
No, it's not about idealistic things. It's poor materialist analysis.
Okay, poor material. Yeah, that's true, buddy.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, because again, like it doesn't matter. To be clear, like I couldn't. It doesn't matter if I cite evidence at you, right, about like the causes of these things, because you're just gonna say it doesn't align with Marx, right? So it's just not. It's not accurate. It's written by an imperialist econ journal, or.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it aligns with Marx or not. It just matters if it's materialist analysis or not.
Okay. Well, none of this is a materialist analysis. So you're going to reject all of it, right? Like,
Yes, if it's ideological, yes, if it's ideological, idealist stuff, I will reject it. Yes.
okay. So like, I don't know, like, okay. So like, I don't know, like, what evidence, like, I don't know what evidence I could possibly present you with that would ever like change your mind on like whether or not capitalism is good if you just reject like all the empirical evidence and like you reject any non-material, you reject any non-materialist analysis. Like what it like.
I never said it's not good. I just said that it will collapse. It's a necessary step in historical materialism.
Okay, but how could I ever disprove that if you only ever think of this through the materialist lens, right? Like you're saying the materialist, ideology or whatever, or analysis will lead me to believe that capitalism will collapse. And by the way, the only thing that you can possibly cite to debunk that is my materialist analysis itself. So like what am I gonna like? I can't cite anything outside the theory that you're stating is going to prove you right. Like I'm not like.
Yes, now you get it. You can't state anything because it's true. Because it's true.
No, but I'm saying how could I ever disprove this if the only thing I could cite to disprove it is materialist analysis itself? There's no do you not see how that's circular? I'm saying like, oh, you can only I'm trying to think of an analogy, but like you're saying like, oh, couldn't I just do like the same? You can only prove liberalism is wrong if you cite a liberal analysis. It's like, okay, no. Like you're not gonna.
Don't you know what materialism means?
I know, yeah, I'm broadly familiar, but like,
it just means it's true. It's not
okay.
materialist.
Couldn't I literally just say, oh, liberal analysis means it's true? So you're not going to be able to cite anything that's not a liberal analysis out there.
What? No, you don't get it.
I don't get
materialist
it. Materialist
just means if you look at the numbers and shit, if you analyze everything, you see that capitalism. For example, you said
I don't think that's how Marx defined
tendency of the rate of profit to fall.
Right.
Right, you said this.
Mm-hmm.
For example, it's materialist analysis. You see the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. One day
hold on. Wait. To be clear,
what will happen?
The tendency of the rate of profits to fall is not well supported by empirical evidence, right? So again, if I were to cite you papers that show that it's not well supported by the empirical evidence, would you care about that? Or
yes, of course, I would care very much, but I know some graphs that say it's very true.
Okay. So if I again, I can find the thing. I've looked into this a little bit before. Like there's this article by On Learning Economics, who is not necessarily he's not a Marxist, but he's not necessarily capitalist. I think he would call himself not a capitalist. He has an article. I'm sure we could run through it if you really wanted to, kind of debunking a lot of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, right?
Here is the very important graph.
Okay, so this graph is probably in the article, and it's probably it's debunked in the thing. It's just.
By 2155, it will hit 0.
Wow.
Just so you know.
Okay, great. So
what will happen then?
So again, but like I can just cite,
collapse?
But like if I just send a picture of a graph to you, are you gonna like now reject that graph is accurate, or are you gonna?
Wait, you also sent a graph.
I sent you an article which cites, I'm sure there's graphs in it that are the opposite of that graph. Like again, like I would have to read up on this to like have a full debate about the tendency of the rate of profits to fall. But like it just seems like it's not worth reading up on it if you would never accept any like economics paper that I cite you, or you would never accept any Marxist materialist analysis.
you still don't get what is material analysis. It can still be material analysis if it's not Marxist.
Okay.
It just means based on facts, not just ideological stuff like, oh, I don't like black people. That's ideological.
Okay.
But if you say this and this, because of this and this, this and this follows, this is materialistic.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm fairly, fairly certain none of these economists hate black people. Don't worry. But
okay, good. But see, your graph says G20 rate of profit. Why only G20? It's already very
why only
flawed.
G20? What do you mean? Yours only looks at
It says
or does it
world
look at
rate
the
of
whole world
profit.
or? Okay. I don't know. Like,
Yes, the whole world.
I'm assuming the data is just better available for the G20 countries, but I don't know why necessarily. I don't know why necessarily. Like if something holds true for the whole world, and if you're saying this holds true, so universally that any capitalist society is going to collapse, why would it not hold true for the G20 countries?
Because of imperialism, of course. G20 are the exploited.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Why do you think that they would collapse if they're like? Why do you think they would collapse then if they're imperialists? If they can defy the internal contradictions of capitalism by being imperialist?
Only for so long. Only for so long.
Only
they
for so long.
Can't exploit a country that has nothing left. How
Okay.
can you exploit a country that has nothing? Nothing. You can't exploit it.
I mean, countries can grow over time. I mean, presumably. I mean, first of all, I'm obviously not convinced that they're doing that, but it just seems like countries grow over time and actually get wealthier over time. So it seems like, if anything, there's more potential for exploitation in most of these countries. Like, we're not seeing, like, we're like, even in Africa, we're seeing most of those countries, get richer over time, even if at a relatively slow pace. Like, and even if, there are unstable countries that kind of defy that trend because of war and everything, but
look, your graph is already way lower. Yours is at 9.5%.
No, this is what graph are you looking at in that article?
No, the one on your picture.
The one of my
Is mom candy have economics?
Yeah, no. So this is a no.
economics.
Okay, so this is a okay. So no. Okay, so retard. So number one, this isn't a picture. This is an article, and the Discord embed has that picture as the header. Okay, so the point of the meme, the point of the meme is that the original thing in the meme is like, oh, mom, can we have McDonald's? And mom says, no, we have food at home. And then like food at home, and it's like really bad food, right? So like this is the joke this is saying is, mom, can we have economics? And then we already have economics at home, and then economics at home is really bad economics. You recognize the point that he is making is that this chart is bad.
Why is it bad? Why is it bad?
Wait, hold on. Do you recognize that that's at least a point he is making?
Who?
The guy who wrote this article, Unlearning Economics, the guy who made this meme.
I don't know this guy. How can I know?
Because I just explained to you the meme, right? The meme is like, can we have this good thing? And the mom says, no, we have this good thing at home, but then the good thing at home is bad. That's why it's funny. So you recognize the point he's making is that this chart is bad.
Yeah, okay, and
I'm just saying, like, it's just like, it seems weird to me that, one, you didn't understand that this wasn't a picture I sent. This is an article that like links to an article. And like the whole point of this article is debunking this graph. And you're like, it's just really funny to me that you're saying like your graph that you cited, has or shows the rate of profit falling. Yeah, because the whole point of the article is debunking this graph. Like that's the whole.
But why did they even Yeah, this is behind the paywall.
No, it's not.
No. But they sent a little header.
Yeah, this is a header. Yeah.
You want I read all of this? No. British rate of profit. They just look at the British rate.
Momo, we watched it earlier. I don't know if I'll make a YouTube video out of it. It was pretty funny, but like I don't know. I don't know what to. It's like I don't even know what to say, man. It's like it's just him lying. It's just like oh, Trump subsidized Canada, trade deficit subsidized Canada, losing billions of dollars, losing $1 trillion every second. And then it's like, what do I even, like, I've talked about a trade deficit hundreds of times with a lot, ranking to a bunch of different videos, debating a lot of people. But I'm very glad that people are finding me from my YouTube channel. That's very cool. I appreciate it.
You did. You're talking to me.
Sorry, I was just talking to,
bro.
I was talking to chat. I
Counter
didn't
my
hear
argument.
I didn't hear what you said, but
Yeah, I said, what is this article? Why did you send this article?
I sent this article because it's an article from a anti-capitalist, I would say. You might still call him a capitalist, but certainly not neoliberal economist explaining why the tendency to rate of profits to fall is just not it's just not supported empirically. That's why the article is titled "The Astonishingly Poor Empirics at a Tendency to Rate of Profit to Fall."
Yeah, but this article just looks at graphs from UK, England.
Okay,
and doesn't look at the whole world.
Okay. I'm sure at least one of the papers he cites in this, in this article does look at the whole world or whatever. But again, you
think I will read this whole article?
Wait, would you agree? Would you agree that the rate of profit isn't falling in the G20 countries then? Is that your position, that it doesn't fall in these countries and it's only falling in developing countries, or?
No, it falls in these countries, of course, too.
Okay.
But maybe
So
it's
then
lower,
why
but
are you
one
saying it's
day-
flawed to look at these countries if you think it's falling in these countries as well?
Why? Because it can stay up longer. I already explained to you.
No.
You
But
can exploit
if
it
you,
for
let's say you think the tendency to rate of profit is falling in the UK or in the US or in the G20 countries. Let's say we look at the data and it turns out it isn't falling in these countries. Would you?
Yes, it could be.
Would you say that assumption was wrong? The initial assumption that it is falling in these countries is wrong?
What if it doesn't fall in these countries? Does it not fall in these countries? Yes, of course.
Well, yeah, but that would run against your initial assumption, right? That the tendency to rate of profit to fall. No. Okay.
No, they can exploit
You
from other
just-
countries. Then it just falls harder in these countries. Then at one point they can't exploit anymore.
Okay.
Then what happens?
I don't know.
Where is
man.
your
No,
data coming from? Because like
No,
I'm
he
on
doesn't.
graphs and shit.
No, he doesn't have data. He has materialist
I sent the
dialectical
graph
Was that
analysis.
too liberal?
Mr. JC, I sent a graph too. No,
I'm gonna-
why are you tagging sample text?
Because I know he can explain it if you really want someone to
No,
explain it.
no.
No?
This
You don't
guy
wanna-
is a Zionist. I don't
Okay.
speak to
Do you think? Wait. Do you think a Zionist?
Finish our debate from the other day.
Do you think a Zionist is capable of materialist analysis on the rate of tendency to rate of profit to fall?
Only when it
No,
comes to how
they're
many
just
Palestinians
capable
they
of
can make
propaganda.
fall forward.
Wait. So
'Cause they're
wait.
monsters.
You would agree that Sample is capable of providing, a debunking or an explanation of the tendency to rate of profits to fall, right? That is something that he is capable of doing.
No, he's just capable of doing propaganda for the state of Israel.
He's only capable of doing propaganda for the state of Israel. He is incapable of providing an explanation.
Yes.
So if Sample Text came here with a full-throated defense of socialism, that would still be like, would you
That would
like
still be
heel
propaganda.
turn and become a capitalist?
No, there are of course people who are anti-Zionist in Israel.
Well,
But
wait,
he's
you
not
said
one
he
of
was
them.
spreading Zionist propaganda.
Yes,
not
of
only
course,
that
because
he's
okay.
only capable of doing so.
Wait, yeah, so like and you're saying that socialists are anti-Zionist, correct?
Of course.
Okay, so then how if Sample Text came in and like declared his allegiance to socialism, how would that be Zion? Like, is that Zionist or is that anti-Zionist? And would you talk to him?
He would still be a Zionist because he said so. First of all, and second of all, there are a lot of fake socialists.
Wow.
True.
Wait, hold on. Wait. But you would define me as a Zionist too, right?
I don't know. I think you're Zionist
Zionist adjacent.
what's
I
the
think
word?
that's the word
Adjacent,
you're
yes,
looking for.
adjacent.
Zionist apologist. Okay.
Sorry, not.
So I am more than I'm not a Zionist. Don't worry. I'm capable of doing at least things that aren't just spreading pro-Israel propaganda. I at least have that capability. So
That's all I
Do you
do.
believe-
So.
Do you believe the state of Israel has a right to exist?
by now, yeah, I think so.
Do you, Mark Sabi?
No. No, then
Why
it's-
not? Do you think the state of Palestine has a right to exist?
No, not either. No state has a right to exist.
Oh wait, yeah,
Okay,
we went over
okay,
this.
wait.
Yeah, you have a non-ideology. Got it.
But state of Israel is especially bad because it's, you know what
Wait,
Zionism?
how can it be especially bad if you're against states as a rule?
I'm not against states as a rule. There needs to be a state. Or
Oh
fighting
right. Wait,
counter-revolution.
no, there doesn't need to be a state.
fighting
You
the
fucking
counter-revolution.
moron. I thought you were a communist. That's
No,
stateless,
no.
classless society. Idiot.
Just to
but
fight
first
the
there needs to be a
counter-revolution,
state.
okay, in the first phase.
Yes, to fight the counter-revolution.
No,
And
it'll
wa-
wither
and
away.
then
Oh, got
Don't
it,
worry.
got it.
It'll wither
educate the
away.
masses.
It'll
Mark
wither
Sabi, do you have
away.
a
It will wither
Vanguard
away.
Party?
Exactly, Malphon. You read Lenin.
I
You have
did
a
read
Vanguard
Lenin.
Party
Yep.
in your utopia?
No, the Vanguard Party will wither away, bro. Don't worry, bro. The
So
authoritarian
give-
party would never
They're just going to be
continue
in power
to
for
exist.
another few years. We only need to control it for another few years, and then we'll have
Exactly.
utopia, guys.
Oh no, it will probably a very long time, few hundred years.
Okay.
Hey, are you in favor of any sort of democracy, Mark Sabi, in your utopia, or is it like strictly authoritarian to enforce the communism?
Yes, of course, it is democracy.
Okay, so would you have like elections?
No.
Okay, then how's it a democracy?
Because the workers only means
Uh,
production, bro.
Elections are anti-democratic, actually, especially in capitalism.
Mhm.
Once capitalism is gone and everything is gone, you can have elections. But it's not even necessary to have elections.
Okay,
It's
so
just
how would it be
illusion.
democratic
Just an
then?
illusion. Because if you put the will of the people first, if the party puts the will of the people first, it's democratic.
Okay, but like, how do you determine what the will of the people is?
Well, of course, liberating the people is the will of the people.
Wait, but that's
do
not
you-
what I want. I don't want to be a socialist.
Well, then you're an enemy of the people.
Okay.
Wow, that was easy.
Well, off to the re-education camp, JC.
Yeah, off to the
Yeah.
camps with me, I guess.
I'll be
I mean,
right there
that sounds
with
pretty
you. Can
fucking
we be?
insane. So, like, anybody, I mean, you are just saying, like, anybody who disagrees with, like, the quote-unquote will of the party, you just, like box away.
Not will of the party, will of the people. But
Well,
yes,
yeah, except you're saying that the will of the people isn't always going to align with the will of the party. Every time we've seen communism manifest historically, we've known this to be the case to the point where you dipshits will like cope and pretend that's not real communism. I don't know if you're one of
Wait.
those morons, but
No.
No,
yeah,
they've
like,
never
what their
reached
will is.
communism, bro. They've never.
yeah. Let's
People
let's be clear. Like this has been a historical pattern of like kill or shut away like people that don't abide with the will of the party. It's not the other way around. So.
But the people maybe don't know what their will is because they are.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a good
That's
thing they
why.
have you
That's
to
why
tell
the
them, right?
re-education camps need to exist, bro. That's why we.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. I still don't get how it can be democratic if I don't get a say in like
Yeah,
what's
wait.
going
You
on.
think it? To be clear, you think it's democratic to not have elections and to forcefully put people in re-education camps? That's democratic.
Please
It
say
depends,
yes.
but yes, it can be democratic.
Okay.
Bro. Oh man.
What?
What do you mean
think
what?
it's democratic to have?
Yeah, you're retarded. You don't know what democracy is. What is democracy? Define democracy.
It's rule of the people.
Okay, rule of the people, and what mechanisms would empower the people to determine that rule?
Party.
Okay. So when I asked you earlier if you were authoritarian, that was a yes. I don't know why you lied to me.
Wait, you never asked me if I'm authoritarian.
Yeah, I straight up did. I said,
I'm
is
pretty
this
sure
a
he did.
democratic communist system or is this authoritarianism to enforce it? And you said democratic. And now we've determined that
It can be
obviously
both.
not,
It
it's
can
not
be both.
democratic because you can't maintain a democratic state where you're just telling people what they want. That's not what democracy is.
And you think in capitalism they can know what they want?
Don't deflect. This isn't about capitalism. This is about your proposed system.
But it's just a transitional system, and of course the party will do what the people want. And in the end, they have communism, and they don't need elections or
It's a
anything.
transitional system in theory, but that theory is never borne out in reality unless it's been forced into practice by opportunistic fascists or authoritarians.
Or it needs to be forced.
Well,
because
okay,
else
so then
the
how is it
capitalism
like a
creates
natural
power.
progression if you need to force it into ending? Like, how does that make sense?
Okay, it is a natural progression because capitalism will collapse, but you need to organize the revolution before it actually collapses because
If
else
capitalism will collapse, why do you need to take any action to encourage it to collapse?
Yes, I was just explaining this because in the end, the capital owning class realizes they're losing power. They do more fascism. They still lose more power. Then everything collapses. They have anarchy, everything. And before the fascism happens, you need to do the revolution because else everything will end in chaos. And the revolution needs to be enforced.
So, how will you determine who will lead the revolution?
How will you determine who? Of course,
Not fun. What are you playing?
This is
revolution
Schedule 1.
determines it itself.
You haven't seen Schedule 1?
Okay, sorry, Mark Shabby. What did you say? How will you determine?
Revolution determines it itself.
Well,
It's
no,
democratic.
okay. I mean,
doesn't really
like
mean-
in real life though, like how would it like in our degenerate liberal corrupt capitalistic system that exploits and murders and takes advantage of people, we have elections to determine like who we want leading us and who we want making decisions for us. So like I'm just curious, like how would it like you think they would just like naturally rise to the top like these leader figures?
Yes. Like for
Okay,
example,
so what happens
Lenin.
when they have different ideas on how to lead these leader figures during the revolution?
Well, then the people will get rid of them.
Okay, so who's the people? Because like ostensibly these would be two different groups of revolutionaries with two different leaders that would eventually come into conflict in this like mass revolution worldwide. So like how would we determine who the right person to follow is? This game looks amazing, by the way.
The right person to follow, of course, the person who wants to liberate the people.
Okay, but what if they both
Can be
want to
two.
liberate the people?
And they can be both leaders.
Okay, so one of them is a democratic socialist who wants to have an election of like leaders, and one of them is more of like a Marxist, where they, or a Stalinist, where they want to have like a coalition party that kind of like oversees the needs of the people without elections. Like, how do you determine which one of those people is right?
Well, first of all, democratic socialists don't want to do revolution. And second, you will see with time, maybe they can do it with democracy, but I doubt it because there will be counter revolutions and everything. They need to have a vanguard party.
Okay, so you said do revolution. You've also said that capitalism will end. So if you're saying capitalism will end, you're saying that like regardless of our outside input, it is going to naturally collapse in on itself. Like I was a socialist. I remember all of this shit. Okay, like that's
Yes,
the theory.
yes.
Is that capitalism's internal contradictions will eventually suffer under the weight of those internal contradictions to the point that society will collapse in on itself. But
Yes.
the intentionality aspect isn't like inciting the revolution. It's taking advantage of the societal collapse that's occurring as a result of the natural degradation of capitalism due to its internal contradictions. So like
Yes.
but you're trying to act like, oh, this is something we're going to incite. But like if you're inciting
No.
it, that's not really capitalism collapsing under its internal contradictions. That you being pissed at the world and wanting to violently change it. Guess what? You're not the first. And
No,
you won't be
I
the
already
last.
explained
But
it to you. I told you before that it will not happen from one day to another. The capitalism collapses. It will be slowly, not very slow, but a few years maybe, and then they will have fascism. And before they have fascism, we need to do it. You get it?
I don't recall fascism being a necessary progressive state from capitalism into socialism. It's a theorized one, but there was also the proposal of like an anarchic collapse where it did fold
Yes.
rather quickly.
That's
So
what I
like how did
said.
No, that's not what
First,
you said.
yes, okay, I will explain it again. The
How do you have
the
fascism rise from anarchy? Fascism
No,
is a
so
degradation of
let
liberal
fascism first.
processes.
Okay. The capital owning classes realize that they are losing power because capitalism is dying, and they will cling to power, have fascism, suppress everybody, and then they will still lose power because capitalism is just keeps on collapsing, and then there will be anarchism.
Well, okay, don't you think you're making a pretty broad assumption there that they'll just automatically lose power because capitalism will still suck under fascism? How do you know that it won't improve under fascism to the point where it doesn't collapse? Maybe the contradictions can be solved with a ultra authoritarian government that maybe spans the world. Have you ever thought of that?
Okay, maybe this is possible, but we still need to have the revolution before fascism happens. Or do you actually like fascism?
No, but you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you've expressly
Well-
said your support for authoritarian tendencies, which is an important component of fascism, of course. You
But
talk about
fascism
things
is
like
ideological, not materialist.
okay, I don't know what that means. It's irrelevant.
Idealist,
So you need authoritarianism to
materialist.
enforce the fascism because fascism has far more internal contradictions than an economic system like capitalism does. And it does collapse rather quickly under its own weight unless you have an authoritarian government, an ultra-authoritarian government to enforce its upkeep. So
yes, that's why they do it.
Yeah, so this would be a government that would, for example, disappear anybody that disagreed with the state line or in your case, the Vanguard Party line. This would be a government that, from the top down, tells you what your role is to serve the state, or in this case, as you say, the people. This would be a government that tells you what your purpose in life is, or in this case, what the will of the people is. Like, you are just a fascist in different colors, and until you realize that, you're just going to continue to fail to like profile your ideology because that contradiction is blatantly obvious to anybody who spends 5 minutes talking to you.
No, you don't understand it.
No, I understand
fascism
it
is
perfectly. That's the problem. Is like
idealist.
I understand it very well. That's your issue
No,
right now.
you don't.
I understand it too well.
Your issue is that you don't understand that fascism is completely different from communism.
Can you define
Communism is
fascism for me?
materialist. It's militaristic, right-wing, authoritarian government with racism, everything, etc.
Okay, so
And
first of
idealist.
all, no. But second of all, do you consider the Soviet Union to be fascistic? I know the answer is no. I just want to hear you
No.
say it. Okay.
No.
So what distinctifies the Soviet Union from a government like Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany that you say that they are very clearly distinct and not one-in-one fascistic?
First of all, they're left-wing and not right-wing. That means they are materialist and not idealist, like
Oh, should I say the
right-wingers.
funny thing? No, that one's too easy. Gibbs gave me the whole line of argumentation for that if I wanted to use it, but it's a stupid argument. Okay. So one is left wing and one is right wing. I don't think that has anything to do with fascism.
Yes, it is.
Why?
Because fascism is defined as a right-wing, authoritarian, militaristic.
Okay, so you just threw a dictionary at my head and I dodged out of the way. I'm going to ask you the same question. Why is fascism right wing? What about it makes it exclusively right wing?
You can look at the whole history, how fascism was invented from Hegelianism. Marx was first he was not really idealist, but he was a young Hegelian, and then he became materialist and he dissed the young Hegelians. And fascism actually came from Hegelianism.
Okay, I
and
really
is
like how
idealist.
you're just like not answering his question.
Yeah, sorry if I'm hijacking your stream, by the way, non-fan.
No. I mean, I got nothing better to do. Don't worry. I just freaking.
I answered the question.
No, you didn't. You started rambling about theory and philosophers. You answer questions. I mean, communists answer questions like Christians sometimes. They just start rambling about like their holy book and their holy men and like what they've said and like without actually addressing the substance of whatever's being asked. So I'll ask you again. I don't know if you're hard of hearing or what the deal is here. Why is fascism only right wing?
Oh, I already explained it to you. Because do you even know what right wing is?
Why don't you tell me?
It's idealist bullshit. They only think idealist, not materialist. And I think the structures, societal structures, should be upheld, like hierarchies, etc., etc.
Who determines?
It's awfully convenient that you manage to
flat
align
society.
yourself in such a way that everyone but you is either fascist or fascist leaning. Isn't that convenient?
No, how would it be convenient? It's really bad. It's really.
How do you
it's
define
convenient.
fascism?
It's convenient because if you define your terms as such that every political ideology outside of your own is fascistic or fascistic leaning, then you're trying to do the same thing that the dipshit progressive. Wait, I'm not done. You're trying to do the same thing that dipshit progressives have done for the past like decade, which is call everything they disagree with Nazi, to demonize it automatically because nobody wants to be a Nazi, nobody wants to be a fascist. So by automatically just saying, well, everybody who's not is a fascist. It's convenient. It makes your argument sound a lot more palatable than it is. Because honestly, again, as I pointed out to you in multiple ways, you're ideologically indistinguishable.
Wait, guys, wait,
from
hold on. Pick a
fascists and
suit. Pick a card suit. Pick a hearts, diamonds, club.
Spades.
Oh, fuck you guys with
Spades.
hearts. Anyway.
I was gonna say hearts, but your stream is so
I'm on
delayed.
a stream delay. Yeah, I'm on a stream delay. And
Well, I asked you
making
in
fun of,
VC. You don't need to.
You gotta wait, dude.
What do you mean I gotta wait? I asked you to name one.
I'm gonna hijack this conversation. I know we're talking about random definitions of fascism and how people that I don't like are fascist.
I'm bullying a Marxist. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, from some people's perspectives, a Marxist would be a fascist. So it all depends on your definition.
Most
of
reasonable
fascist.
people's perspectives, yes.
No, that's from a definition that's just stupid. They just say you're a fascist. They just
I
define
think your
how they want.
definitions are stupid.
Define
Call
can Marx, can you define fascism or what? Sorry, not fascism.
Oh,
Can you define
I
a
already defined it.
fascist?
Yes, a fascist is a person who likes fascism.
Okay,
can you define fascism without using right wing in your definition?
It's not possible.
Okay.
So I can just use idealist. It's a idealist ideology.
What is idealism?
That's communism right there. That's an ideology. Okay.
Hold on.
Idealist.
Don't jump
Communism
too
is
far ahead.
materialist. That's exactly what Marx. That's the main point of Marxist thing.
Wait, how is capitalism not
Related to
materialist?
materialism. How is capitalism not materialist? Because it's based
Yeah, it's
on
literally about the allocation
liberalism.
of capital for like the profit, for gaining profit, which is like material
but
benefit.
It's a different. Yeah, but I mean materialist in a philosophical sense.
Capitalism is the most materialistic philosophy that exists.
No, you don't understand. It's
No.
idealist because you can imagine that you'll make a lot of money.
That too. Granted, you can imagine you make a lot of wealth in any economic system.
Yeah, you can make a lot of
is-
money as a member of a vanguard party and a communist.
Obviously, capitalism is the most materialistic economic philosophy
Yeah, I can't believe
of
you
anything.
said-
No, it's not.
No, it's
you misunderstand. You use it in a what's it called? In the wrong sense. I mean, materialist in the philosophical sense.
Go on.
Okay. So capitalists believe that their ideas are more important than material world. You get it?
No,
They're
I would
based,
disagree with that claim from the get-go.
The whole liberalism is based on Kant and this whole bullshit up to Hegel, whatever. And Marx came in and said, your bullshit is all wrong. We will have communism.
haven't read
I've already
Capital.
I've already disagreed from your first definition, where you're saying capitalism is more like
right,
thought
you can
and
just admit that,
materialistic.
right? Like you've never read Capital. You just heard about it on the internet.
No, I actually read it. And I saw That you people don't read it.
Then how is it that you can't explain it beyond Marx came in and said you are done with all that bullshit?
There wasn't even in capital. There was critique of the German philosophy.
Okay,
But
which
again,
parts?
that
German ideology.
Also, I'm sorry, but Marx definitely believed that capitalism would collapse under its own internal contradictions and descend into a state of anarchy. He didn't think that fascism
Yes.
would rise from that, did he?
Yeah,
I
that's
do not think
what
so.
Lenin. That's what Lenin brought up.
No. Okay, but that's not Marx.
Wait, hold on. We
Lenin,
proved that you haven't read
he-
Marx,
he
right?
defended
Remember
this
me and Sample were talking to you? And you-
Wait, you have? Wait, did you lie to me?
Hang on. Before non-font, keep your point. Put your point in your head. Write it down so
I'm
you
gonna
know
push
what
this-
you're gonna ask.
Okay.
Write it down so you know your point you're gonna ask. Because I'm gonna ask a question.
All right.
All right, Marx. I'm gonna ask
Bro?
you, what is your opinion of the genocides that the USSR committed against Chechnya natives and against the Crimea? I don't know how to pronounce it. Tatars.
Tartars.
And then, what's your opinion on the KGB? Was it a morality police looking to enforce a conservative morality, or was that like what's your take on all that?
I don't even know anything about this.
You don't know any of those topics.
No, I don't know. When did this happen? If it's
Dollars, the guy in chat. Never ask him like a few questions.
goes up, obviously.
I don't morally superior vegan. Sorry. Hi, I'm Big JC. I'm a libtard like non-fun. I don't know if we met. I don't like how familiar are you with like these like far lefty types? Because like they don't think that like especially like some of the like the more like rhetorically savvy ones won't own the Soviet Union as like true communism. They'll say they like started on a good path but never quite got there.
My knowledge of far lefties are if they're vegan or not, and if they're not vegan, then they're absolutely morally incompatible with their own ideology. And then if they are vegan, they're pretty fucking based. And they're just left wing.
Well, we can debate about anything but
No,
veganism anytime you want.
If you're just left wing, you're not a real vegan.
Okay.
You can be left wing and not vegan.
You're not even left wing by your own admission.
you're
You're
not left-wing.
if you're a authoritarian and you're a fascist, then you're right wing because you seem to insist that that's part of the
I'm not a
definition.
fascist.
But you are.
You're
You
a
said that you
fascist.
support things that are like tenets of fascism. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you can support one tenant, but I don't support the basics.
Here,
He
Wait, hold
only
on.
supports 9 of the 10 tenets. Of
Wait, do you
fascism.
think?
Yeah.
Which is
Well,
not-
what's it? Umberto, isn't that his name?
Umberto?
I don't even
Smart
use
Sabi.
this definition, but I think it'd be really funny if like we just scroll through these. The cult of tradition. So this is the constant appealing to. This is Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. Constant appealing to like Marx and Lenin and all of these failed idiotic communist movements.
That's
that
has nothing
never
to do with
succeeded.
tradition.
The
You don't
rejection of
understand what
modernism.
tradition is.
So this is the idea that like capitalism, which is the
No.
engine of like productivity and innovation for the past
It's
several
not.
hundred years. The idea that like somehow this is a failure and we need to return to a more agrarian communistic state. The cult of
still don't
action
get
for
that it's
action's sake. See,
materialist
this is
and
where
not
I was saying
idealist.
like, oh, the revolution. Yeah, shouldn't the revolution kind of come about as a result of the collapse? And he's like, no, we have to initiate the collapse. Disagreement is treason. Well, non-fun. We already know that disagreement is treason, don't we now? Fear of difference. Yeah, you're probably afraid of basically any political ideology that's different than you. That's why you have to imprison or kill anybody who disagrees with you when you guys come to power. Appeal to a frustrated middle class. How do you feel about the middle class, Mark Sabi? Did you say that
class is
the
made
will
up.
of the people, they really want to be free or whatever, they really want to agree with you, right?
You
Middle
were
class
telling
is
me earlier
a
the
liberal
middle class is
made
failing
up
and real
bullshit.
wages are going down and everything like
Okay,
that.
okay. So appealing to a frustrated middle class, sure. Obsession
Outside.
with
I
a
said middle class doesn't exist.
obsession with a
Middle class does
plot.
not
Yeah,
exist.
because you probably do the bourgeoisie and the proletariat like divide, but that's
Exactly.
also retarded. Okay,
just made
So
up the
so a
middle
middle
class.
manager and like a middle manager in a corporation, what are they? Bourgeoisie or proletariat?
A middle manager in a what?
Yeah, middle manager.
Has your own capital, a big capital, like a whole factory or something.
Like a corporation, like Apple, like a regional manager
Yes, of
for
course,
Apple.
he's bourgeoisie. If he owns Apple, he's bourgeoisie. Yes.
Okay, so he doesn't own Apple. He's a high up executive that works for Apple. How much does he have to make in your mind before he becomes bourgeoisie? Don't say anything, either of you.
It just doesn't matter how much he makes. It matters if
Okay.
he owns means of production or not, and in a big number,
So
not
if an
just
Apple
like
employee
2
owns
stocks or
shares, and
something.
if an Apple employee, like a
No,
factory
that doesn't.
worker, if they own shares in Apple,
How many shares?
why does that matter?
Because nowadays even the proletariat have some shares.
So the
Like,
bourgeoisie is only someone who owns controlling shares in a corporation. Okay, that's retarded.
yes, yes. And
Obsession
how
with
is
a
it
plot. This is point number 7, and the hyping up of an enemy threat. So this is like anybody who isn't a communist is like dangerous. The West is evil. Fascist societies rhetorically cast their enemies as at the same time too strong and too weak.
What?
Oh, I'm
I
just
think you're
like
tripping, man.
listing off like Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism
Wait,
and
hold on.
explaining why you have paralleled all of these points. Like I don't have to keep
No,
going, but
Real
like
quick,
I
you're
literally
definitely
told
a
you why I
fash, bro.
haven't.
real quick, do you
I only
think that?
found one that you said
Wait, just real quick.
unmatched.
Do you think
Fire.
that giving your video editor a graphics card is making them own the means of production?
True.
No.
True.
Okay.
How would
So-
this
What do
be
you- wait.
owning the means of production?
No, it's just funny because Hassan said that his editor owns the means of his production because he gave he gave his editor a
Oh my God,
graphics
you
card,
don't understand humor?
which
No,
is literally
that's
just
not a good
providing
example.
them capital. But it's like,
It's just humor. You're like
Right.
Ethan Klein. You take Hasanabi's jokes and take them serious.
he was not joking when he said that.
Do I?
Wait,
do I
so
need
when
to-
Nick
He was not
Fuentes is
joking.
talking about 6 million
course
cookies,
he
is
was
that
not
a
joking.
joke or is that serious?
I don't
Mark
even
Bobby.
know. Can you give the whole quote? Or can
So
you give the...
do you know who Nick Fuentes is?
Yes. He's a
Okay,
fascist.
so like there's a bit, kind of an infamous bit from his show where he's talking about how could you bake 6 million cookies when you don't have enough ovens to bake that many cookies? How long would it take to bake 6 million cookies if you only had this many ovens? Like obvious, like reference to the Holocaust, but which
Yes, it's very-
I'm assuming you
very
believe
bad.
in. So like, is that a joke or is that him being serious?
It's a joke, but it's a stupid joke.
Okay, so that Nick Fuentes is like the ultimate shit test because Nick Fuentes is obviously being serious. Like that's the entire point that he's not relevant on the internet anymore is because everybody figured that out. Everybody figured out, like Sam Hyde, that he's not really joking about any of the shit that he talks about. So I can't believe that you would just openly say no, it's a joke. Like you would greenlight and
of
co-sign
course.
people like Nick Fuentes. They would be able to get their rhetoric past you, and you would be like none the wiser, which does make sense. You are obviously not that bright.
Bruh.
You are in fact a socialist.
Bro, it's a joke because he said cookies. I don't say it's a joke that he doesn't deny the Holocaust.
Okay,
I just
but
say
like,
that he uses
okay,
cookies
so
as an analogy.
rhetorically, why is he saying that then? I'll rephrase it. Rhetorically,
Because
is
he
he
wants to
saying
deny
that
the
to make a
Holocaust.
joke, or is he saying that to make a point?
Yeah, to make a point, of course. But he
Okay.
said cookies. That's kind of humoristic that he used the word cookies.
So one of the jokes that Hassan supposedly made was the owning of this swastika sword, right? When
It's no
that was
joke.
like brought prominent front and center for the pictures that were taken of like iDubbbz and Hassan's like little dipshit friend crew, was that a joke or was that making a point?
It was neither. He didn't even own it because it has a swastika. He just owns it because he like bleach.
Why do you call it the
Want to have
swastika
a bleach.
sword?
Yeah, he called it a swastika sword because
Yeah, but
he,
why?
he just saw that it has a swastika. Why he called it that? Because it has a kanji thing that
It's
looks like
Ichigo
swastika.
Kurosaki's second generation katana. Like that's the one that he uses after it stops looking like the big razor blade. Okay, as someone who used to read Bleach way back in fucking like junior high.
Can I
Like,
derail
why
the
would he not call it
conversation?
that?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
before
please.
before you
Just think
derail,
because it has a swastika.
Before I derail, not fun.
yeah, just real quick. You admit that like last time I talked to you, at least me and Sample talked to you, at least. I've clicked the wrong fucking thing. You had not read Marx, right? Like maybe I don't know. Maybe you've read a ton since
No,
then.
I have read Marx. I told
Okay,
you. I have
Do you
read.
have a
you were
clip,
not
Fun? I saw
able
you
to
clicking
answer. I mean,
around.
people can watch the video I sent in general. I can send to my like Twitch chat too. Like you were not able to answer basic questions about Marx. Do you think if I ask the same questions now, you'll be able to answer them? Or
Oh my god, please do.
No,
That
those
would
are
be
not
such
even
a good
questions
follow-up
about
video.
Marx.
They're not even questions.
Those were not even questions about
Okay,
Marx.
I'll bet
They were.
$100.
Those are just
They
some
were
weird,
questions about
econ bro
Marx.
questions. No, they were not. You didn't even ask what are the means of production or something like this.
We literally asked you, like, I can go back and look at the exact questions. It was like, how does Marx define profit? And you were not able to answer those.
Law of value. Law,
In Bleach, the Quincy's were supposed to be the Jews.
So fall one. What were the other ones? I think there was one other one I knew, but I think the rest
what's
of
the
them
equation for the rate of profit?
I think I demonstrated my point. I'm gonna go now. I'm kind of thirsty. I'm gonna fill my bottle. No, it's always fun. Either way, I'm good. Either way, not fun. You still lost. That's a good say. Bro, you're
yeah,
right.
but Marx
You're
wrote about
right,
the
bro.
tendency of the rate of profit.
Awesome,
No,
bro.
moneyless?
Awesome. We're so. When I say I'll bet. When I say you.
No.
I'll spare
Wait.
you the money.
You have
Yeah,
to
now I'm
still
fine.
pay
This is fun. This has been fun. I think I lost enough brain cells. Okay, just I believe you. What's the difference between real and nominal?
in the action.
Yeah, and it's a stupid measurement. What are the components of it? What is it made of?
Not memorize it.
Well,
fuck. Where do we ask them the first
just a few simple questions. Anyone who gave a careful study of capital should be able to answer. And yeah, I'm super curious. You there for one?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, what's the Marx you read front to back? I'm just super curious.
What? Oh wait, I need to mute the screen.
What?
How many marks?
All of it.
Sure.
What's the equation for the rate of profit under Marx?
The equation for the rate of profit.
Yeah.
Just the work divided by.
Wait, what's the equation for the rate of profit from Marx?
Non-fun. I told you I don't want to answer econ bro questions.
There's not. Wait, hold on, Mark. Have you read Capital?
That was an econ bro question.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
No,
so if you read
no,
Capital, you should be
no.
able to answer that question, but you can't. Answer that
All right,
question.
what's non-fun? Do you know
Can-
about physics?
Well,
Can
I
you
don't know.
name
No, I
every
don't.
formula from every book that you ever read?
Nope. But
So deflection instead of answering, that's definitely not a defensive tactic. Why
Hang
can't
on,
you just
hang-
answer the question?
All right, I'm not a Marxist, but I'll side with Marx on this particular point.
Why? Why would you side with him on this particular point? So
Because
this is a
it's-
reference, by the way, to a
Logic,
question that
every
Nonfun
logic
already
people,
asked him that he didn't know the answer to.
Realizes
I guess I wasn't there for that. I was
Yeah.
gonna say I was gonna counter with, okay, what's the kinematic equation
well,
to
no,
you
no,
guys?
it's exactly
And
the same.
obviously you're not gonna know.
I don't claim to have read
Of
all
what
of
relevance
physics.
is? Yeah.
No, it's more so like name this equation.
Yes.
No. Okay, hold on. Like
Yes,
Nonfun
it is.
just said, morally superior vegan. We're not sitting over here claiming to like have knowledge in physics and have read all of like kinematic equation like bullshit. Okay, Mark Sabi is the one who's saying, "Oh, I've read Marx. And this is a pretty basic, fundamental idea to like economic analysis as well as like Marx's economic philosophy, especially when we're talking about like the theory of labor. So like I'm not like there is a point to him asking this, like
Wait, hold on.
So
Mark,
Marx, with that in mind,
what's the labor theory of value? You gotta know that one. You gotta know that one, right?
Thank you. That was what I was trying to think of.
Non-fun. I already told you. I don't want to answer these questions.
Wait, are you kidding me? You don't know that one?
He just Ethan, you're crazy to you.
I do
Non-fun,
know
you're
these
delusional. You're crazy, non-fun.
Mark,
Wake
do
up.
you know the answer to that question, or
Yes.
can you answer it?
No, I don't. I won't answer it.
You've had
oh
enough
my
time to
God.
Google it at this point. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I had enough time to Google it, but why would I answer it?
Because it would prove to me that you've
Let me-
read at least a little bit of Marx.
let me know when I can
don't wanna
derail.
prove it.
Let me know when I can derail.
Just go ahead, derail. I mean, he's not gonna.
All right. Oh yeah, boys, let's go. All right, Marx, are you a leftist?
Yes, radical leftist.
How do you define leftist? Like, what does that mean to you? Yeah, your definition.
Okay, it means materialist and that you want to have a flat order of society.
A flat order of society. Can you define that to me? Pretend I don't know any of those terms. Well, a flat order of society.
How can you define it? That you want everybody to have same rights, equal, everything. Equality.
So equality amongst people. How would you define people? Like, who would get these rights?
Everybody, every person.
Every person.
Yes.
Would you give any animals personhood?
Yes.
Oh, what animals would you give personhood to?
Oh, this is a difficult question.
It is indeed.
Is it a difficult question if you said yes immediately? Did you not have animals in mind?
Well,
maybe not
which
I don't know
animals?
Which animals? Well, of
Bro,
course, all
this guy's
mammals.
such a bullshitter. Oh my god.
Yes, non-human animals. So
Yes, all
biologically
mammals.
speaking.
Okay, of course, all mammals.
All
that's
mammals.
given. Yes,
all mammals should be given rights.
and more. There's more. Fish.
Okay.
Birds. And what? Octopus and this stuff.
So
cephalopod. But maybe I don't know if I would give to insects, but
So pretty much all animals except insects.
yeah, I don't. Okay, insects too. Every animal.
You're including insects as well. Okay. Do you consume animal products? Like, do you eat chicken and steak?
No.
You don't.
No.
Do you drink milk or consume eggs?
No, it's animal product.
This man's a fucking based Chad. And everybody here's bashing on him for being absolute top tier. Dude, I'm on fucking Mark's obvious side. Man's a vegan. He's done it. He is a leftist vegan. He lives to his ideals. I cannot fault him for that. Can anyone here stand up to that claim? He's a leftist. He think it is wrong to exploit those that are lesser.
I mean, I have been mostly
The
vegan
man's a
today.
legend. Yes, you've eaten vegan today, but you had to make the qualifier today specifically for some reason. Instead of
working
just
on it.
saying that I'm vegan, which would imply a lifelong.
I'm working on it.
You know, you got to make the step. Final step. Come on, Anfon. Come on, Anfon.
I know.
All right, so Marx is actually based. I'm on his side here. I'll take a lefty vegan any day of the week, no problem. All right, my derail has not gone as far as I was thinking it was go, because I didn't think Marx was as based as he actually is. That's my statement. Marx is very clearly based.
Yes.
And I wasn't able to get him. Grand,
Yeah,
that's a cheesy question. I'm not going to ask that.
You want to ask about plants and mushrooms?
Oh,
sure.
there was
You
a
eat-
hold on. There was a question from Grand Eisenjoy earlier,
We have to
which
eat
he
them.
really wants me to ask. It was like, do you think centralized power is a fundamental flaw in socialism?
No.
Crazy. Do you want to explain for him a little bit?
Yes, I already explained it because there will be counter-revolutionaries and there needs to be centralized power to protect the revolution.
There you go, buddy.
All I gotta say is I'm surprised. I am genuinely surprised that I thought Marx would not be a vegan, and then he is. And then my whole derailment was just gone. It's gone. He subverted expectations. A true
not a-
legend.
I'm not
That's
a
the only
vegan, but
problem with
my ethical system
Hasanabi.
prioritizes human experience. Am I unethical?
Hold on, real quick.
Uh,
Just Marx, do you think do you think it's still fair for you to say that I'm scared to debate communist or whatever when I have now had 3 different conversations with you, despite you being an
Wait, have you
annoying
debated an
little
actual
shit?
communist?
I've debated, yeah, I mean, I've debated him. I've
Yeah,
debated.
but you only brought up these weird gotcha questions like what is the definition of GDP or something.
That's definitely.
Why do you think he asked you those questions?
Because he doesn't have any substantial arguments.
Don't you think we at least had a substantial argument today, or do you think that's?
No.
No. Okay.
Because you
guys
didn't even
you guys seem
understand
like you were
the
going
basics.
for like a while.
Yeah, we had a
Yeah, it's
quite a-
true. You know what? Once again, I'll stick with Mark's here. Well, sorry. You know what? I needed to rethink that statement. Mark's, he was willing to talk to you for about an hour and a half. And
but I talked to you.
You can say that you don't like what his argumentation was about, but he was willing to talk to you in the first place. A number of people I know that debate people online will straight up just refuse to interact with people of a diametrically opposed position. Non-Fawn has talked to you. You might not like how he's like the points he's brought up, but he's still entertaining you. He's still bringing you in. He still is listening to what you say, and he'll bring it to whatever point, which I think is fair.
You also you acknowledge I've done this after you repeatedly spam stuff in my chat. You said the N-word in my server.
You did spam a lot. Yeah, you did spam a lot. That's to be fair. You know, Non-Fawn is actually much more willing than most. I forgot what Big JC was going to ask me about.
I don't understand why he's a liberal. Just so
Because he's
sad.
intelligent.
I feel like
that
I
might be
explained
why
it
it's
to you,
confusing to you.
I mean,
No,
liberals
it's not.
average IQ of 80, but that's just the average. That's just the.
What's the
there's
average
just-
IQ of a communist? 60. So what?
79.
Yeah, exactly.
No. It's wrong.
Oh, it's wrong. Tell us what the real number is.
Average IQ of vegans like 130, I think.
That's true.
First of all, IQ is stupid.
Oh,
It
okay.
is.
So
It
it's
is.
not
Yeah,
that
I
it's
mean-
wrong. It's just
I mean-
IQ is stupid. You sound like Donald Trump.
No, it is. It is. I'll side with him on that one until we can actually factor.
Well, hold
in
on. You can just say IQ is probably not a good raw measure of intelligence. You don't have to side with him or give him any credit. He definitely doesn't deserve it.
I'll give him credit where credit is due because I'm not as invested in the economic aspect of it.
I'll give him credit where credit is due. Every time I have asked him an obvious bait question, like a trap, like I've set a rake in front of him, he has obligingly stepped forward and walked right onto it. So,
I mean, if
No,
he's a
you never
Chad
asked me
enough
bait.
to do it, you know, is that a point against him?
I don't think it's a Chad thing. I think it's a
You-
well. I mean, he said it doesn't
just
matter.
made
So
up
I
stuff.
guess.
Big GC, you just made up stuff. You say I'm a fascist.
No,
You don't
okay.
have
We
any
don't.
principles.
Would you like me to
no,
explain
no,
why
no, no,
again?
no. We don't need to have that conversation
He's a vegan.
again.
He's a vegan. He can't
True.
be. Vegans can't
Oh,
be.
okay, true.
But what-
Non-fun is
what was your-
almost vegan.
True. What was your question for vegan, JC? What was the?
Oh no, I just I asked if because my ethical system prioritizes like maximizing human well-being and human happiness in the human conscious experience. So I'm curious how I could be like if I could be morally contradictory to not be a vegan because I know that that's normally like the big thing.
Do you have any issues with bestiality?
Oh my God.
Issues as in
Moral issues. You personally. It doesn't matter what society says. Like you personally.
Do I personally?
Yeah.
I mean, I would prefer people didn't, I guess. But
How come?
Huh? Because
How
it
come?
because it can spread disease to humans because it's unsavory generally. Like us as a society, kind of. Whether I personally agree with it or not, we as a society
Well,
seem to prioritize.
oh, no,
like, hold on.
That's
let me
the
finish.
reason.
Whether I personally agree with this or not, society tends to elevate certain kinds of animals, and indeed almost all animals, to some sort of extent higher than just like raw meat. And so, like for bestiality to be something that was like broadly encouraged outside of the health ramifications would probably be disruptive to society to the point where I wouldn't see it as beneficial to human well-being in the long run.
So
Okay,
then,
perfect.
by that logic, you think being gay is bad because of increased rates of
No,
sexually
because
transmitted
being
diseases, right?
no.
No, because
No.
majority of diseases are spread through human-human sexual contact, not animal-human.
So I didn't say that I was again that I would prevent the spread of all disease. That's
I didn't say that either.
Okay, so then
Bro,
why
he's
are
a
we?
fascist. He doesn't even care that it's rape.
Okay.
He just cares that it spreads diseases.
Your time is up, buddy. Any last words, Marks, Avi?
What?
Any last words? Anything you want to promote to my chat before you go bye bye?
Wow,
Bestiality
he
is
is so
rape.
nice to you. I would
Bestiality is
not be
great.
this nice to you.
Yes, and he's just scared because it
Mark's-
spreads diseases.
Marx is on my side. Him and I are against bestiality.
I'm also against bestiality, just not for the same reasons.
But
You-
the logic of that reason is
You're a rape apologist.
Wow.
Logic
Okay,
comports.
we'll see you, Marks.
he's gone to hang out.
Condemned to the
So
hangout room.
I mean I understand if you don't want to get TOS'd or anything. I don't want to like.
No, I'm pretty. As long as you, it should be. I mean, I've had these conversations before. I don't think.
He's talked. I've
as
been in
long
his
as,
chat
like-
before.
as long as like moral hypothetical stuff, like it's fine to like say, hypothetically, do you think bestiality would be bad in X circumstance or whatever? Like it's.
Oh yeah, like I'm super autistic about this stuff. I'm always
why
going to
can't I hear you?
intellectualize it to the
Try
point where I can't
writing.
have.
His
Obviously,
parents
these are
also
the
got
kind of
married in
conversations
Vegas.
you can't have with like normies. So I just want.
I
always
can't
wanna
have
make
with
sure.
normies either because
Well, nobody really
fucking
can.
normies
Yeah.
are non-vegan.
Yeah, true. Have you met or spoken to vegan gains yet? You seem like you would get along.
Vegan Gains is
he a bad vegan?
Shit, my
No,
Discord's frozen.
I would never say any vegan's a bad vegan. They're doing activism in a way that can affect other people. So in my case, for example, I went vegan by myself, my own thought process, how aggressive I was to myself. I'm like, okay, are you really going to allow this in your own moral standing? I'm condensing months of thought into 5 minutes here. But I was very aggressive to myself. And then if hypothetically I go against another person and I'm as aggressive to them as I was to myself, just some random individuals can be like, "Oh, you're way too aggressive." Like you're.
JC is a fascist. So true, buddy.
Where we live.
Hello?
Everybody's
Oh,
different.
shit, I
so
still can't
there's
hear
no
you. Fuck.
best, there's no worst.
Well, do
forms.
you think that I'm not trying to be like nitpicky, but do you think that there are probably like some swaths of there's different swaths of the population, different sizes that like maybe like a good persuasive argument works for like 60% of the people, so it might actually be the quote unquote objectively best strategy if your goal is to maximize your message to reach and sway as many people as possible?
If your objective goal is for maximizing sway, then evidence would currently point towards a pushy moderate approach.
Well, I was just saying, like, hypothetically, like, because you're saying, like, there is
Yeah.
no objectively
I mean,
best activism, and in my mind, it's, like, whatever allows you to be the most effective, because, like, objectively is, like, I mean, obviously, nobody knows the fuck, like, not to the meme, but nobody knows what that means. But, like, that would be the best way. Like, if you're saying, like, moderately pushy, then, like, if that works for 70% of people, that would, to me, be, like, the best way, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
real quick,
so,
I can hear you guys again, so we're all good. But anyway, continue.
Yes. So yes, I would agree that if there was a study done on aspects of the discussion of veganism, there's probably a set group that would be most touching to a larger group of people than any other way for outreach to interact with people and make them change their minds. I would hesitate to say that everybody needs to do that. You still need to have activists interacting in other ways because
Do you treat like the cessation of animal cruelty as a moral imperative?
yeah.
So then why would you say like people don't necessarily have to do this?
What do you mean?
Well, because you just kind of said, I would have to go back on the stream and like get the exact wording, but you said I don't think people necessarily have to do it this way. Were you talking about like your method of like conversion? Like
Oh no, it was you were asking.
I asked like
the
about the objectively best
specifics.
strategy.
The objective best strategy, I wouldn't be able to say because
Hold on. I'm just gonna go back.
sure.
Oh, wait,
What's up,
I can't-
Wampa
I
Stompa?
can't-
Welcome
I
back.
can't do that on Twitch.
Oh,
I'm
it's
gonna
not
try
muted,
and
but
get
whatever.
it. No, I
You can do it on YouTube, but
like okay. So actually, I can ask you this. At what point what like course of action to you is like too far? Is it like violence? Is that where you draw the line to like force the moral imperative? No.
Nope.
Are humans animals?
Yes.
So would causing harm to humans, would that not be animal cruelty?
Correct. What's your opinion on slavery, like American slavery that we had
Not
back?
justifying slavery. I'm asking you. I asked you if you would use violence to enforce your moral imperative.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
So then I would then ask.
So you
about
would
the
use
whole
animal
slavery.
cruelty to enforce the moral imperative of ending animal cruelty.
Correct.
Okay.
well,
Seems
hold,
a
well,
little
hold on.
counterproductive.
Cruelty would imply unjustified, right? And then you could very easily say, obviously, violence against humans to prevent other violence is justified.
I mean,
Like,
that's
feel like that's
that's
pretty
why I
easy.
tried to bring up slavery, but I was not allowed to.
Yeah, I would say
Because
cruelty
obviously
implies like an
slavery would be
unjustified.
the point.
Right. It's like, you know, we'd obviously say it's justified to enforce
But I'm
with
drawing a
violence
distinction between
anti-slavery
like
measures.
there's a difference between like violence enacted to end human cruelty and violence enacted to end animal cruelty. The category
Are humans animals?
categorization seems to matter to me. Well, okay, but compared to like all the animals on the planet, like I think that like African slaves in the United States were a minority compared to the rest of the human population. Not saying that it was like a less worthy cause or anything, but like how much violence are we willing to enact? Like, I don't know. I'm not asking for I'm not asking for like a Fed post, like an exact number. Genuinely, that was just like kind of like a thought. That was just like it seems. I don't know. I feel like I understand like the moral inclinations behind veganism, but when it comes to like the enforcement mechanism, it's always like I don't know, similar to the commies, where it's like re-education camps and like violence. So,
What was your opinion on John Brown, the guy who tried to incite an uprising to end slavery?
well, the last time I looked into that was when I was doing my Gen 6 stuff. Trying to. I mean, I'm not
was
like.
scary.
So. Are you asking me legally or morally?
Morally, because I don't give a shit about what legal things are, because
Well-
legally people are allowed to do a lot of
Legality
abhorrent
is a
things.
framework by which we enforce morality, so you probably should
As
care.
what society what's allows it. So that's again, if you're viewing it from that point, obviously vegans are the minority. They're never going to have the social majority. So
Right,
yes,
but that doesn't necessarily
with-
mean they have the wrong position. I'm just saying, like, legality is, so, well, legally, I still think that he was probably justified, but morally, I'm, retrospectively, but morally, yeah, he was absolutely justified in doing what he was doing. Slavery was an unimaginable cruelty. Needed to be
you
ended.
said legally and morally, he was justified.
I said legally to some extent, yeah. In
So it would be okay to cause cruelty to humans to
Well, it
save other
depends.
humans.
It depends.
With this particular case. John
In
Brown.
this particular case, in this one isolated case, yes, I think that he was morally and to some extent legally justified to do it. Well, actually, hold on, not legally justified, because I'm pretty sure, like,
He was
that
executed
was
for
that
treason.
1840s, 1850s? When did that happen, or was it earlier?
He was executed for treason in a state he was not native to.
Okay, I need to know the time.
He was not a native to the state that he was executed for
Okay,
treason.
that's super cool. That's not what I'm asking.
I mean, you were talking legally, and that's the legalese of what happened.
9. So legally, no. Legally, no. He would have no recourse. But morally, yeah. And then, yes, it is sometimes okay for humans to enact violence on other humans, but you're prioritizing the ending of animal cruelty and animal violence, correct? Like, if that's, I mean, I don't. I get your point. I do. I'm just not sure. Like, maybe this is like just me like stumbling over the block in my head where like humans aren't the same as animals, and it's just hard for me to conceptualize like enough of a similarity to compare. Because to me, on its face, it's just like not.
I would view my son as more important than anybody I interact with online. That doesn't mean that I can kill
Your son
anybody
is more
online.
important than a dog.
Yeah. So
And
to my
your
point, to my point, I would view my son more important than anyone I would view online. So if you're gonna make a moral statement of, oh, would you rather kill your son or kill a stranger online? I'd obviously choose to save my son.
Would you rather
And
kill a stranger online or your dog?
I don't have a dog.
Okay, if you had a dog.
Ask any dog owner.
Engage with the
not me.
hypothetical.
So if I own a dog, I had the choice between saving my dog or saving a stranger, I would save my dog, as would 90% of dog owners. So then all those people,
Do you think
majority of
that's
society,
morally the correct decision?
why would it be morally better to choose one over the other from their perspective?
Because one is a human.
What makes humans superior to dogs?
Supreme intelligence and conscious experience and the ability to communicate with the other supreme intelligent beings on planet Earth.
So let's say my son, for example, has mental disabilities.
Okay.
Should I just disclude my son because he doesn't have intelligences that everyone else has?
No.
Is he? No. Why not?
Because your son is not a dog.
Why does it matter if he's a dog or
mentally
not?
disabled. Well, because even
Because you were talking about intelligence being able to communicate, right?
So mentally disabled people don't have intelligence or ability to communicate.
That's what I'm asking
They
you.
would diminish.
Like,
they would diminish.
Yeah, they definitely do.
They do. Okay, is their value diminished because it's diminished?
Value in what sense?
Whatever sense that you wish to put on them.
Economically, yes.
So,
I mean, that's not the only metric of evaluation, but that's the easy one.
I'm asking you, is it whatever metric you
morally,
wish to put on.
morally, no, they're a human being.
So then they'll have rights because they're a human being.
Correct.
Is there anything about being a human being that gives them value?
Yes.
What is that?
Their humanness.
Their humanness.
What does that mean?
So
that means their quality of being a human, because I don't have to grant any
Okay.
sort of similarity
What?
to a vegan that isn't established about like the similar planes of similar planes of comparison between humans and animals. I don't have to grant that automatically.
I mean, humans are animals.
They are arbitrarily selecting that just as I'm
hold
arbitrarily
on.
selecting this.
They are
But
animals.
no.
Whatever definition you
But
want
wait,
of
Yeah,
humans.
they're higher animals. They're higher primates.
No, they are
Okay,
animals.
Regardless of that, if we had like an alien race, like let's say we come across an alien race, they're exactly as intelligent, or no, we'll even say they're more intelligent than us. They are, presumably exactly as sentient, if not more sentient than us. But nonetheless, they aren't human. They're aliens. They're from an entirely different planet, an entirely different evolutionary chain. Like, do they lack moral value?
Yes,
because
Don,
they
I value
lack...
humans more than aliens. If that's what you're getting to, yes, I am an Imperium.
Well,
loyal
hold on.
loyal.
Wait, would you say it's okay to,
Aliens get
torture
to do
those
whatever they want to us.
torture those aliens and then eat them? Like, would you?
Would I say it's okay to torture those aliens and eat them?
Yeah.
They're not human.
Yes.
He's okay,
Okay,
with it.
that seems. Hold on. Wait.
All
Hold
right,
on.
cats
wait.
are cats. Are
Wait.
cats human?
Wait, what did you say, Nonfon?
Wait. I mean, I'll let Vegan run down the thing in a second, but like, let's just imagine like you had two buttons in front of you, and like one creates like a universe of like infinite cow death. Okay, there's like literally an infinite number of cows that suffer an infinite amount, like total
You're
like
saying
cow
cows, like
hell.
moo moo cow.
Like yeah, or even I mean we can make it chimpanzees, like chimpanzee hell.
No, it's fine. I
okay?
just
We have
want to make sure I was hearing you.
like an infinite number of chimpanzees, being tortured endlessly.
And that's one button.
And you have this is one button, but it like I don't like or it like gets rid of a headache for a human or something, like some mild like pleasure for a human. You would press that button.
Yep.
That's just like an insane reductio. That's just like an insane like because you're causing infinite torture to an infinite number of sentient creatures, a highly intelligent sentient, like not even a low sentient creature, just like a very. Yeah, I understand it's non-human, but like that's an insane. But like I could attach what
You're
I
just
could
saying that it's
the fact
insane,
that
though. You're not explaining why. You're just saying they're not human. That's insane. You're not giving.
I have another idea. Let's say.
Go ahead.
Let's say hypothetically, because evolution
Lumpus
works
Stump
this
is a
way.
dork.
Let's say hypothetically, as evolution has always proven to us, things will change. Let's say another species of humans come along that is slightly more evolved than us. Do they then have the right to enslave us to the extent we enslave every other animal?
Actually, yes, I think autistic people do have the right to enslave all the neuro normies. No, they don't. They're humans.
No, they're a different species. They're slightly different species.
Okay, but then why would you like go through all the trouble of like defining them in such a way where they are still humans, but a slightly different species of human? If I can't just say, yeah, they're
We're
human.
slightly different species of ape compared to chimpanzees and great apes and everything. It's just a biological distinguisher. How do you define the difference between your haplogroup and another haplogroup? It's just differentiation of biological markers.
You're defining it for
in
me
humanity.
in the hypothetical. You're saying there's a distinction.
That's so what I'm asking you then. How do you
Well, no, what
define
you're asking is would I
what's the
value like
critical
my group
criteria?
of humans, my under-evolved group
Yes.
of humans, or would I value both equally?
Up to you. What would you say?
No, I know that. We're getting into areas that I haven't quite thought about yet, so I might need a second to think. Are they still human?
You define
different
human.
species.
I mean, in this hypothetical, they're a different species.
Did they evolve,
So they are not.
They evolved separately from humans?
They evolved from humans into a separate species.
They evolved from humans. Okay.
So the same way any evolutionary change happens. They evolve from a previous species into a new one.
Well, so they've evolved enough from humans, but that they are an entirely distinct species. They've accumulated enough adaptations that they're an entirely different species. Do humans still exist at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This hypothetical is a bit like was this done with like genetic engineering? Like I'm not trying to be like that guy, but like this seems a little bit.
I mean, that's the same concept of did we evolve from monkeys? Then how are there still monkeys?
Because oh my god, that's not.
I understand how evolution works. You can still have a previous species exist, and something offshoots from that
Current
tree of
species
evolution.
Of ape are not the same species.
They're
of ape
correct.
that
No, no, no. You guys
But-
both believe you're speaking past each other. No, it's not. That's not the point he's making. You both understand how
Well, no,
evolution
this
works.
does-
You both believe in
if they are
evolution. You
still
don't have
humans, if they're the genetic ancestors, like if they're the genetic descendants of humans, if they're the continuation of the human race, just with a few adaptations, then I would probably prioritize them higher than humans.
to. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait. What if they?
The second species
What if
of human
humans?
who's no longer.
Hold on. What if humans like landed on Mars? Okay, we start colonizing Mars, and like there's a starting population of like 200 humans or whatever. They colonize Mars, and no one from Earth and Mars ever go back and forth. Like this is an entirely separate thing of humans. And then just like what happens with real animals over time, like they slowly drift apart. Eventually, they become different species. But if the people on Mars became dumber, like for whatever reason, it was evolutionary
Am I a Martian or am I human?
beneficial. Well, I'm saying like let's say
this
like a new
hypothetical.
species of humans.
Earthian or a Martian? Which one
Yeah.
has authority?
Well, wait, why
Terran
does
or
that
a
matter?
Martian?
Wait.
It does
That-
matter. I'm
Okay,
asking-
hold on. I don't know why it would matter, but let's say you're on the Martian planet and you
Then I would
are
value
born to the
Martians.
dumber. You would value the dumber race over the human race
I would
that
value
you
my
evolved
own
from.
species over other species. Correct.
Hold on. Wait, no, but it's not. It's not just more. It's not just more. It's at all because earlier you said you would literally cause it, infinite chimpanzee holocaust just to, save one human.
Was
from
I a
headache.
chimpanzee in that example?
Well, no, but I'm
This
saying
is
like
not-
you
this
you,
isn't, like,
you keep
hard.
saying like you value. No. You keep saying like you
No,
value them
explicitly,
more.
I
or whatever.
value humans as a species. My species, I value.
No. I understand
above
that,
other
but you just said like you just said you would value them more, but you don't. You
No,
only
he-
value your species. Like that's the.
He values what he is. He doesn't care of any alternative hypothetical
No, I
species
understand.
that would eventually drive.
But when he phrases it as I would value whatever species I am more, that's not really true
Hold
because
up,
the
hold
only
up.
species he ever values is the one he is. Because again, like he wouldn't. Because I would say like obviously humans are more valuable than animals. It's
Oh,
just that
I
both
see
are
what you're saying.
both are of sufficient value to not be like tortured and eaten and things like that. But like you would just hold that whatever species I am, I can torture infinitely any other species.
Haste.
Like, oh my god.
So if the
I'm
values
sorry, I just
are,
saw- I just
if
saw
the
a
values
2-on-1,
are
I was like,
0
let me
and
come help.
1, if the values are 0 and 1, then I think it's fair for me to say I value humans more, right?
Zero
It's a
and
correct
one.
no,
opinion.
it-
It's pretty based. I agree.
No, I mean you can say you value humans more, but it just seems. Well, I'm just saying it seems like from the earlier stuff you said, you only value the species that you are. Period, and like you don't assign any value to the other species. It seems like.
Yeah, but that would okay, but I don't see how that contradicts value more. That would mean that I value them more.
I guess
because
technically,
if I were to
more
give
than
a
You're having a
zero.
semantical disagreement. Yeah, you're having a semantical disagreement. He's saying that like
Yeah.
whenever someone says they value something more, though, it usually means they value it, and he's saying that you don't value it at all.
No. We're saying that he's only valuing his species. That with like, do you care what happens
which would
to
mean I
chimps?
value my species more than any other
Correct,
species.
but-
I
wait,
don't
but-
understand how this is hard to comprehend.
Also,
yes, I understand this point. You're
No, we-
saying
we
that you
understand
value
that, just-
humans more important than others, but you are also saying you do not care the amount of torture inflicted up infinitely upon any other species besides humans.
So in the hypothetical that Nanfan gave, that was not what was being examined. It was, would I commit a potentially infinite amount of, or like put in a
Infinite
potentially
chimpanzee
amount of
holocaust.
harm
Infinite.
to
Stop a cold.
resolve a human issue.
To resolve like a
He was
human,
trying
one
to-
human
he was
having a
trying to
cold.
push it to- Now, Nanfan can correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding was that he was trying to push it to an extreme to see at what point would I draw the line and say enough
Yes.
animal suffering is enough, like even when it means a human mildly suffering.
Right, basically.
you
Yeah,
said
it's just,
infinite
it's just a test to
holocaust, stop a
see,
cold.
Also,
do
doesn't
you
that-
do you value animals like at all?
but that also does show that he does value it. It's just he doesn't value it compared to that, though. He can still value animals, can he not?
No. I mean,
No,
well,
no,
I
no,
mean,
they're
I guess
right, Isaac,
theoretically,
they're right.
but
I
it'd
can't
be
morally value animals like any sort of like all animals are morally non-equivalent to humans.
Man's biting the bullet.
Yeah,
He'll
like he
take
can
it.
say.
Yeah,
like
I
he
bit
can
the
say,
bullet a long fucking time ago. What are you talking about? Are you even paying
JC, by the way, I built the same. I bit this exact same bullet, so it's that's why I was like, I gotta come in, okay, because it's 2-on-1, and I was like, I think maybe actually you might have the
just
same
like-
opinion
I
on
can
this.
handle a 2-on-1. Okay, I'm a big.
But I was gonna say, he can just because he has that opinion though. He also like won't. Hey, JC, if you see a puppy, you're not gonna like kick
oh
it,
fuck!
will you?
No one told me. No one told me in my webcam.
Like
would it be
obviously,
funny?
like he values it
Does it
to
have
some extent not
tattoos
to
on its
do
knuckles?
that harm to it, right? True, MS-13.
True.
Like,
no, I'm not gonna fucking like kick a puppy, obviously.
Why not?
So-
What's wrong with it?
Wait. Okay, because not like.
there's no utility in kicking a puppy that
yeah,
you're walking
why
by.
is that? Why do I have to? Because I prioritize human.
Wait, what do you
well-being
mean?
And humans up. Wait, hold on. Why does me
Are you gonna say? Are you gonna say you can have fun? You
have
can
to mean
kick
that
it.
I condone and encourage
Yes.
animal violence?
Yeah.
Why does that mean?
Hold
that?
on. If
No.
you
Well,
if you
Obviously,
enjoy
okay, wait, I'm
committing,
gonna skip this. I'm gonna speedrun this. You're gonna say like you can find utility of it. And I'm just gonna say yeah, but he doesn't. That's the point. Like he doesn't find value in that. He just finds he
No,
doesn't have a
that's
reason
fine,
why
but he
not.
wouldn't be. But if okay, so if you saw someone else kicking a puppy and they were just like, no, it's really fun for me to kick puppies, you would say that's
Here's a better
fine, that's
analogy.
okay, that's chill.
I think if he
that
went
puts forward
wait.
negative utility into everyone who witnesses that act because as a
But
society,
also-
we generally don't like seeing people kick
Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong.
That's
Wait,
just
wait,
our
JC, if
society.
you
So
went-
go
wait,
100 years
wait,
in the future,
wait,
torture animals. Boom, there you go.
If
No, there's
JC
no
went
issue
to
there.
a culture, JC, if you went to like a culture where eating dogs does have like I don't know any off the top of my head, but like I feel like he wouldn't be like running around with a gun stopping people, right? Or would
well,
you?
yeah, but I also probably wouldn't personally prefer to like witness the butchering of a dog.
Yeah.
I'm just not good around blood. That is.
I was just
animals
circumventing the
too.
like I was just circumventing like the wouldn't do harm to like a puppy. Like you like personally like if you went to another culture, you wouldn't be like
I mean, I
dragging
can
your
do
feet.
these. I've had these arguments before.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
so
like
have I wasn't.
I get that my position is, you know, it's crazy how simple it is, but
Like I understand. So
Well, I think
obviously,
I think it
many-
has crazy entailments. I think
Facetiously.
it entails like.
You think?
insane,
Wait, you think
like-
okay? I think our side has the most. I would say the most intuitive.
No,
Right?
it does
No,
not.
no, no,
at
no,
all.
no, no. If you
I'm
ask,
sorry,
hold
wait,
on,
wait,
no,
wait,
no, no,
wait,
no.
where's
If
most
you
of the
ask,
lean on
no,
vegan
no, 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 shut the fuck up.
Monthon, are
Shut the
you a
fuck up. If you
vegan,
ask,
Monthon?
if you
Are you a
ask,
full
if you,
vegan?
yes, philosophically, I am
Really?
vegan. Yes, that is.
Oh,
that is what is
philosophically,
relevant
but in
here.
practicality
Philosophically, he's
though.
gotta-
That's what's
he's
that's
gotta go
what's relevant.
practical.
I
Come on,
am.
no fun.
I know. I am working on it,
vegan
but
and
it
not a
doesn't.
practical vegan.
Yes, you could.
Well, you
you
can. It
absolutely
just
can.
means you
but-
obviously
no,
doesn't value it enough to actually
That's like
do it.
saying,
You
"Oh,
can,
I'm a
you can.
Christian,
No,
but
no,
I
no,
do
it
drugs
just mean-
every day. I flip off my parents. I fuck a bitch every night."
No, no,
Like,
no.
yeah,
It is entirely no. It's entirely. It's obviously possible for me to believe that being vegan is a moral obligation, but for me to not fulfill that moral obligation, it's just like
Yeah, he just
like
doesn't
literally
value it
everyone.
enough.
I mean, yeah, that
No, no,
was
no,
the-
no,
that
no,
was
no,
the
no, no, no.
position I
It's a
held,
it's a
and I
personal.
realized
It's not
that,
a.
hey, wait a
It's
minute,
not
I
a
have to
value
relate to
issue.
this
It's like
framing.
it's a personal. It's a personal failing issue. Like it's a motivation. It's not a. It's not
Well,
a. Like,
yeah, but obviously,
like
if
literally
you value
every.
it like the highest in the world, you would do it though, right? So obviously, it's just not as valuable as it needs to be
Yeah,
for you
this is
to
just
commit
this
to
is
it.
like the weak Christian excuse.
Like,
It's
if this
"Oh,
was-
well,
God.
we shouldn't sin, but you know, the world is so hard. And everybody
I'm just
sins
saying,
once
if this
in a
was like,
while."
if you really value this like
No, no,
truly,
no.
like entirely, you wouldn't do this, right? Like, if this was your biggest thing, I don't think you would be a full vegan. Am I crazy? In
I mean,
thinking that?
if it was just like the. What do you mean to buy the biggest thing? Like if this was
I'm
like
saying, like, if this was
literally.
the thing you cared the most passionately about, like morally superior vegan. Are you a full vegan?
Well,
Yeah.
Ask a question real quick.
Because
Morally
he-
superior
because-
vegan. Do you consider the meat industry in the United States to be a holocaust?
Well,
Yep.
yeah, of course he does.
Yeah,
I
okay.
can't
So
answer
not,
that
how
one.
can you be philosophically a vegan, but like practically like not when like
Well,
It's
he
a,
doesn't
what
even
do you mean?
eat
It's a
vegan.
personal.
He does
it's
not
a-
even
when I
consider-
say.
he does not even-
the animal
Hold on,
industry
hold on,
a
hold on.
holocaust.
Yeah, okay. Typically, I am vegetarian. I don't eat meat, and,
Yeah,
and like I
I'll
try
defend you,
my.
Don Fun,
Oh,
don't
okay,
worry.
okay,
vegan
fair
in
enough,
general.
fair enough.
But
cheese
no,
is
it's just
really
like
good,
literally everyone would acknowledge that they have personal failing, and I don't want to I'm not making an excuse for it. I'm just saying it is obviously possible to say you have a moral obligation to do something and fail in that moral obligation. Just like literally everyone at some point has believed they had a moral obligation to do X and then not done X or have
I think I'm just
done
saying,
Y
like,
instead.
I think built into that though is the idea that you don't value it that. Like, here's a good example. Let's say someone cared heavily about the environment, but like they threw trash on the side of the road, and they're like, "But I can still care heavily about the environment." Yeah, but obviously you don't value it enough if you're doing.
They
that
don't.
action, right?
Yeah, like personal. No, I can understand what you're saying. Like obviously, they don't value it enough to
So
fully commit.
I
to
think
it,
that's a bullet you
but-
have to
but,
bite in that position. If you're not gonna, if you say something is morally even obligatory, or even what's the one above obligatory? I have my
Supererogatory.
Thank you.
Super. I don't know.
If you're saying that's what being vegan is, and you're not doing it, you're expressing implicitly this idea that it's not valuable enough to you, or it's not possible. And I think if it's possible, which I think you would agree, because you would argue it's possible, then
Yeah,
you have to bite
obviously.
the bullet on saying, at the current circumstances that you are in, it is not at a high enough value for you to commit to that. I think that's a bullet you have to bite.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by I understand what you mean by not high enough value, but I would say it's still a moral obligation for me to be vegan. I'm just failing in the obligation to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
saying, but do you bite the bullet in
again,
that?
it sounds like the Christian excuse.
I'm just saying, do you bite the bullet in that in the same breath? Like, apparently, it can't. It's just not important enough to you for you to have that position, right? Like someone.
Yeah,
who,
it's not
like,
because
morally-
no, I understand.
Okay.
Because I don't think about it often enough to like care about it. Yeah, I mean,
I'm
yeah.
on skateboarding. He doesn't want to defend his complicit.
My animal
He's complicit in it. You are literally complicit in a genocide, non-fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, morally superior vegan. Do you
Wait,
think he's
non-fun. Are
complicit
we
in a
complicit in
genocide?
2 genocides now because Israel and?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See,
What the
morally
fuck?
superior vegan thinks you're complicit in a genocide.
Morally superior
Yeah,
vegan has
damn.
joined the Adeptus Mechanicus. He's taking the Martian human example.
So non-fun, we're kind of you're on our side. technically.
Not really.
How do you feel about that?
Welcome
non-fun?
to the animal murderers.
Yeah, you and the animal murderers, and you and the animal fuckers, non-fun in the same
First
boat,
of all,
okay?
Wait, whoa.
First of all, no, wait, no, hold
When did
on,
this
no, hold
become
on.
a
I
law?
agree. No, I agree. Me and the animal fuckers are in the same boat. Me and the animal murderers are not quite in the same boat because I don't eat meat. I just
You think it's morally worse? What do you think is morally worse? Non-fun?
What do you mean morally worse? I don't know
Is it worse
actually.
to
Like
fuck it,
it's
or-
hard. It's hard to.
That's
I don't know. It's hard to say. Like,
answer.
yeah, it's difficult for me to say. Like, is it morally worse to like
do you want me to
artificially
throw-
inseminate a cow, and then like
Do you want to
separate its
know?
young from at birth, or
So you guys, none of you guys know anything about me, in terms of like real life stuff.
Oh
Obviously.
no, are you not a vegan either?
No, I'm vegan.
Bro, that'd be so funny. They're like, actually, I'm like the head chef at like a steakhouse.
No, I'm hardcore vegan.
I run a slaughterhouse.
I'm gonna throw non-fun under the bus here.
Good.
Hardcore.
I love it.
Hardcore
So-
after non-fun after hours.
The reason I hate dairy the reason I hate dairy more than any other animal product.
Please say environment. I love you.
No, not the environment.
Fuck.
I had twins that were born very prematurely, and unfortunately, one of them died after 46 days, 10 hours, 6 minutes of life. And knowing what happens in the dairy industry, where you have a dairy cow, a mother dairy cow gives birth to a child. They take the child away. If they're a male, they're considered veal or a waste product, and then are killed, summarily executed. When I think of dairy and my child that I watched die in front of me, I think of somebody who says, you know what, I would trade your child's life again if that means I get a piece of cheese or I get a glass of milk.
I mean, it's okay though, because the cow's not a human, so it's not the same.
But I don't give a
Well,
shit.
obviously
if
he
they're-
values
Oh
that
my
differently. Yeah, he's
God.
coming from it. He's not trying to debate you. He's just saying how he views it, right?
That,
Well,
so
I
yes,
just don't
I'm.
understand like how it could be even remotely the same thing. The cow doesn't even.
I-
register
Well,
in the same
obviously,
So,
if you,
all right,
if you
if I-
agree
if
with
I'm-
him, you would be on his side. Obviously,
If
you don't
I'm
agree with this
if
thing.
I'm gonna be honest with that particular thing, I'm not autistic, so I have emotion, and so I'm not gonna agree with somebody who does not have emotion,
Well,
and their
okay,
point.
I have emotion. I just
Very little.
little.
You literally just told me as I was saying that my child died, and you said, "Well, they're not a cow."
No,
like, that
that's
was
not
your-
what I said, idiot. Clean your ears out.
All right, what did you say?
You said you were comparing your the tragic death of your fucking. First of all, it wasn't child; it was children, I believe. You said you lost
No,
fucking
no, it was
twins,
one. It
which
was
is
twins.
child.
Yeah, he lost
horrible.
one of the
Child.
Yeah, which is
lost-
horrible. And then you said, and then that reminds me of how a mother cow squeezes out a cow and then it has to like make milk. And I was like, okay.
Oh,
but that's not a
how do you
human
make
cow.
veal? How do you get veal?
Oh
What is
my
veal?
God. bro.
You grind up a baby cow.
Oh, okay. How do you get the baby cow?
From a mommy cow, I would assume. A mommy cow and a daddy cow love
That
each
you
other. very
artificially
much.
Oh,
inseminate.
wow. Interesting. Okay. So you take a child from a cow. Go ahead and call it a
It's not
cow,
a child,
a baby
it's
cow.
a calf.
Oh,
You have a
okay.
different
yeah.
word for
Well,
it
baby,
for a
I mean,
reason.
That's
I mean,
literally
baby
is
cow.
something.
The baby is just
Jesus
the adjective.
Christ.
Yeah. It would just be baby cow, right? That's still the correct nomenclature. I mean, calf works too, though. But
Doesn't matter. Take the
Yeah,
fucking
sure,
baby
fine.
veal,
Baby
calf,
cow,
whatever.
A little, beautiful, adorable, wide-eyed
Hey,
baby,
baby
cow,
cows are
and we
adorable,
drop it in the
okay.
wood chipper and make some veal. Yep. It's not a human. I'm sorry. I
But if you-
genuinely.
but if you were a
genuinely
cow, you would
condolences
care.
on the loss of your children. Like, obviously, I wasn't trying to like make light of that, but like, it's not the same thing. It's just not.
I think the problem was when you made that. It just was. It came off as in bad taste. I don't know if that was your intention, but that is how it came.
No, it wasn't my intention. Because believe it or not, I actually do have emotions. Obviously, if I was a father who had lost both of their fucking children, that would probably severely affect me emotionally as well. You know, I don't understand why, like, just because my moral system disagrees with yours, that means I'm devoid of emotion.
Well, it's because in his world, in his view, that joke you made came from that though. That's the.
This was before I even made the joke.
Oh my
did you
god.
say you didn't have emotion earlier? Before I was here.
Unless I'm an idiot.
I think it was
Well,
after.
in any
I think
case,
after
like
you made
I'm
the
not
joke, you
like.
said that.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna apologize for making
good.
a quip about a baby cow not being a human baby, and I'm going to repeat my condolences for the loss of your children.
Yeah.
Not yours,
Change
Isaac.
topic. I'll
I'm
change
glad your
topic.
kids died.
Hopefully I have none. Oh God, hopefully I have no kids. Okay, or else I'm too young.
What
Okay.
If they
what
do
haploid
die,
are
you
you?
can sue me. I give you permission.
Wait, real quick, Isaac, are you not Isaac? Sorry, JC.
Hi.
What's you're pro-choice, right? Or are you? What's the?
You think actually, wait. Why is there
I'm pro-choice up to the 20th week.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
And I
So
would
what's
make abortions illegal, and once we scientifically make it possible to have an artificial womb, then I am like pro-life, 100%.
Okay. So
Are we
what's
gonna
the
get on the abortion
justification
rabbit hole? 'Cause
for waiting until? Well, I'm just. What's the
Wait,
justification
no, can a
for
cow abort a
waiting until
fetus?
20? You probably can, but for the 20-week mark, is that the sentience or consciousness or whatever?
Consciousness argument, yeah.
Right. But you only value human consciousness. You have to be both human and conscious. Like that's a.
JC, I've said the same exact
Okay,
thing before.
but wait, hold on. Okay, but like if we if we had a computer or whatever that was able to fucking scan your brain and transfer your consciousness to a computer, would you still value that, or is it?
I've definitely thought about this before. I still don't have an answer.
Okay.
Sorry, what was the question?
Somebody asked. I've been asked that question like once or twice a fucking year because, by the way, I do a lot of philosophy chat. That's like my main thing. That's what it's obnoxious and boring and nobody likes it. But
I just had my ethics class like a week ago, so I'm so ready.
I actually don't know.
What was the
my
question?
inclination right now is
The question was,
yes, I would value it like generally
Okay.
like as a human consciousness because it would be a perfect like we're assuming like sort of like I don't know if you've seen that Johnny Depp movie, like that one where it's like a perfect like translation of human consciousness into a machine where for all intents and purposes it is that
Right.
person, but the consciousness is being projected through a machine apparatus instead of like a biological one.
All
In
right.
that case, I would probably value
just-
them like the same. Yeah.
I think the question was just it was just like if you could transfer human consciousness into a computer, would you still value that computer or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I think
For right now,
I've
yes.
never
But like
thought of this.
the problem is like I don't.
I think I would say
it's a
yes,
little
but I think
weird,
I
like,
would
when we're
value. I do
determining
think
what
I would value it a
is
little less.
Theseus thing. That's why I'm like
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. Like I kind of oscillate. Right
I
now,
think
I'm like yes.
If you deleted it, I would say like I think that would be like a little. I think that should be lesser than murder. If that sounds weird.
No, that would
Sure.
to me that would be
Again,
murder.
I
Okay,
mean-
so then yes. Actually, now that I'm firmer yes now because that would be murder to me. That intuitively feels like murder.
You think?
to me,
But do you
because
think? I agree with you. But do you think that's the same? Do you think that's the same moral weight behind that? Like murdering a person.
Well, so
versus
what is
deleting,
what
like,
if
grandpa?
murder is the intentional taking of a life, and a life in this instance, when it comes to murder, is a human conscious experience, and the taking of that life is
Yeah.
ending the human conscious experience, then it would be the exact same thing.
I'm just saying
Is
from like
chicken
a moral
uwu
standpoint.
jockey Mark Sabi?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm just saying from like a moral standpoint, like it's the same way that I think like if a 4-year-old dies, it's way sadder than like an 84-year-old. No offense to any 84-year-olds.
No, it's the same. Like why is
You have
it?
that? You think that's the same morally? You think that someone who's experienced 84 years of life who dies like happily in hospital is the same?
Oh,
moral-
okay. Like, well,
Now
wait.
you understand where I'm
Morally,
coming
yeah,
from.
it's the same, but like emotionally, no, it's gonna feel different.
I think that's more. What? I have a
I'm
complete
sorry,
different
Hold on.
view.
If you had a choice
How is that?
between killing a 4-year-old and killing an 84-year-old,
Yeah.
would you
You think those
say
are the
that's
exact
arbitrary?
same? You don't understand the moral difference in weight between having 80 years to experience and already having experiencing those 80 years? Like in the 4-year-old situation, you're saving someone who has 80 years of life to live, and in the
I don't know.
84
In Skyrim, I kill all 3 of the
3
people in
years.
the shack. Okay, I can never make a choice. No, I see your point actually.
Okay, I
yeah,
got- I was
probably,
really
probably.
confused.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you on that one.
Okay. That's why I'm talking about with the computer example. I think I'd be the same because like if like someone's in a computer for like I don't know if you've ever played like the original Fallout. I think it's the original, it might be the second one, where the final boss is like this computer, okay? like if they lived like 2,000 years, okay, and you killed them, like I don't, like bros lived fucking 2,000 years. Like,
Wait, but
fuck.
but okay, but in the first example, we're evaluating 2 biological humans, so it's just literally the length of consciousness.
I think
So-
I think yes. I think if someone has experienced more, or no, I don't think it has to do with length. I think it has to do the potential to experience more. It's the same way I think I would value a 20-year-old's life more over a 4-year-old if the 4-year-old had like a disease.
Okay,
that would kill them in 2 years.
20-year-old human, 2-year-old that died and had their consciousness transferred into a machine and will be 2 forever, and they're
Now-
5,000 years old.
Oh, now, but that 2 forever part. Are you saying they will mentally be 2 forever?
As
That
in,
adds a lot of weird icky
you
stuff.
you stipulated the potential to like extrapolate on their current conscious experience. I'm saying like no, they're like 2. If that answers your question.
Are they always? Yeah, I'm asking you. Are they going to like in that computer? Are they in like 20 years? Will they have like the maturity and the emotional intelligence of a 22-year-old?
They
Like,
are
will they
2.
be developing?
They
They're
are
going to
2.
be 2
The computer
forever.
is 5,000 years old, and there's a 20-year-old human.
I
This should
think
be easy, no?
no, because they don't have an like if they're always going to be
Yeah, it's the
2.
2-year-old in the computer. Like obviously, what do you mean?
You
I
value the
set it up.
2-year-old in the
I
computer?
set it up in a cheat way. Like it's like the 2-year-old is always going to be a 2-year-old. They've been a 2-year-old for 5,000 years.
I'm asking you, is that what you're saying you're valuing over the 20-year-old?
No, I value the 20-year-old.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying
Oh
that
my
I can't
God.
make a choice. Yeah, this is also why philosophy sucks sometimes. Everybody
Was
gets
that
lost
not?
in their own
Was,
sauce.
was I the one that was in like? Was I the one that was not being? I just want to make sure that
Well,
honestly
I
don't
thought that
know.
you were saying you couldn't make a determination.
I was trying to figure out because like if you're telling me that 20-year-old, or say that 2-year-old in like 20 years will have the mental like if they develop into a 22-year-old and they're going to keep developing, then I would go with the 2-year-old because they like still have life to experience. But if you're telling me they're going to always be 2 and they're not going to experience any more like life other than a 2-year-old, I don't really value a 2 like. Fuck, like a 2-year-old doesn't have a good.
Whoa,
You understand?
whow,
Mr. You can agree.
Mr.
Not fun,
Democrat
wait.
after
I'm over here,
Mr.
like,
Democrat
killing animals.
post-birth abortion.
Non fun.
Yeah.
You
No,
can
I
even
take
acknowledge
no, no,
that.
no, no,
Fourth
no,
trimester
no,
over here.
Are
No,
you
I
gonna
know,
agree
I
with
know,
that?
really
A
going
2-year-old and a
insane.
I would
20-year-old have
agree.
the same-
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No. I would agree with you. I take no. Don't
Okay.
worry, yeah.
Don't.
People
You're
get
trying to
mad at
attack me.
for
Okay.
saying- No.
Hey, it's all fun. It's all games.
No, me and Unfun actively try to cancel each other all the time.
We all
okay?
hate animals.
Every time he goes onto like a new show, I donated to the Sarah the Tomato Show. I said, can you ask Unfun about his community name? That's my listen. Okay.
Wait. I feel like I've seen that.
It was really fun.
It's probably
I
been
spent
clipped,
money to
that's-
do
yeah.
it.
Like, was that like a clip somewhere? I feel like I've seen
It probably was.
Okay.
Me and Nonfon might have one of the greatest clips of the year, though. There is a very good clip of me talking shit about Nonfon being on a dating panel, and I was like making fun of him for being on a dating panel and have no riz, no offense. And then I was like, let me pull up his stream so we can watch it. And I pull up his stream and he's watching me, and I just got caught. Yeah, it was a pretty good clip.
Dude, you
No
know what's
offense,
crazy?
Halloween
I think
culture.
dude, I've used my fucking connections as a streamer to Riz people, or that's a weird way of phrasing it.
What?
There's this one.
Oh my God.
No, hold on.
Destiny all over.
I'm abusing. I know, yeah. I'm abusing.
you were
I'm
the
grooming
Destiny.
people. I'm abusing my. I'm abusing my position as a streamer. No. What I meant is I've used my friends list. I've used my friends list to brag to people who. This one
Don't
girl
say
who
you bragged
likes
about
debate
Destiny.
bro
Don't
content.
do it. Don't say you bragged about Destiny.
No. I did mention I was friends with Destiny, but
Okay.
no. I literally said I
No,
can show the message if you want. I literally had the screenshot. It's like, well, I think technically Destiny's the biggest guy on my friends list, but I don't want to talk about it.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. Who's the second biggest? Pisco?
No, Pisco isn't on my friends list. I think the soy pill is
Ah,
probably the second
fucker.
biggest.
He won't accept anything.
Is Destiny still on your friends list, Nonfun?
Yeah.
You haven't divested from DGG?
Oh God, I got.
I friended him after the DGG thing. What do you mean, bro? I friended him after he was the sex
You
pest,
friended
bro.
him when he heard about the Pixie stuff.
Oh, God,
He
he
was
was
like,
like-
I gotta get in on this guy.
I was like, it's by chance, bro. All his other orbiters left, and I think I I friended him just because I was talking to Darius and other people at the
Nonfun's like
time.
Pluto trying to get back into the solar system. Like now that all the other planets are gone.
True.
Not
It's
its
not
fourth
even a
planet
planet.
after all. Nonfun, how tall are you?
5 foot 5'6". If
Bro,
I'm being
listen
honest,
to me.
5'7" on my license.
Me and Nonfon, okay, live in the same state, and I keep trying, okay, to actively film content with him, and
You
he's
told me
ducking
this.
And
You
the
told
reason
me
why,
this.
Yeah, because
really
okay,
wanna-
hold on. We live in the same state. This guy's suggestion for content is let's go to fucking San Diego for TwitchCon.
No,
okay, bro, let's spend
Actually,
thousands of dollars to go to San Diego.
Why are you lying? You're just lying. You're just lying. Okay.
I'm not lying. What do you mean, bro?
I
think
said
you,
we could go fishing.
you might have
I said we
offered to
could go
film
fishing.
fucking real talk once or something.
I've offered to go fishing. I've said I just want to come over and talk. I get egoed on
Bitch,
all of this.
I live on a lake. Okay, I mean, well, no, whatever.
Is that gonna help? You think it's gonna help your case?
No. I'm saying no. I was about to say, come over, bitch, and fish. Then
I'm trying to set it up. You got me. Okay, now
did I honestly I could. I don't know, but
you did the thing where you didn't respond, but it was probably just because I texted you probably in the night and you woke up, read it, and then you never answered me. So
that's true. But not that I've never.
Back to the main point.
No, I mean not that I've never not responded to something just because I don't want to do it, but
it could be. It's when I ask him those econ questions that he doesn't know how to answer. But the reason I really want to film a video, by the way, is I'm 6 foot tall.
Because you're taller.
He's 5'6".
Yeah.
I want the.
Dude,
I want to be able to post a photo, okay, of us standing side by side as a reaction image anytime he tweets. Anytime me and him have an argument about veganism, I'm just gonna post that, okay?
Yeah, dude, I think I wanna
5'6". You're
make
6,
a
I'm 6'2". Morally superior vegan. Are you 7 feet tall?
I am not 7 foot tall. No.
Are you shorter than Nonfon?
No.
Are you
No
5'8"?
one is.
Damn.
No.
Damn it.
Hold on. First of all, chicken jockey. Non-fun answer, complete honest. Do you want to age play with Destiny? First of all, I'm 19. I don't have to age play. He likes 19-year-olds.
No, Destiny likes 14-year-olds. You're gonna have to age play.
Actually, hey,
maybe.
Chicken Uwu Jockey. If you think Destiny's wild, you should hear about what Hassan did in a brothel.
True.
Oh wait,
no, he doesn't
sorry.
care about that though. He doesn't care about that.
Just ask.
The girl he asked about age play was 19 too. Wait, did he age play with Rose? I don't think he might have age
No, I
played
think
with Rose.
that I think there was a DM though that was she was asking what he was into and he said age play.
What's wrong with age play between two consenting adults besides it being creepy?
Don't. You're about to open up the can of worms that is really act way more open about stuff than they actually are when it's against people they don't like.
Oh no!
You'll never see a leftist be more homophobic than it's to another leftist.
Anyways,
I've got one final question before I go.
Did nothing wrong in the brothel.
Okay.
Yep, sure. Check the ages, buddy.
I should have two. Actually, it's two questions. Is everybody here living in America?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. Second question, the primary one. You know what? This might lead to a third question. What's your guys' opinions on bidet? On a bidet.
I am actually.
In a toilet.
I love you're such a W human. I have a bidet, never going back. If I recommend it to my friends all the time, and I'm like, listen, it seems crazy, but the minute you get one, you'll never go back. I literally have to tell my friends that, and every single time they're like, no, and then they try it, and then like a month later, they're like, Ozzy, you were so right.
Yep. I always ask people is like if you've ever gotten poop on your hand for whatever reason, changing a diaper, if you're changing a diaper of a child, or if you're wiping and your toilet paper is really shitty and it rips on you and you got poop on your hand, you're not just going to use another square of toilet paper to wipe the poop off. Your soap water, you're wiping it, you're like scrubbing it to get the poop off you. So why is it when you poop and you get poop on your butthole, you say it's good with a couple squares of toilet paper, and it's like, oh, it's fine. I'm going to walk around like this for the next 8 hours of my day.
Like degeneracy.
Also, the water goes in my asshole. It feels nice.
Yep, and that's too. Yep, you got a water tickle on your asshole.
I value the human conscience experience enough that I don't want to subject Americans to that, so I'll stick to it.
I mean, I'm a fan.
Purely.
I mean, utilitarian.
If everyone had bidets. Like, think about the paper being saved. Think about the paper. No, actually, deadass. Think about the paper being saved.
Yep, paper being saved. Like I've had my asshole licked. I appreciate it. It's very enjoyable.
And maybe it's the next step after. Is that the next natural step after bidet? Is that
everyone who gets a bidet eventually.
You get rimmed.
But think about it, you can only really get rimmed if you have a bidet, because no one wants to eat your ass if you just swipe that shit.
See, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Experience is non-fun. You won't non-fun. If you care about a subjective
No, I
experience,
mean,
you won't let
I
yourself lose.
don't
those
have a
chances at this
bidet,
one.
but like I'm.
All right,
I'm
not
pro
fun. Time to get a
like
bidet.
that, like, I think
Actually,
of it.
yeah, I would recommend non-fun. Can we make the next donation go? Non-fun tries a bidet live on stream.
Dude, if someone donated, if someone donates $100 or whatever the fuck to get the fucking Ludwig swipe bidet,
Whoa.
okay? If someone
Dude,
donates,
Why the fuck would you?
I have like a $20
put that
bidet, bro.
forward while I'm like broke.
Mine's not
and
even
shit
heated.
and-
I've thought about getting a heated bidet, like one that heats the pad.
I was.
Yeah, those are expensive though.
Oh, and God, they are expensive. I was like, bro, I'm fine with water in my ass. I don't care if it's cold.
Yeah, it's cleaning the asshole. You're not a savage and using a piece of paper, wiping it, saying, "Oh, I'm clean."
Hey,
I'll
someone in
be
your
good.
chat
I'll
is
be good till my
harassing
next
you,
shower
Can
tomorrow
I
morning.
Report them to Twitch.
That's just I'm gonna. It's
Oh,
just
this
bidet
is-
master race. Like that's really all it is.
if someone donates like $60,
I
Oh, wait,
donated
this is sold out.
$50.
He did
I
donate.
donated
donate
$50.
$50.
What did you do with that $50?
Fucking
A while
buy
ago.
OnlyFans. There's an allegation that he's been spending fucking subs on OnlyFans. Okay.
Hold
I
on,
didn't
no,
wanna bring it up.
no, hold on. First
Dude,
of all,
I'm seeing $50
first of
on the
all-
screen there.
First of all, I explicitly, well, it's sold out, but there's other bidets that I could get for cheaper, even apparently, according to Isaac. But
Yeah,
first of
mine's
all,
actually 20.
I did not spend sub money on OnlyFans. Second of all, if I did happen to spend money on OnlyFans, hypothetically, not sub money, but just any money, hypothetically, of course.
Anyway,
which
I
did
gotta go
not.
shit my pants.
My
and
man
then,
really pulled what had happened. What?
So Nafan, what are you doing
First of
tomorrow?
all,
I'm off tomorrow.
If
he's gonna
tomorrow-
wipe his
wait, hold on.
he's gonna wipe his butthole after he poops and call
IRL
it good after one
stream.
square.
IRL stream buying a bidet.
Tomorrow I have to eat lunch with my grandma, but that's it. Like I'm free.
Oh,
See how he comes
he's
up with an
gonna-
excuse so
hang on.
quick, guys?
Hold on.
Keep
You
in
can
mind.
hold on. I have the entire day after fucking lunch with my grandma or something. Okay.
All right, when's that? Okay, when is that? When are you having lunch?
No, he's gonna go eat with his grandma. He's gonna get lunch with his grandma, and he's gonna tell his grandma, "Hey, grandma,
You're
last
not
time
a
I
vegan."
pooped, I used a
Oh.
square of
You're a different
paper
route.
and I wiped my asshole, and I said that's
I thought you
good
were gonna
enough."
say he was gonna tell his grandma that she should be a vegan, and I was gonna be like, based.
That would be another thing. But the primary thing in this particular conversation is he's going to tell his grandma, "I pooped, and then I used a square of paper and wiped, and I said that was good enough for me."
Non-fun. What's your next debate?
It's gonna be me and him tomorrow.
I don't know.
A bidet. It's going to be a debate about bidet usage and
True.
how.
Can we do an IRL
I'm
stream where we
pro-
go to Walmart and we
I'm
buy a
pro
bidet, and
bidet.
test it?
Yeah, he's pro bidet.
I
He's got to
don't
buy
really
a bidet.
know how to. I mean, I don't.
Get it.
Linus
I don't really know
Tech
how to
Tick
do
did
an
it. I
IRL
forgot how
stream.
he did it. Didn't
Get a
he?
toilet bowl bidet.
I think Linus Tech Tick's like wore his underwear while using the bidet, if I remember correctly.
Dude, the
I mean, I
Linus
saw-
Tech Tips, have you all seen that
As long
R-word
as
clip
you just
with
have to
Linus Tech
film.
Tips?
Yeah, hold on, but you just have to film from the like the
For good
chest
angle?
up.
No
like,
asshole
as
angle?
long as they, yeah. I mean,
You gotta play it up
I've
for
seen
stream. You
critical.
gotta be like, whoa.
I've seen, yeah, no, Moist Critical did a fucking bidet review, and like he was perfectly fine. They just filmed from like the chest up, like you couldn't even see their legs.
It's
but
because it's based. It's based,
Yeah.
and
It's
it's the
based.
way for civilized humans to show the fact that they don't use
Oh no!
trees.
Mark Nabia started DMing me now.
Ignore it.
Who?
He was just
No,
saying,
dude.
"What did he do wrong?"
Oh.
Yeah, he's.
Oh,
I
is
mean,
he talking
if
about
you look
me?
at
Hold
chat,
on, I'll
it's
get back
totally
to. I'll get back to
No,
the.
he's talking about
Yeah, I know.
Hassan, Brothel.
All right,
He's like,
I'm gonna
he-
get
Oh,
going.
I thought I thought it was
gotta-
talking about the OnlyFan allegations. I thought it was like what
Mike,
non
True. What did you do wrong?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Oh God. You're like.
First
you're
of all,
like-
even
you're
if
like
I
our
for, wait,
Twitch
wait,
George
wait, hold on.
Santos.
No, this is. I'm
Yeah, no,
pretty
hold
sure
on.
this
Hold, no,
was,
no, 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 no. Hold on.
It's about the brothel.
Even if I did
Yeah.
spend sub money on OnlyFans,
What's
who
wrong with
gives
that?
a fuck? Like, okay, like yeah, like literally, like
Wait,
what?
As long
like,
as it was for a
hold
political
on.
streamer, it doesn't matter, right?
If we're holding,
It was for Denim's only.
Laps, I mean, Lav talks
Fun
about
is
Trump, but regard
OnlyFans
anyway.
is a net positive.
Lav, I guess technically does. I don't know. It's just not a political streamer.
Dog.
Bruh. God forbid a man be honest. Okay.
Do we need an intervention?
Well, yeah. No. Hold on. Okay. First of all, even if I did spend some money on it, who gives a fuck? Second of all, it wasn't some money. It was like I mentioned earlier, a gift
It was
card, like a
grandma
Visa
money.
gift card. Yeah, the grandma
Why did I
money.
get a
The
DM from
grandma.
Mark Abbey.
Grandma
my
bought
God.
him Labs OnlyFans.
Yeah, grandma.
Oh my God! Wait, is your last name Abi, as in Hassan Abi? I just realized.
Yeah,
that.
that's what.
Please don't
Yeah,
tell me
Mark.
this.
Yeah. No, it is. Yeah. But look, listen. I as I explained earlier on stream, the Visa card just did not work in most things. I think I tried to use it for Spotify. I remember I tried to use it for Apple TV so I could fucking watch Severance, but it just doesn't. It doesn't work on like most subscription service things because it's like a prepaid card with like $20.
Visa gift card.
But it only works on OnlyFans.
But it did. But
Wait, does it
I was like,
actually?
it did work in
Were
OnlyFans.
you just
I was
curious?
like-
Were you just
I have a friend
Oh,
who
you were
a
just purely
friend.
curious.
A friend who
I-
might
well, I'm
want
not-
to know something like that.
I'm an honest guy. Okay. I
I
like.
did not have sexual relations with that. Sorry.
Testicle Johnson is getting in on it.
I'm an honest dude. Okay, I think it's perfectly clear from this conversation that I've been overly honest, and I saw fucking
Always
lab
gooning
shit on
is in
Twitter.
the title of the
and
stream.
first of all, I am a gooner and I don't deny it. But second of all,
Bro said if I'm guilty of gooning, sue me.
Allegations, he says. What allegations?
Yeah, what allegations? I confirmed it. What do you mean? Like,
I don't care about your allegations.
But first of all, I saw lab shit on Twitter and I was like, I have this card. I'm just gonna see if it works on OnlyFans, and lo and behold, it worked on OnlyFans. Okay, so, but also, I will say,
What was it worth? What
do
was it
not.
worth? I gotta ask. Was it
Hold
worth?
on. No, absolutely not. I'm about to get into that.
Damn.
So, Labs
Oh my
OnlyFans
God.
is basically the $12 you pay. Okay, it was on promotion too. I remember I saw it was like on promotion or whatever for like 60% off, and I was like,
Ooh.
all right, fuck it. I'm seeing if this card works in it.
Non-fun the
and it
e-conner,
did.
a stabby consumer.
I know exactly. But the $12 you pay for Labs fans is basically the price of being allowed to ask in Labs DM to pay her more money for her full sex tapes, because there's almost nothing. It's nothing like there's like two like screenshots of videos, and there's like
It's
4
like a
or
fucking
5
Costco
pictures.
membership.
I know, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's what it is. There's like 4 or 5 pictures of her naked, okay? Which, like, I mean, I'm not really that upset because, like,
I mean, you could just open up her Twitter though, right? Like,
no, but she's not. I mean, it's a lot. Some of them are just the photos of her on Twitter, just without like the emojis covering
The
her
filter?
nipples.
you seem
Yeah.
to know intimately.
So it's just like, I mean,
I don't think
scroll,
he's
dude, go to
trying
my
to-
Twitter history and look at how many times I replied to
Yeah, I
Lav.
know.
Like,
there was one that was literally a sex tape, and I DM'd Nonfon the video, and I was like, Nonfon, I don't think you should comment on this one. He was
I didn't
commenting
comment
all
on
of
it. But I don't know. I would not say Labs OnlyFans is worth it. It's like $100 for her fucking sex tape. That is a fucking scam. Like, no
Are you
one
saying
should be
she's not
paying
worth
that.
$100?
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
I
should
mean,
invite her on
like,
stream to debate her worth. I'll moderate.
I mean, apparently people are
promise I'll be
paying it.
neutral.
apparently, first of all, if someone wants to clip this and send us to Lav,
Oh no.
someone wants to clip
don't.
this and send
For
it to
my
Lav.
friend Nonfon's sake.
Nonfon,
please
Mr.
don't.
Let her know.
Win.
Yeah,
No,
you're gonna
econ
be in the
talk.
next
Yeah,
Mr.
Ophelia,
Dora
Ophelia,
report.
don't worry. We're not talking about econ. We're talking about the allegations that I bought Labs
Mr. Dora report is
OnlyFans,
gonna
which
be
I did.
200,000 words, but half of it's about tariffs.
Also, Ophelia, I appreciate you answering
True.
the dick question.
Wait, Testy
but-
Johnson actually just said something amazing. He said, "I've got it. Make a stream goal. Help me unlock Lab's sex tape." That's actually so
Dude,
funny.
Dude, if someone donates $100, I will fucking buy Lab sex tape. If for whatever reason you guys want that,
Right
okay,
now.
I will.
Oh god, if you want to help
Right.
a Gooner out, okay,
If you want to, yeah,
help the Gooning
it's not.
economy.
It's absolutely not worth it though.
Okay,
it's
so I know
it's
that
like
I said like whatever the
Wait.
next like, meme goal was, I would
Does
want to
Trump's
help approach
tariff
it
on
not
movie
this
making
way.
apply to pornos?
On principle.
I don't know. I still don't know what it
Guys,
means to fucking tariff
we might have
movies.
to-
I really don't know.
What is that? But does porn count? I need to know, guys.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm an avid consumer of. I'll be honest with you guys. Okay, I'm an avid consumer of Japanese porn. Okay, I need to make sure that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
No,
but the point. But it's all free stuff, right? You don't pay for Japanese porn.
Yeah. Do you remember when we used to talk about politics, not fun? Do you remember those days?
Yeah, I remember.
Bro,
Also,
there's
Ophelia,
stuff
join
that
VC real quick.
shit.
I have a very important question to
He
ask.
does have a very important question about. I won't spoil
You
it.
did answer the one question I sent in general, but I have another related, more important question.
It's the most important.
But
of the
also,
most important.
like I said, hold on. I just wanted the final warning in the chat. Okay, do not buy Labs OnlyFans. Shit sucks. There's like, it's not worth it.
So can someone tweet this
It's
out
just-
as a clip and
But
then
buy
tag
it for me.
Labs?
That's what he says.
Anyone,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if anyone has a problem with
Hold
that,
on. Yeah, clip
just right
this
now,
and mention Lab. Okay, her OnlyFans is a fucking scam. First, you're paying for the privilege to have the option to pay for her fucking sex tape. Okay, fuck that shit. And her sex tape is $100. No one. I don't know why people are paying $100. What'd you say?
Alpha, when's yours coming out? Oh.
Most OnlyFans.
I have said.
Yeah.
True. I've said multiple times, if I thought there was demand for the non-fun OnlyFans, I would make it. I just don't think there's any reasonable demand for it.
How do you find out non-fun? Non-fun, you're an economist. How do you find the demand for something? You create a supply, non-fun. You create the supply.
I mean,
come on, non-fun.
I mean, I can my chat. Chicken Jockey, stop spamming. I'm just gonna ban you again. But I can tell from the people who watch me, most of these people will not subscribe to the non-fun OnlyFans. Like yeah.
You don't think Chicken Jockey would? I don't know.
He might. Ophelia, would
like
you
an
make
avid-
it? Would you subscribe to my OnlyFans if I made one?
Oh, that's not a good endorsement right there.
Sorry, I'm
What
just
if
busy
it's-
working on the clip.
What if non-fun does these streams where like it's the top half of him and he's standing, he's debating people, and you can like open up like this OnlyFans stream and it's him jerking off while debating. Like he's debating
I would subscribe to that. I
but
would
the
so
only way-
subscribe to
Isn't
that.
that amazing? Oh
Hell
god,
yeah.
non-fun, isn't that a killer idea? And
No,
like,
no,
and,
yeah,
these-
yeah.
and the people you're debating have to act like it's all cool because they don't want to mention the fact that you're jerking off, but they know you're jerking off, and it's like an ego play. Like they just have to sit there and debate them.
Yeah, and if they call you out on it, that's
That means they're paying
what
for
do you
your
call
OnlyFans,
it when
you're
you make
making
a
money.
personal attack?
Ad hominem.
hom,
It's an
yeah.
ad hominem. Ad hom. I'm not. You're jerking off.
I think I can't have a
Ad
valid
hom,
point
ad
just
hom.
because I'm fucking gooning right now. What do you mean?
To be
Are you
fair, I
gonna
think you would
answer
actually-
my fucking question ever? Or are you just
It would
gonna
be a
keep?
cheat code. Bro, imagine when you nut mid debate though, non-fun, and you have that post nut clarity in the debate, and you just pop off. Oh my god.
Oh my
it would
god,
go
that's true.
crazy.
Actually, oh my god.
I think I just found a debate strategy. Yep, guys, no one asked what's going on under the camera in my next debate. Where's JC? He's missing gold right now. I need him to come.
He's
back.
he's definitely. I think he said he's making the fucking clip, and he's.
I need people to know the truth. Okay.
Anyway, Ophelia.
Was that the
Do
question?
you think if we
No,
could?
okay.
No.
Nope,
We
yeah,
were
you're
so
not.
sidetracked. I don't know how we got so derailed from the original question that now we're talking about me allegedly buying Labs OnlyFans. But the original question, okay, which I came up with. Let's say hypothetically, we could genetically
Okay,
modify
I got a
men.
clip.
What,
such
we could
that
what?
genetically modify all future males such that they are born
Oh my
with
God,
testicles
no.
that are internal to their body, right? The same way like elephants have testicles that are internal rather than in a ball sack. All men now have internal testicles, but the same fertility. Do you think that we should do that?
No.
Why not?
Because wait, do you want the balls to be gone?
They're internal now. Or this
No,
is the
but
this
why?
is the
They're not.
this is the kind of hold on. This is the compromise. If you really like fondling balls or something, Ophelia, if you're really into that, the same way balls currently, can like rise up and fall when it's cold and everything. Like when it's cold, they rise. We just make it so, balls have the capability to go fully into the body, and that's their ordinary state. But then when you get aroused, they drop down like they, usually are. Like that's the.
Isn't
That's
this like a
cute.
medical condition?
But what's the positive thing? Well, what's positive about it?
No
Is
one
that
has
so
to worry about getting kicked in the balls, okay? No one has to sit on their balls
Okay.
ever again, okay? No one has to shave their balls, like.
I mean, sure, if it's better for It will make me sad.
You want to know
but
what
if
it's
better
like,
for men,
okay?
then-
But
I mean,
oh,
also I don't.
That's actually.
It's not just I don't only want to see balls when they're when a guy's aroused. Balls are nice.
You
To,
just
like
wanna.
they're just nice.
Actually, you know what? I mean, I guess I can get that because like I don't want to say what I was thinking, but
What is Lab's Twitter again?
oh fuck, it's got like emojis in it and shit. It's like
Oh, for fuck's sake.
femoid something. I can find it.
Yeah,
but it's- it
femoid. I think.
It has femoid in it, but it's also like it's not emojis. It has like Unicode characters in it that you can't like not just on the keyboard. But what if we just made it voluntary affiliate? But even then, I feel like it might not be the same. But you know, making it voluntarily
get
like
that
release their balls.
The positive about not being like scared to be kicked in the balls is way better than me just wanting to see balls. I think not being
Sure.
like I'm sorry, I just woke up by the way. Not being one to be kicked in the balls is a more valid argument. I would give that to you.
Yeah, yeah.
So
That's it.
I would
Okay.
sacrifice my love for balls.
How noble
That's
of
sweet.
you.
That's sweet of you. Yeah. But yeah, that makes sense.
Here I
But
had
I
to
was
go
gonna.
intellectualizing it. I could have just made a noble
I
sacrifice.
feel like you have to. I was gonna say this, but then I didn't want to say it. But now I need to know if this is analogous. Okay. I think. You know, I don't want to just see boobs. You know, when women are aroused, right? Like they're just a nice feature to like persistently have. Like I think that's a.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
also, by the way, I need your opinion as well. I'm thinking
Oh boy.
about getting a boob job.
I mean, I think you know my opinion, but
I don't know your opinion.
you absolutely. I can scroll through
American
our
man.
DMs. I can scroll through our DMs and and find my opinion. I'm surprised
What?
you don't remember. Wow. Hold on. Hold on. 100%.
I zoned out.
A
What the
hundred-
fuck are we
Are you
talking about?
exposing me? What's happening? What?
No,
what?
100%.
Did we talk about a
100%.
boob job?
100%.
Why are
No,
we talking about
not a
boob
boob job, but we talked about my preferences in.
Oh yeah, I
in
know
boob
that
size.
you are into smaller boobs.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so you
What?
do know
Yeah.
my opinion. Well, thank
That's
you.
valid. Non-fun. Hey, non-fun, dab me up.
That's valid and like it's
I get
valid
that.
for like your conservative relatives to be conservative, but like you're really disappointed to know them still.
I will say, I feel like it's a.
Sorry, no. Sorry, I was arguing with the Marxy person, and I sent him an article about the brothel being raided, and he was like, "You liberals can't lead." It said it
Bro.
allegedly was sex trafficking. Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, allegedly,
I'm
bro.
posting that in your general.
That's funny. Someone said, why are you guys assuming bigger? That's sexist." True.
That is.
What if
wait,
I'm-
you know what? That is. Wait, why is that sexist?
I mean, I just.
I don't know.
No.
Okay, here's
hold
the,
on.
just the correct opinion to have. It's shape over size every time. Okay, that's just That's just correct. It's objectively
I
correct.
concur.
Okay? Yeah,
That's
it's-
true.
concur.
You can't even be
We
wrong.
can find
I can't
agreement
be wrong.
there.
I just can't be wrong. Okay, I am correct. I'm the moral authority.
No,
on
that
this.
is correct. But
As the meat eater in this call, okay, moral authority.
so I could just make the shape nicer.
All right,
But
there
that
you
would
go,
mean
Mo.
that they would get bigger because you have to put something in. I'm not gonna let someone suck something out to make the shape nicer.
I mean, I will say, like Ophelia, I think it's definitely. And I'm gonna insult you, but I think it's definitely possible for you to get a boob job and not like overdo it or anything. But not that.
Yeah,
my
I don't
opinion is
want
the
to
most
like
relevant.
get like fucking double D boobs. It's just I just want them to be because it's also annoying. It's not just about sex. It's also annoying wearing shirts, wearing something with a cleavage or something. It's if I bend over, and I'm not wearing like a bra that's like tied to my chest, people can see my nipples. It's fucking annoying.
Right.
I mean, I had a friend in college who had bigger boobs, and like she was complaining constantly, like her back hurting, and I
Oh,
never
yeah.
conceptualized it that
But
way.
that- but that's gotta
holy
be-
shit. That must fucking hurt. Like, if
No,
they're,
but that's
like,
insanely
super
big.
yeah.
But it's gotta be
The thing is,
giant.
I'm
Yeah, it's gotta be
tiny.
like.
If I got like huge boobs, that would just look like a cartoon character because I'm I'm tiny.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that was funny. I think it was because you said like a cartoon character. I don't know what cartoons you have. Is that in Family Guy?
No, like
Yeah,
these
the new
girls.
season
I just
of
wanted the
Family
final
Guy.
warning in the chat. Okay, do not buy Labs OnlyFans. Shit sucks. There's like, it's not worth it.
With like huge boobs.
With huge triangular boobs, just like Lara Croft. Just like Isaac said, the shape matters above all.
True.
And
I hate when I hear- I
triangular
hate when
Should
is
I
the
make
best
them
shape.
triangular?
I hate when I always hear the
Absolutely.
argument. I hate when I always hear like, bro, bigger. It's like you actually don't care about bigger and smaller. Because like if this woman had like, it's hard to explain, but it's like if they just had gigantic titties, but they were like, I don't even. It sounds. I don't even. Never mind.
Polygonal, like triangle.
Yeah, like if but if it was like
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean like more natural. Like if they were just really low hanging. Okay.
If they were,
this sounds
even if they're
disgusting.
just like really like circular and like
like the teacher in South Park.
I don't know the teacher
I'm just
himself.
saying,
but
everyone
yeah.
would agree that like, yeah, they don't care about the size at that point, it's just the shape. But I think built into shape though is you have to have some amount of size to get to some shapes, right? But
Yeah.
Sure.
Exactly. But yeah, the thing that I'm afraid of is a lot of women who get boob jobs, it looks the implant, not like through the
Right.
like skin, but you can see that it's just like two circles fucking strapped to their chest. It looks
Right.
fucking weird. So yeah, I'm not sure. And it's expensive.
I respect women's decisions either way, but I will say,
Brave.
obviously, I
Yeah,
prefer
brave.
smaller-
unless they eat meat, he doesn't respect their. He actually pro-choice until they
Unless,
want to
yeah.
eat meat. Then he's actually anti-choice.
Oh my god. Please no. Please not the vegan. Please no. Please. Please can we be done with the veganism, please?
Never.
Well, yeah. Anyway, well, I mean, the pro-choice justification or whatever is just that obviously it's like a, you're not harming anyone if the being is never sentient or anything. But regardless, okay, I respect woman's decision, your decision as a woman to go either way. Obviously, I prefer
if
smaller
they eat meat?
boobs. I don't necessarily think that's in line with most men's preference, but you do you.
But I think the outcome of whatever I'm gonna do is still gonna be considered small.
I
in
mean, yeah, that
comparison.
makes sense. I was about to add, yeah, like I definitely think you could still have small boobs, but still, have like reasonably like average
You want to make
size.
sure you get your money's
Small
worth,
average.
right?
What do you
Like, if
mean?
it's gonna be expensive. You might as well get something out of it. And also, to Isaac's point, actually, in my personal life, I've noticed that like boobs don't matter as much if they backside is compensatory.
True.
So,
And you do have
I
a
would say on
fucking
average.
fat ass, Ophelia.
Okay,
Jesus,
Christ.
Antoine.
All right, did you
Antoine is
drink
good.
or what's happening?
Yeah,
No, he
whoa,
doesn't-
bro.
He's just a gooner, okay?
He's
Antoine,
just
stand
like
up right
wired.
now, okay? Let's make sure you don't got a hard on going on right now. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
Oh my
Maybe he's
God.
already trying the gooning thing.
It's
Oh
in
my
the
god, you're
title.
taking
I'm
my
always
idea.
good. It's
No,
in
no,
the-
you
it's in
wait.
the-
Oh, pull up cake.com slash not fun. Okay, it's gonna be the under the
Oh,
table.
wait, hold on. No. I'm not out of line in saying that, Ophelia. You know I'm right. Anyway, regardless. Okay.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Exactly. I'm always right.
Feels so wrong to be Jesus and being in this. Or, being in this.
Are you actually Jesus Christ?
Maybe. I don't know.
Could be.
I could be.
What's your
but I'm
opinion on
not.
gay people having sex? I gotta test you for Jesus. Okay. Oh,
Well, I did put the G spot up in there, so it would be kind of wrong.
good shit.
of
Hey,
me
I'll snap.
to,
I'll snap. I'll snap.
You know, kind of wrong to like make it a sin. That was my dad's idea, not mine.
Oh, you're taking a holy. Is that the Holy Trinity approach? What approach is that? Apostolistic? I don't.
Yeah,
remember.
it's Trinitarian.
I don't remember, man. It's
Technically, yes, it's a Trinitarian. It's triune personhood because there's three individual persons. I was raised Lutheran.
So I think everything we can take away from this argument is that I am always on the vegan. I'm correct. I'm just always.
Is that what we're taking away?
I think that's what we should. It's just like when I think that's what we should. You know, I think that
I feel like
veganism is horrible.
take away that I'm a monster morally.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. I think
Until
there's
Narn goes full
no,
veganism. What? What are we going with? What?
there's
what?
no,
Nonfon's been
there's no case to be
multi-streaming on
made.
Chatter.
Okay. That
True.
vegan, okay, well, hold on, okay, hold on. I have streamed on Chatterbait before, and I've told the story before, but I've
feel like you've told
streamed,
me this story before,
yeah, I've streamed Marvel Rivals basically, but when they still allowed not allowed mods, but mods were really easy to install. I had like the naked mods for every fucking character, okay? So I was just playing as fucking Venom with like a fat fucking 19-inch cock, or like Squirrel Girl with like the fattest dumpy ever or whatever. I was doing that on Chatterbait, and they fucking they didn't ban me, but they like suspended me because it's not on a list of approved games. So even though I had it full Gooner mode, they did not appreciate it, sadly.
So were you asking me something, not fun before that?
Yeah, I was saying there's no. You can say veganism is not a moral obligation. I don't think there's a case to be made that like it's actively immoral. Like I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever say it's immoral. I would say the people that push it are immoral easily.
Wait, you say the people that push veganism are immoral?
I would say a few of them are.
What are you? Are you a moral, like anti-realist?
No, memeing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, no. Well, I would agree.
Sorry, I had autism there for a second.
You're good.
I mean, if you don't believe in veganism or whatever, then I can definitely like obviously the people doing like the most insane shit.
I think he was
would
just
be
saying they're
obviously
obnoxious.
immoral.
Yes, exactly. I was hitting
yeah.
on the stereotype of obnoxious vegans.
Well, yeah.
Just like
but if you're obnoxious
they're
in support
usually
of like
harmless when
it,
they keep to themselves.
Pretty bad cause, then like I think you could probably classify that as immoral or whatever. But
Listen,
well, there's
gotta be a better
the
argument.
eco-terrorists. That
I
do,
think
like,
as time will go on, I think it'll become more accessible, and I think the more accessible being vegan becomes, the harder it is to deny the arguments. I think that's the strongest point against.
Yeah,
it.
I think that's true. But yeah.
Then I update my argument to I enjoy animal suffering.
Yeah, but then
like go full sociopath.
Yeah, I was gonna say then your ground you stand on that was incredibly
Absolutely,
hollow
go full
compared to
Bateman.
before.
Never ever go full Bateman. Never ask someone if they like Huey Lewis in the news.
Non-Fawn, I'm being extorted. Non-Fawn. The Marxist person said, "I will tell Non-Fawn everything you said."
Wait, what? Wait.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! I will literally. I wouldn't because it'd be bad content. But I will. I was like, I will read every single message I just sent to you. And listen, I didn't even call you a slur. Okay, which I should have. But
damn.
Okay, I held it back. Okay.
What the fuck slur would you call? Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah. The one I always.
That's not a slur anymore. President Trump said that's not a slur no more.
They're being written. I still try not to. Okay, I shouldn't. I want to be a teacher, and I'm really worried that one of these. I actually try not to say a lot of words like that around that because I'm really worried that I'm gonna become a teacher and I'm gonna call a kid like retarded when he says the wrong answer.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like I'm worried that people would like find the streams and like have evidence of me saying it. You're like, no, I'm just worried that it'd slip out.
Imagine if I'm like I'm being casual and I'm just like sitting like behind my desk and they're like this and like we're having a casual disagreement. I'm like, bro, you're being retarded right now. And then I'm like, well, there goes my job. Okay.
I remember in 8th grade we had this one kid who was like super disruptive and like this our social studies teacher was kind of like chill. Like he was a little more lax with like I don't know, he was just kind of laid back. And this kid was like bullshitting in class, and he was like fucking around. And the teacher just turned to him and goes, "Shut up, you idiot!" Kept teaching.
I had a teacher that would, if a kid was sleeping in his class, he was a history teacher, and he'd grab 3 of his big history books.
Oh
and he would drop them next to the sleeping kid, and it would jump him.
So one time a kid fell asleep.
Jesus, what the fuck is misstatement is that?
One time
Isaac finds it disappointing sex trafficking didn't happen. Wow.
Not that I should have to clear this up.
Can't believe
I did
you would
not
say
find
that, Isaac.
Yeah.
If it was sex trafficking, that would have incriminated Hassan to the point that he got criminal charges.
For reference,
I don't know.
I linked
one.
utilitarian wise the sex trafficking.
Yeah, I'd have to calculate that one.
I'd have to,
be fair,
drop the utils. I'd have to.
Now that I have to give context, okay, I just linked them the literal article about the Artemis brothel being what is it called? Being raided because it was sex trafficking women. That's all I linked that, okay, and they were like, it's alleged. Okay, it's not proven. You know, it's alleged. And I'm like, well, yeah, you got me there. I guess it is alleged crime. Wrong? Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
know, but-
Okay, just to. Okay, you said what did he do wrong? I said, Diddy is calling. You said what did he do wrong? You're just claiming anything without reason. I said he fucked kids. You said wrong. You're just making stuff up. And
The
then I sent a
Soundbreaker
source.
supports terrorism and the 9/11 terrorist attacks in the U.S. That's
Well,
all
so
he
does this dude. So.
Well, yeah,
True.
but if he says that, you can get him banned.
And then all I did was link in 2016 Berlin raided Artemis in a human trafficking investigation. And then the second clip is articles about the Artemis raid relied heavily on police reports which said the brothel constituted a brutal and illegal system that severely exploited dependent women. Okay. Oh my God. And I said that's a little petty. Pedo-y, don't you think? He also went to the Diddy parties. Okay. And he said BS, and I said he definitely fucked kids. And he said source. I said you might claim it's BS, but it's literally right there. And he said the brothel was never suspected for human trafficking. And then I sent you an article titled "Hell's Angel Brothel Raided by 900 Officers." And then the second headline is, it was exploited as authorities allege women were exploited and possibly trafficked. Is your argument going to be it's alleged, so not true? And if it is, you welcome to conservatism. Okay.
I know. Yeah. Welcome to.
Okay. Anyway, I wasn't gonna do it. Okay, but then they said they're disappointed about being a sex trafficker. I was like, okay, maybe I don't want that clip out there. Okay, I'm currently running an election. Okay.
Non-fun, have you reacted to the Hassan Ethan debate?
Yeah. I watched it live. Yeah.
Okay. What was your conclusion? What did you think about
I
it?
feel like Ethan did pretty well. I think Ethan kind of focused on things that, you know, if not entirely dumb, obviously I think made it easy for him to be painted as kind of crazy, like the swastika sword and everything. Like I think focusing on that in the first hour was probably a mistake. But I think like the last 3 hours of debate for sure, like Ethan was doing really well. Like I think Ethan.
You think the last 3
clearly made
hours
his
were
own.
good? I think the last 3 hours it was just Hassan like screaming and Ethan not
that's
really
what I
being
think
able
was
to
good
get through.
for. Well, good for. I mean, good as in made like Hassan look bad. I don't know if it's the maximum you could have made Hassan look bad, but yeah,
I think to a normal person, he looked pretty bad.
Yeah,
That's what I say.
think like especially if you know at least, like if you just know a little bit, if you know that like you know Iraq has laws that are like discriminatory against Jewish people or whatever, then like watching Hassan say like Jews have a right to return to Iraq, it's like okay, dog, like you're a little like that's a little unhinged. Or if you just know, even if you just know that like at the very least it's pretty contentious whether Plan D was like the ultimate like planned like ethnic cleansing was the goal plan. You know, it's pretty dumb to watch this on say like, oh, Israel literally had Plan D, which was like the written up, drawn up plan to kill all the Palestinians. All of it. It's like that's not like
Yeah. And I think, like, after I watched it, I thought it was so crazy because even at the end, after the whole debate, Hassan still tried to find a way to call Ethan a Zionist. He was always like, yeah, and I know you think it's a genocide and you hate the Israeli government and you think like building Israel was a mistake, but you know because you said this and this and this, you're still a Zionist. And I think that that to me is crazy. They are both aligned on most points regarding Israel, and he is still trying to make him look like a Zionist. What is the what is the only thing that could then in Hassan's eyes make Ethan a Zionist? It's not his points. It's not his arguments. That's the only thing is he's Jewish.
It's kind of like the new Nazi for like progressives. I feel it's
Yeah.
like the new like thought terminating.
But the only thing in Hassan's mind that could make Ethan a Zionist is that he's a Jewish person, and he's saying he's not an anti-Semite. What the fuck? Like,
well, see, it's anti-Zionist. There's an important distinction.
What?
Ali is gonna. I'm gonna go after him harder the next time we talk about that because, like, yeah, I remember non-fun you were in there for that. Like, I was one
a little
side.
bit, yeah.
I was way more moderate than I am like now. Now I'm like full blown. No, fuck this shit. Like, we need to start drawing lines here. Because I agree with what Ophelia is saying. Like, at a certain point,
Ophelia, you're so clueless. Ethan is a
everything
Zionist.
else.
He's literally married to the raider of Ramallah. Holy
Bro,
fucking
What a
shit!
cool
Is that the
name.
most
Bro.
retarded?
Does Ilanoshi has such a badass name? Holy shit.
Oh god,
Yeah.
I know. First of all,
Pretty
wait,
hard
yeah. First of
tagline.
all, based. Second of all,
Imagine you sitting in a car and not even getting outside the car and just waiting for your colleagues, and then years later you're gonna have the name just because of that, because you
I
sat
know.
in a car.
But also, like,
That's
what
crazy.
level of association is like? First of all, married to a girl who went on a raid in Ramallah one time, like
Yeah.
Jesus, like that's enough to make you like a Zionist or whatever. Like Jesus, man.
Well, keep
And we
in
don't
mind
even
the
know.
Houthi
We
attacks-
don't
the
wait.
Houthi
We don't
attacks were
even know.
justified because
Yeah, I
one
know.
Jewish
Yeah.
guy kind of owned a ship.
We don't even know who they arrested.
Yeah,
Like
that
it
thing
is
was
entirely
also
possible
fucking
they,
unhinged. The thing
Yeah.
with the ship,
dude.
that it
And
was
the Anne
that it
Frank.
was Israeli owned.
Anne Frank is the freedom fighter.
That was
Yeah,
the
I
most
know. If Anne
dumbass
Frank had
fucking-
resisted, and
Okay, but if Anne Frank was like flying in on a what are they called, paragliders or whatever it was, I mean, that book would have been a lot.
if she had a
better,
sick
okay?
fucking paraglider,
it would have been a lot more
Uh-huh.
If she
exciting. I
raped
don't know
like
about
10
better.
people,
I would have paid attention to that book. They shouldn't arrest anyone in foreign territory. So Marx Abe, I think there is the argument I would make is that it's likely that the occupation in the West Bank was lawfully created in self-defense, and the occupying power does have a right to seek legitimate interest in the occupation, including national security interest. There is a framework for this under international law. Not that you have ever read about it. But like even if I conceded that it was to some extent illegal under international law or whatever, I don't know. I feel like very clearly could be morally justified to like arrest an actual fucking terrorist who.
Non-fun is more Zionist than me. Holy shit.
I think I told you that.
Damn.
Wait,
okay.
wait. What did I say? What did I say that's more Zionist than?
I don't know. I personally don't defend the West Bank settlements.
Oh, I don't think the settlements are
defending the
justified.
legal
I think
argument.
I'm defending them because this guy. First of all,
You're talking
Mark
about the
Zarbi,
fuzzy
if you
legality?
want to join the law, if you want to join the VC real quick, you can, Mark.
Oh god,
Mark,
I asked him. I was
Jesus,
like, you can just join the call. It
I know,
saves you
yeah.
time.
But I'm just defending like it's not. I don't think it's necessarily illegal. I think there are complex arguments that you can make. Mark's Avi is not capable of making those arguments that it is illegal. But there's a paper I read on it a while ago called "Can an occupation created from self-defense ever become illegal?" So there's arguments that you can make that like if the occupying power seeks illegitimate interest, which would include the settlements, not only are the settlements themselves illegal, but the occupation itself becomes illegal. And there's other people who reply to that saying like, no, the settlements can be illegal, but the occupation itself can still remain legal, and you can still seek a legitimate interest in negotiating the end of the occupation and protecting your national security within the occupation. But then it's also probably a hard. Presumably you could.
Do you feel like
maybe.
Do you feel like a lack of occupation in the West Bank, in lieu of like military monitoring along the border, would lead to like substantial enough threats that could justify the West Bank settlements?
The settlement is. So what do you mean settlement? It's the settlements. I don't think could be. So the settlements, as in like building Israeli towns, I don't think so. I could at least. I don't think I have a strong opinion on necessarily like what Israel. Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, obviously that's fucked up.
Yeah.
And I think there's even. I think like even they might have a right to have some checkpoints, but the issue is I think part of the reason they need checkpoints is to protect the settlers that they put there. So it's like. So it's like if you didn't,
if you put settlers there.
No, I don't think they have a right to put settlers there. So it's like, it'd be hard for me to like draw up.
I'm really tired. I'm sorry. I was just curious.
No, you're good. Yeah, it'd be hard for me to draw up exactly like, do I think it's justified to protect people that you put in danger illegally? And it's like, I don't know exactly where I would draw the line on that, but I think you could argue the occupation itself is legal and they have a right to maintain the occupation and maybe even have some checkpoints for national security purposes. But
this is the argument, like you said, where it's based off of like a self-preservation interest?
I forget the exact rules, but
Mark's Abbey
Yeah,
is
he's in the waiting room.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. Good
Non
night,
fun, you are a
everyone. Julia, it
Zionist.
was nice to meet you. Isaac, non fun. Have a wonderful evening.
Good as
You are
always, JJ.
Zionist.
Good night.
And Mark Sabi,
See ya,
you're
JC.
a fascist.
You are fascist.
Oh, wait, hold
I
on.
also
Mark-
have to go non-fun. It's been good. Text me if you were just memeing for the stream, or if you actually do, text me after stream. Okay, we'll talk. I'm gonna go to bed.
About what?
Stay
Oh,
safe,
about
everyone.
meeting
Love you,
tomorrow?
everyone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You are a Zionist non fun.
I don't think I would necessarily reject that label because I think I've already told you that I do believe Israel has some right to exist at least. But I think like the
That's just wrong.
that's not really relevant to the
It's
conversation that we were having before,
Genocidal and
right?
fascist. Yes, it is.
Okay. No.
I just want to
we were
tell
talking-
you
we were
that you're
discussing
genocidal, fascist,
my channel.
ethno-state.
My channel is what?
Not your channel.
Wait, hold on.
You person.
Hold on. Do you want to defend the point that Israel should never arrest someone in foreign territory, or do you just not care about that point anymore?
Yes. Exactly. They
Okay.
shouldn't arrest anybody. They shouldn't even exist as a state.
Okay. Well, I mean, I
What do you
guess you
think
can
should
make that
happen to
argument.
them?
I guess.
What do
if
you think
don't
should
think
happen
they
to the
should
state of
exist.
Israel?
The state of Israel, it should be dissolved.
What do you mean when you say dissolved? Because it's there, you know. And you can
Yes,
say,
it's
yeah, okay,
there,
it's a
it
bad
should be
thing that it's
dissolved.
there, but now it's there. What do you want to do to dissolve it?
Well, they should give a right of return to the Palestinians and take out the law. What's the law called that specifies the state of Israel as a Jewish state?
As a Jewish
should-
majority state?
No, as a Jewish state.
No, it's not a
You don't
Jewish
know the
state.
law?
It's a Jewish majority state. Yes.
No, it's a law. It's their law.
Yeah.
The law
What did the
defines
right to
Israel
return the basic
as a
law?
Jewish
Like,
state.
what do you?
Yes, the basic law. It should
Okay,
retract-
so
Yeah,
so
I mean,
so you grant all Palestinians the right of return.
Yes.
Where do all the Palestinians go?
to where
Inside
they
of
want,
Israel?
wherever they want.
Wherever they want.
Exactly.
So they buy property, or what do they
Yeah,
do?
They get property and they need to get their property back.
Oh, so the places where Jewish people are living, so they can just say, okay, this was my house, and then where
Yes.
do the Jewish people go?
Yeah, they can build a new house.
A new house? Where?
where?
Yeah, where they find space.
Defense space? What?
Where they find space.
In a
They
defined
find
space?
space.
No, where they find space. Where they
Oh,
find
where
it.
they find space. Oh, but
Yes.
do you think it might be a problem that after after the Palestinians left the territories in Israel that they now want to return to, after they left and they became refugees, and then they had children, so now these children also have a right of return, and maybe they had children as well. So it's now way more people than were actually than actually left Israel way before. So
Well,
it's
it's enough
now way
space.
more people than before.
It's
Where
enough
do they all
space in
go?
Israel. It's enough space in Israel.
Okay, and
space.
then
There's
Israel
money.
becomes a Jewish minority state because it's way more.
No. It becomes a regular state. No state with any.
Hold on, wait, no, you have to
any
acknowledge in
religious
this state. No, you have to acknowledge in this state Jewish people would be a minority. You have to. That's like you obviously have to acknowledge that, right?
It doesn't matter what is the minority or majority. It's.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
no,
Normally,
you think
yeah,
it- no
usually
matter.
it's not a problem. But do you know what happened to all Jewish people in all surrounding Arab states when they were a minority?
Nothing. They lived there for thousands of years in peace.
And what
then
happened after
they
1,000 of
came-
years in peace? Then after
then
Islam
they
kind of
invented
came.
Zionism. What? What you say? When Islam came, they already lived in peace when Islam was around. They only had war when Zionism came.
Who programmed
well, yeah.
The Zionist state programmed them.
The
The Palestinians.
Zionists?
Yes, the Zionist.
Pogromed Jewish people in Iran?
No. They pogromed the Palestinians.
No, but I mean,
That's not
even
what. No,
before
no,
that,
no.
even before,
Yeah.
like,
Before that, they had the Stern Gang, and other gangs and other terrorists. Zionist
Wait,
terrorists.
do you think?
since
Do you think?
18
Hold on. Do you think even a single Jew was forced out of an Arab state in like in at least somewhat analogous
Before
way?
Zionism or after?
Before it doesn't
Both.
matter. I don't know why. Yeah.
do you know when
of course,
Zionism? Do you know when Zionism became like a thing?
Yes, 1880 something or something.
Oh wait. Wow.
All right.
Wait, can you answer
1887.
the question? Do you think either before or after Zionism? And we need to answer for both. Do you think
Yes.
any Jews were kicked out of any Arab nation non-voluntarily, or sorry, non-voluntarily, forcefully? Like,
It's not. It doesn't matter what I think. It's matter what the facts are.
Yeah, what is the
well,
fact?
I'm asking what you think the facts are, dumbass.
What I think the facts are is that probably yes, some of them were kicked
Okay.
out.
Some of them. Okay. And why were they kicked out?
There are a number of reasons why.
And what are the reasons? Tell me like 3.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know any reasons.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason is because they were Jewish.
Yeah, but that's not the reason why they were kicked out. The reason would be on the other side.
What other side?
Well, just because you are Jewish doesn't mean you get automatically kicked out. It needs to be a reason.
I
the
mean,
people
that was
that
kind of the
kick you out
thing.
took
It was all
Yeah.
Jewish people who were kicked out, so that kind of must be related.
Not necessarily, but why are the people on the other side? They need to have a reason too. It can't be just one side has a reason and you're automatically kicked out.
Wait. No,
It
you would
needs to
never.
be
No.
somebody who
You would
kicks
never.
you out.
You would never apply that same logic to the Israelis had a reason to kick out the Palestinians. You would never apply that same logic.
Of course I did. Of course I did.
So what would be the
said
reasons
the
for the
reason-
Israelis
Okay,
to
wait,
kick out the Palestinians?
Have you ever read Zionism? What Zionism is? They want to have an ethno state.
We're familiar
Jewish
with what
ethno
Zionism,
state.
yes.
Yes. and
Wait,
they
but
wanna have
you
an
never
ethno
say
state.
this is a justified reason, right? That's not obviously not a justified reason.
No, it's not justified.
So would you say the Arab states had a justified reason for kicking out the Jews for the pogroms?
No, of course not.
Okay.
They didn't do pogroms. What are you saying?
Okay.
No?
So wait, hold on. You already admitted that you
Do you think
at
Jewish
least some
people were
Jews...
killed?
What?
Do you think Jewish people were killed in the Arab states?
Ever?
Yeah. I mean,
Of
because
course,
they were
everybody
Jewish.
was killed. Because they were Jewish? I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Okay. wait. I'm just Wait, Mark. I just want you to defend the. What's your justification for saying that occupation itself is illegal?
In which the whole occupation is illegal. Yes.
Well, yeah. What's the
But why?
justification for you saying that? I'm just kidding. Yeah. What's the basis
What's
for
the
that?
justification?
What's the
Well, my
basis for you?
justification is that you can't just go somewhere and declare an ethno state and kick out the native population.
Okay, so okay, you'd recognize, let's just grant I say Israel entirely did that, whatever. Okay, let's just grant Israel did that. You recognize Israel did then join the UN, correct?
Yes.
Israel became a UN recognized country, correct?
Yes.
As a UN recognized country, they have the right to exist under international law?
No.
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 Okay. What's the
UN is
basis
not
for you
a
believing
moral
that?
authority. What?
Oh, why immoral?
UN is
More. I
Zionist.
never said more. I said under international law. I'm not. I recognize.
Under
I
international
recognize you
law,
might not
yes,
agree with international
it
law.
doesn't matter. No, UN is Zionist.
Okay. First of all, I don't. The UN might be Zionist in that the majority of the UN recognizes Israel. The UN is not
Wait,
Zionist
I was gone
in
for
that.
2 seconds. You're saying that the UN is Zionist?
Yes.
What do you think about all the anti-Zionist like shit that they have been saying for the past years?
They have never said any anti-Zionist stuff.
Hold on. Wait.
Fuck,
No,
why am I not on my
they have
computer?
passed. They have passed
Yeah.
resolutions declaring Zionism to be like a racist, supremacist thing. What do you mean? They have courts that have ruled against Israel or whatever.
Do
Not
they
that all of that
recognize
might
the
necessarily
state of Israel?
anti-Zionist, but does the UN
Do they
recognize Israel?
recognize the state of Israel? Yes.
Some of them, not all of them, but yeah, the majority of them.
Majority, so the majority is Zionist.
Okay.
It's as easy as that.
Yeah, it seems to be very easy. It's just all such a black and white and easy thing. This whole conflict.
Easy
I
issue.
didn't.
It's a genocide and an oppressor.
Yeah, I know that for you people it's that easy.
For you people, what's that supposed to mean?
Well, anti-Zionist.
Wait, Cruiser, I think I
Anti-Zionist.
agree with you.
Yeah.
There might be some actions that are legal under IHL in Syria, but I
So you're
agree.
anti-
Yeah, no, I agree.
Of course.
The annexation of the Golden
Yeah,
Heights,
well,
I think, is
that's
illegal.
your
A lot of their
people
operations
and
in
you.
Syria are probably illegal. But
My
yeah,
people.
I agree.
Okay. Sounds kind of anti-Semitic, but okay.
What do you mean?
Your people. Your people.
I cannot say your people?
It's
How's that
just what-
anti-Semitic?
That's what they always say. Your people, your people, your people this, your people that. Anti-Semite people.
Okay,
True.
he got me.
Okay. Well, this was an interesting conversation,
Yes.
Marks, but I don't think you're going to contribute anything
And
meaningful.
secondly,
from this.
Zionism is an anti-Semitic ideology.
Wow. You're the first one who has said that. I've never heard this one before.
Yes, and it's important to recognize.
Right. Do you think? Oh no, you've already admitted that you don't think any state has the right to exist, right?
No, not any state, but no nation state.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my analogy.
Well, why do you want Palestinians to have a state so bad then?
Why I want Palestinians to have a state? I don't want them to have a state. I want them to be emancipated.
to be free.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Wait.
Why do they have to
which
be
would
free in
look-
Israel?
Can you repeat this? This is
Why
very-
do they
very-
have to be? Why is the only way to free them to put them in Israel?
In what?
Into Israel.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Yeah, you would
That's what I
acknowledge this.
It's Palestine. It's not Israel. Eretz
Wow,
Israel
wow,
is
wow,
annexed.
wow, great, wow,
It's-
wow.
right now
Wait,
it's
hold on.
Palestine.
You would acknowledge, Marks, Albie, if you literally just deported every Palestinian to the U.S., they'd be more free than they are now, right? You would acknowledge that?
And now, yes, but they are not free. They are not emancipated.
Okay, I mean, if you just want them
No
to be
one
free,
is
then why-
emancipated in Marxist
Yes, exactly.
theory.
Everybody needs to be free. Everybody needs to be emancipated so we can be emancipated.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be emancipated anywhere in Marxist theory. Do you get that?
Yes, they
If
would.
you put them anywhere on the map and give them any amount of money, they're not emancipated.
Of course they would.
Okay.
With money, they would be emancipated in Marxist theory.
No. In Marxist theory, yes. If they have land and then everybody is emancipated, then we can free the people. But Before,
I mean,
no.
Cruz, are you in my server? We can talk about it sometime. I'm not. I'm gonna end stream within 10 minutes here because it's 4 a.m. where I am.
Oh, well.
Almost 4 a.m. where I am. But
Yes, yes. Do you realize you're being anti-Semitic?
How am I
You
being
still have to-
anti-Semitic?
because Palestinians
Because
are
it's about
Semites too, and you
Zionism.
support their
Conflate-
genocide.
What? Okay, first of all,
I presume
you-
that's the argument you're gonna make. Is you're gonna say Palestinians are Semites too?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. First of all,
Oh, okay. Enlighten me.
Israel is the kingdom of God in the Bible. It's not a nation state, and
Mhm.
and especially not a genocidal ethno state. Second, you can read the 3 oaths in the Tanakh. It says the Jews shall not have a state until not the Messiah comes back.
Yeah, I know all this.
Comes-
That's why the ultra-Orthodox Jews
Yes.
they don't think Israel is legit either. But this is not
Yes.
about. Yeah, but you get that this is not just about like the religious texts. This is that
but you can't
Israel was a result out of thousands-year-long persecution of Jewish people, and that's why they thought that's why they need a state that is a Jewish
No.
majority, because in all other states ever in the history they were persecuted as a minority. That's what
They were not-
it's about.
No.
It's
They
not
were
about a
in
fucking
ev-
Messiah
they were
at this
skilled in every state. It's just not true. They lived in peace
And you
with
also get how
Palestinians.
anti-Semitism is not hate against a religion as well, right? You realize that it's about an ethnic group
Yes,
of Jewish people.
yes, it is an
So
ethnic
if I
group,
say
but
fuck the
I only said my first 2 things,
oh,
and it's
oh
an ethno
I'm sorry.
religion.
Okay, your first 2 things were bullshit. So go on.
No. It's an ethno religion. Okay, the third thing. Wait, where are I? Oh, the state of Israel says it's the state of Jews, and it conflates it with Judaism and makes more anti-Semitism because everybody thinks every Jew
Yeah,
is a
I know that
Zionist.
point too.
They even say
Wow.
this. They even say every Jew should be Zionist. Every Jew need to come to Israel. It's just so it promotes anti-Semitism even more, and doesn't
Yeah, because
represent Judaism.
anti-Semites hate Jewish people actually having a state of their own because they were persecuted everywhere else. They don't want Jewish people to like have rights and have a say and not be persecuted. That's why anti-Semites hate Israel, of course. But that doesn't mean because the oppressed people actually came together and built something to not be oppressed anymore, that
No.
they're actually supporting anti-Semitism. That's retarded. You get that, right?
No. The state of Israel promotes anti-Semitism because they do a genocide and say, "Oh, we do it in the name of all Jews," and even Jews
When did
in
they
New
say
York.
that? When did they say we're going to commit a genocide in the name of all Jews? When was that
Don't
ever
you
the
know
plan?
that Smoke Trit said that they're gonna cut off all aid from Gaza and let's hear
Yes,
it.
and
Let's hear
they
it.
they just do this shit. They act like maybe they don't say it in these words, but they call themselves the Jewish state, not a Jewish state. They could
There
say
is
a Jewish state.
there's no other
Oh my
Jewish
God.
state. That's
Yeah,
why
but
it's the
still they
Jewish
could say
state. It's
a-
the only Jewish state.
They could still say a Jewish state.
There's
The
no other
implies
Jewish
that
state.
they represent
Why would
all
they?
Jews.
Why would they say a Jewish state when there's no other Jewish state? This is also, you see that how many fucking Christian states are there? How many Arab states are there? How many fucking
No Christians. There is only the Vatican City. All other states are secular, not a
Yeah,
Christian
but
state.
Hold
And
on.
Israel is
No,
not secular.
I think Israel. Okay, there are definitely other theocracies. I mean, Iran's a theocracy, right? Vatican City's not the only.
Yes, but I was saying about Christian. Islam,
wait,
yes.
Fuck,
Islam,
I'm tired.
yes.
Sorry, but I also think
Yes,
Israel. I don't know if Israel doesn't claim to be. The religion does not like. Religious figures don't have like authority in the Israeli government, right? Or by authority, I don't just mean like I mean, the same way like
They have
Iran
to.
has like the head of the their supreme leader is also the head of the church or whatever. That's not the same in Israel, right? Israel just has
No. But they have these
no.
weird parties from Likud party or what it's called.
Right. But but you could have like an evangelical Christian party in America. That wouldn't make America a
The big
Christian
party
theocracy.
in Germany is the Christian party.
Right.
It's not a Christian party, but okay.
Well, on paper, of course, you could argue if they were actually Christians and if they adhere to the Bible and everything they say, but they call themselves the Christian party. That's the same like in Israel.
No, they
When you
don't,
have like,
but okay.
okay, cool. Well, I actually have to fucking start my day. I woke up and I came in here, and so
I have to head out too. It's almost 4 a.m. where I am. It's
No arguments, then you have to go. Obvious.
yeah, you got
okay.
us.
I've been streaming
You
for 8
actually
hours and 30
obliterated
minutes, and yeah, I've talked to you 2 times today. But okay,
Okay,
I guess
Nathan,
I'm
I
just,
hope
yep,
you will
just
finally
good.
become anti-Zionist.
Okay, I'll see you later, buddy. Do you have any final words? Is
Yes.
that it?
Zionism, Judaism, yes. Zionism, no. The state of Israel must go.
Okay, good one.
King.
What? We didn't even get to say bye to Ophelia. Oh.
Sorry, you left, so I
No,
left.
no, I just kicked him. Okay, I was like, yeah, I didn't get to say bye or anything. Damn. Okay.
I'm so sorry. I thought you just left, so I just yeah.
I would never leave without saying I love you. Okay.
I love you too. Have a good sleep.
Wow. You too. Well, you're starting your day. But
No,
have a good day.
I'm gonna have a good day.
Yeah.
I don't have to work, so.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
All right. Love streaming. Love the guys watch me stream. I'll see you guys later today, maybe. Tomorrow, later today. It's 4 a.m. So at this point, same thing. But yeah, love streaming. Love the guys watch me stream. Thanks, Ophelia. I don't know for sure I'll stream again today. Tomorrow, but today, obviously. Thursday for sure, though. I'll be in Gibbs's panel, I know. So, we'll. But as always, Thursday we have that Gibbs panel. I'll see you there, guys, then. Love you guys. Love streaming. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't and everything. Go watch all the epic debates on my YouTube channel. See you guys later. See you guys. Bye, guys. Bye, chat. Bye, chat. Bye, chat. I'm not rating anyone because barely anyone's streaming, and I have 5 viewers. Bye, chat.